Well, big brother, since we're already down here, let's go down from here. Maybe it's a secret passage, Lu Mingyu thought. Since things had turned out like this, he might as well go this way. Perhaps it was fate. He shined his flashlight and confirmed that neither he nor Lu Mingyu could climb back up by hand. He sighed deeply. There was no choice but to go on. Half an hour later, Lu Mingyu, clutching his twisted face, let out a high-pitched scream that sounded like a male opera singer. Tai Yongshan, his shouts echoed repeatedly through the empty mountains, making it seem as if the place was haunted. Looking at the sign in front of him with the clear words, Taiyang Mountain, Lu Shuhui's face twitched slightly. He clenched his fists, endured for a moment, then finally relaxed his grip. Lu Shuhui remained silent, while Lu Mingyu almost collapsed onto the ground. After climbing the stairs for half an hour, they thought they were about to reach the bottom. But instead, they realized the stairs kept going higher and higher. When they finally understood the seriousness of the situation, they saw a sign. Welcome to Taiyang Mountain. Another sign pointed downward, indicating that the stairs below were the way down. So not only did they not escape from the despairing slope, but they also climbed Taiyang Mountain and then another mountain. After a minute of silence, Lu Shuhui walked to a corner, squatted down, and withdrew into himself. Lu Mingyu, recovering from his breakdown, saw his brother in the corner, withdrawn and silent. Carefully, he asked, "Big brother?" "Shut up," Lu Shuhui replied, already tired of talking. He felt too exhausted. They stayed out late at night, looking for clues. Not only did they find nothing, but they also climbed 2 mountains. Now, they were still on the mountaintop. By the time they descended, the sun would probably be up. Seeing his brother in such a withdrawn state, Lu Mingyu felt very guilty. Help! Why is his luck so bad? Even their most calm and rational big brother had broken down. Since childhood, Lu Mingyu could say this was the first time he saw his brother so withdrawn. For a moment, he was at a loss, not knowing how to comfort him. While Lu Mingyu was brainstorming, desperately trying to think of comforting words, he suddenly saw Lu Shuhui stand up abruptly and silently walk toward the railing. "Don't, big brother. Don't do it. You can't jump. Don't be silly. We can rest for a while." Lu Mingyu hurriedly tried to stop him, thinking Lu Shuhui was about to do something foolish. However, Lu Shuhui extended a hand to block him, with a numb expression. "I'm not at that point yet. Please step aside. I want to release some emotions, Lu Mingyu." Then, Lu Mingyu watched as his brother formed his hands into a horn shape and pressed them to his mouth, starting to shout wildly. His curses were a bit colorful. Lu Mingyu trembled, afraid of attracting his brother's attention. After releasing her emotions, Lu Shuhui returned to her usual cold expression. "Let's go." For some reason, Lu Mingyu always felt a sense of resentment from his older brother, which was stronger than that of a college student who had to wake up early 5 days a week. Lu Mingyu kept his mouth shut, feeling that his current older brother was just as scary when angry as his second sister. Is this what siblings are like? After leaving the apartment, Lu Mingyin took out paper and a pen from her coat pocket. Even if she couldn't find clues, she wanted to walk around the school at least. Along the way, she often encountered patrols. She hid here and there, narrowly avoiding detection multiple times. "Just now, I clearly saw a woman here. Why is she gone now?" The flashlight illuminated the bushes. A few patrol members tapped the bushes with sticks but found nothing. Could it be that I was mistaken since it's late at night? Since she couldn't find anyone, they probably just thought they saw things. The patrol members, unable to find anyone after a long search, decided they must have been mistaken and quickly left the area. Hiding on a tree branch, Lu Mingyin confirmed that the patrols had really left and silently breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a hand sharply patted her shoulder. Lu Mingyin reacted faster than her mind. She swiftly grabbed the hand and threw the person down from the tree. Thud! A heavy object hit the ground. The person grimaced in pain, showing his teeth. Lu Mingyin jumped down from the tree, aiming to step on him. "Why are you so fierce? I was just patting you, and you're so agitated." The man rolled over on the ground to dodge her deadly kick. He got up, and only then did Lu Mingyin see his face clearly. In the dark night, he wore all black. His black hair was blown by the evening breeze, revealing a smooth forehead. His handsome face was striking, with a slightly raised chin, a sparkling earring on his left ear, leaning lazily against the tree, looking at her playfully and unconcerned. His aura was cool and detached. In the shadows, he was also amusingly observing her. Despite just being thrown down from the tree, he showed no sign of embarrassment. Lu Mingyin tidied her messy clothes and said irritably, "You stay up late hiding in a tree to scare people? Huh? That's not right. You were hiding in a tree too. We're evenly matched, so don't be double standard." That person gestured and raised an eyebrow at Lu Mingyin, a cold smile on his lips. Lu Mingyin had nothing to say, so she turned and walked away. Unexpectedly, he followed her. "Why aren't you sleeping late at night? What do you want to do? You're the same," Lu Mingyin replied, blocking him with his words. He didn't mind and continued, "It's so dangerous at night. What if something happens to you, a girl? If you don't leave now, I might think the danger is you." Lu Mingyin stopped and warned him. She then noticed that he was very tall. Her height of 1.7 meters only reached his chin. He squinted, a playful and curious look in his eyes. After a moment of observing, he finally smiled. "Don't be angry. I was just asking." "Okay, I'll go now. See you if fate allows. Nobody wants to see you again." Lu Mingyin rolled her eyes and turned to leave, afraid he might follow. He silently watched her disappear into the darkness, then grimaced and rubbed his back. That was too strong, really harsh. Today's harvest made Wan Yen and the others quite satisfied. The three of them tiptoed back to the dorm. It was already past 4 in the morning, and in a few hours, they'd have to get up again. They decided to sleep a little more. At 7 in the morning, the others in the dorm had woken up. Seeing that Lu Zhaoxue and Qi Yuan hadn't moved, Deng Jie kindly called out, "Xiao Lu, Xiao Qi, time to get up." Lu Zhaoxue sat up in bed and saw that Wan Yan was still sleeping soundly, with no sign of waking. She pinched her chubby face and said, wake up, Wan Yan." Wan Yan was never a child who liked to stay in bed. Even if she was very sleepy, she would get up. Seeing that the family of 3 had all woken up, Deng Jie went to wash up. After finishing her morning routine, Qi Yuan sighed and put on her dress again. She never thought she would wear a girl's outfit one day. To hide Qi Yuan's Adam's apple, Zhong Yunyun kindly provided a collarbone chain that could cover it. Qi Yuan's hair was softly brushed and let down over her shoulders. Qi Yuan was naturally delicate and beautiful. With this look, it was almost impossible to tell she was a man. The only thing was Qi Yuan was too tall. Her refined features and height made her stand out in the crowd. "Little Lu, your husband looks even more handsome than a woman. It makes me, a woman, feel a bit inferior." Yan Jing looked at the beautiful Qi Yuan and didn't dare to approach. Going over would be too painful in comparison. Sigh, why does a man have to be so good-looking? Even in a rough outfit, he's still attractive. Senior sister Yen, where should we stand on the sports field? Are there any rules about our position? Lu Zhaoxue didn't know how to answer and decided to skip the topic. Yan Jing replied, "There are rules. Each dormitory building has a designated spot. The first to arrive can choose where to stand." "Oh, I see," Lu Zhaoxue suddenly understood. They arrived early, grabbed free buns at the cafeteria entrance, and headed straight to the sports field. Many people were already there, quite a crowd. This space has at least a few thousand people. Lu Zhaoxue held Wanwan in her arms. There were so many people, she was afraid of bumping into Wanwan. "Let me hold her," Qi Yuan offered when she saw Lu Zhaoxue slowing down. Wanwan naturally reached out and hugged Qi Yuan's neck. Her view changed. Wow, so many people, so many heads. From a higher position, she could see further. Suddenly, Wanwan excitedly shouted, "Big brother and second brother. Big brother and second brother." Lu Zhaoxue and Qi Yuan looked in the direction of Wanwan's gaze and saw Lu Shuhui and Lu Mingyu. However, their condition truly startled the three of them. "What's wrong with you guys?" Lu Zhaoxue asked worriedly. Lu Mingyu replied numbly, It's a long story, then make it short, Qi Yuan said. Lu Mingyu quickly recounted the unlucky events from last night. Lu Zhaoxue and Qi Yuan looked at them with sympathetic eyes. Luckily, Wanwan was with them. I never want to climb a mountain again in my life. You have no idea, thousands of steps. I've never climbed so many steps before, Lu Mingyu said emotionally. Lu Shuhui coughed weakly and said, don't mention those two words. He was already triggered by the words, climb a mountain. They didn't return to school until 5 in the morning, nearly catching a cold. Their legs were sore and trembling. They lay in bed for a long time before feeling better. Lu Shuhui had been silently thinking for a long time. He decided he would never go mountain climbing again. After this experience, he couldn't bear to hear the words, mountain climbing, for a while. Who was it? Which family was up late at night climbing 2 mountains? It meant that they had worked hard all night but found nothing, no clues at all, and were exhausted. If not for the fear that something might go wrong if they disappeared the next day, Lu Shuhui and Lu Mingyu almost stayed halfway up the mountain. I was about to call the police, but then I thought, this is the end of the world. No one would come to help us even if we called, Lu Mingyu said painfully, wishing he could undo what he did last night. If you too had called the police before the end of the world, you might have been on the trending list, Lu Zhaoxue replied softly. Lu Mingyu cried loudly. Whoa. After most people headed toward the playground, Lu Zhaoxue and Qi Yuan hurriedly told the two about the clues they found last night. Then, everyone quickly went to find their designated spots in the dormitory. From afar, Lu Zhaoxue saw Sister Deng and Zhong Yunyun waving at them, signaling them to come over. They bypassed the crowd and headed straight to the 4 of them. Sister Deng and the others had already reserved a spot for their family of 3. Where did you go so quickly? We looked for you for a while, thinking you had already found your spot, Sister Deng said, pulling Wanwan over and letting her stand beside her. Wanwan obediently stood in her place, her big, round eyes curious as she looked around at the people. When others saw there was a small child in the group, they looked at her curiously but didn't say anything. In the end-of-the-world scenario, children are the hardest to survive. They are smaller and weaker than adults, cry and scream when they see zombies, and can't help much, they just eat and cry. Most teams wouldn't easily accept parents with children because they were afraid of being a burden. So, it was rare to see such a young child, and no wonder people kept glancing at Wanwan several times. Wanwan didn't care about others' looks, and chose to ignore them. System Uncle, do you think we will finish the task soon? There are 4 days left until the task ends. It should be on the last day, right? System 777 lazily lay on a soft cushion and said, I guess on the 10th day. I think it won't take 10 days. We're so powerful. Wanwan's tone was full of pride and confidence in her family's strength. Since she said so, maybe she would finish the task early. But System 777 smiled helplessly. Finishing early wouldn't give more rewards. All tasks completed within the set time earned the same rewards, so the amount wouldn't increase. Qi Yuan and the others stood on the far right side of the playground, neither in front nor behind, roughly in middle. Lu Zhaoxue looked around at the people nearby. Besides being a bit thinner, there was nothing special about them. At exactly 8 o'clock, a bell rang out. It kept ringing, buzz, buzz, buzz. At the same time, a man dressed in a black suit slowly walked onto the stage. He was quite handsome, around 30 years old. When he stopped, he looked sharply at the crowd below. His commanding gaze made everyone shut up. The playground suddenly became very quiet, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Seeing this, the man smiled happily, showing his white teeth. Good morning, everyone. I believe you all rested well yesterday. Our base has added 83 new members in the past week, including 4 who are ability users. That's really great news. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone started cheering and clapping loudly, faces glowing with excitement. They clapped so hard it looked like they wanted to clap their hands raw. Seeing this strange scene, Lu Zhaoxue and Qi Yuan also pretended to clap, trying not to stand out from the crowd. Deng Jia and the others were much more normal. They didn't act so weird. It seemed that Duan Xiao still held a lot of respect among most people in the base. His mind control skills were really strong, though unfortunately not used for good. For the next while, Duan Xiao boasted about himself, basically bragging. This morning, I looked in the mirror and was surprised. How can I be so handsome? Don't you think so? Yes, 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 the crowd eagerly echoed. To the Liu family, this scene was just too absurd. Hey, don't be so ridiculous, System 777 muttered in frustration. What kind of confident guy is this? Good at persuasion and bragging. Wanwan was shocked. She had never seen such a shameless adult before. She silently said, Uncle System, this black-clad uncle is the thickest-skinned person I've ever seen. My older brothers, father and brother Yuyan all look 100 times better than him. The exhausting meeting lasted 40 minutes before Duan Xiao finally finished. Lu Xiaoxue closed her eyes, feeling like her ears were about to burst. She reached out and pinched her aching temple, hoping this kind of suffering wouldn't happen every day. I heard many beautiful girls came to our base, Duan Xiao said as he tidied his clothes and looked down. There were too many people, so he didn't see the girls they mentioned. At that moment, someone came onto the stage. He whispered to Duan Xiao for a while. Duan Xiao waved him down and the man left. The man then walked straight toward the A1 dormitory building. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoxue felt her right eyelid twitch wildly. Her inner unease was almost overflowing. Sure enough, her worry was correct. Duan Xiao was walking toward them, clearly looking bright and energetic. As he got closer, Lu Xiaoxue's breath caught, and she clenched Wanwan's hand tightly. What's your name? Duan Xiao asked. Lu Xiaoxue turned to look at Qi Yuyan, who was beside her. Qi Yuyan also looked confused. He opened his mouth to speak, but remembered he was now a woman, so talking might reveal too much. Seeing that Qi Yuyan didn't speak, Duan Xiao wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled warmly and looked at Qi Yuyan. You just joined our base yesterday, right? Do you want me to show you around today? Lu Xiaoxue glanced at Qi Yuyan and Duan Xiao with some embarrassment. She had thought she would be chosen, but it turned out to be Qi Yuyan. Cough, cough. He is my younger brother. His name is Lu Yu. When he was little, he had a high fever and we took him to the hospital too late. The fever made him mute, so he can't speak. Lu Xiaoxue quickly made up an excuse for Qi Yuyan, creating a plausible story. Using the alias Lu Yu, Qi Yuyan nodded slowly amid the laughter of the love system. Qi Yuyan didn't want to lift his eyes to look at Duan Zhao's intense gaze. He kept his head lowered. To Duan Xiao, this shy look was like a beautiful person feeling bashful. He looked at Qi Yuyan, who was about his height, with pity. It was hard to say he looked delicate and dependent. Was it Big Bird dependent? Miss Lu is very tall. My family feels guilty about my sister. Since she was young, they've often given her extra nutrition. I didn't expect her to grow so tall. That's good because now she won't be easily bullied. Lu Xiaoxue doesn't know why, but as she speaks, she feels like laughing. She tries hard to hold back her smile. Lu Xiaoxue, now is not the time to laugh. Noticing that Lu Xiaoxue's tone sounds a bit strange, Qi Yuan glanced at her and immediately saw she was holding back a laugh. Feeling the slightly upset look in Qi Yuan's eyes, Lu Xiaoxue pretended to be sad and covered her mouth. When she lowered her hand, she returned to her usual cold and distant princess style. Oh, I see. Mr. Duan wants to get to know Miss Lu. Would Miss Lu be willing to join me for a meal? It's also a good chance for her to get familiar with the base. Duan Xiao extended an olive branch to Qi Yuan. This is a good opportunity to approach the enemy, so Qi Yuan agreed. Duan Xiao happily took Qi Yuan away. Wanwan, a little worried, leaned close to Lu Xiaoxue and whispered, Big sister, that lecherous uncle won't do anything to Brother Yuan, will he? He's smiling in a creepy way. Wanwan, can't you contact everyone? If there's danger later, we can go help Brother Yuan. Lu Xiaoxue wasn't too worried about Qi Yuan. She believed he was much stronger than her. The morning meeting was over, and everyone dispersed. Those going outside for tasks belonged to other dorms. Sister Deng and the others hurried over and said, Little Lu, what should we do? Little Qi is a man. If Leader Duan finds out, he might. Everyone, don't worry. My husband is very smart and strong. Rest assured, Lu Xiaoxue said as she carried Wanwan and headed toward the exit of the playground. Seeing Lu Xiaoxue so unconcerned, Sister Deng and the others were confused. Never mind, it's better to go back to the dorms first. They hurriedly walked back, reaching the dorm in less than 5 minutes. Once inside, they confirmed everyone was there, and Yanjing quickly closed the door. Sister Deng finally spoke. Little Lu, have you thought about what might happen if Little Chi's secret gets out? Leader Duan is not someone to mess with. You just came to the base, you don't know. She lowered her voice as she spoke. Once there was a woman who relied on her beauty to gain the favor of the leader. Later, when the leader had a new partner, she couldn't stand the loneliness and secretly flirted with a talented person from the base. As a result, both of them were stripped and hung on the playground platform. That talented person was an older individual, one of the first to join the base, but he was also mercilessly killed. This is one of the few things Sister Deng knows, and it happened just 2 months ago. Lu Xiaoxue, I have a question for you. Do you think it was right for him to choose a consort every day? This question stunned everyone. It was Zhong Yunyun who broke the silence, saying, I think it's wrong, but we can't resist. We have to rely on their strength to survive. He is the leader here. He saved everyone, so what he's doing is understandable. Sister Deng instinctively argued against Zhong Yunyun. Lu Xiaoxue looked at Sister Deng with surprise, then thought for a few seconds before replying, Are you the first to enter the dorm? Yes, Sister Deng replied blankly. What does that have to do with what they were just discussing? It seemed like that explained everything. Lu Xiaoxue didn't expect to find out something new herself. She sat up straight and brushed her long black hair behind her ear. It was just a simple movement, but Lu Xiaoxue looked so graceful and beautiful doing it. You all have been brainwashed. She initially thought that his morning meetings were just about self-love and selecting consorts, but now it seemed there was more to it. Turns out, Duan Zhao's morning meetings were actually brainwashing and hypnotizing sessions. Don't forget, his special ability is mind control. The base isn't just filled with ordinary people, but also with people with special powers. If all the powers wanted to rebel, Duan Zhao couldn't fight them. But during his short morning speeches, he could quietly control others' minds without anyone noticing, achieving brainwashing. His methods were truly impressive. What do you mean? We haven't been brainwashed. What are you talking about? Li Ting frowned, confused about why Lu Xiaoxue was acting so strange. Exactly, Xiao Lu. What weird things are you saying? Yanjing wanted to argue with Lu Xiaoxue, thinking she was being so strange. Seeing the anger flicker across their faces, Lu Xiaoxue didn't care at all. She said calmly, Don't you feel your emotions are strange right now? Do you think I look upset? But I haven't said anything. Question like that, they subconsciously felt resistance building inside. Zhong Yunyun patted her chest to calm her rising anger. She suddenly looked up at Lu Xiaoxue and asked, Do you know something? Did we fall into a trap? Lu Xiaoxue smiled lightly and nodded at her. I hope you can help me. It's okay if they didn't agree. Letting Wuan's dad persona come out and influence her could make them forget what was just discussed. Meanwhile, Qi Yuyan and Duan Zhao were walking around the campus. Duan Zhao kept talking nonstop. Qi Yuyan listened while memorizing the campus paths. They wanted to avoid a big escape later, so they needed to know where to run. Yuyan. Duan Zhao's voice pulled Qi Yuyan back. He felt goosebumps all over and shivered at Duan Zhao calling him Yuyan. Yuyan, you are the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Duan Zhao looked at Qi Yuyan with satisfaction. Except for being a bit small-chested, everything else was perfect. My words might be a bit sudden, Yuyan. I think we are destined. We just met, but I've already fallen deeply in love with you. Marry me, Yuyan. Let me be your voice from now on. Qi Yuyan. If it weren't for considering the bigger picture, Qi Yuyan might have already punched Duan Zhao in the face. He endured and didn't act on impulse. Looking at Duan Zhao's particularly annoying face, Qi Yuyan shook his head. Duan Zhao's expression suddenly became strange, but in just a second, he returned to a smiling face. Qi Yuyan didn't think he was mistaken. He wondered what exactly Duan Zhao was up to. Duan Zhao was rejected but showed no sign of embarrassment. He naturally walked beside Qi Yuyan. Yuyen, maybe this is love at first sight. I think I've really fallen for you. Inside, Yuyen thought, this is death. Yuyen, you're a weak girl. In this end of the world, you must have suffered a lot. From now on, I will protect you and make sure no one hurts you again. I will also protect your family. Duan Xiao looked at Qi Yuyen with deep affection, as if she was the love of his life. The host, he's been using his supernatural powers on you. The love system suddenly spoke up, easing Qi Yuyen's doubts. Chun suddenly realized that the unpleasant man had been saying disgusting things all along. It turned out he was under mental control. However, because he had system protection, he wouldn't be hypnotized or brainwashed by Duan Xiao. Then, Chun showed a look of desire and hesitated before looking at Duan Xiao. Duan Xiao felt happy inside. He knew no one could escape his mental control. When Triran refused him earlier, Duan Xiao was surprised. He had never failed before. He thought he was about to succeed, but maybe she had stronger mental willpower than most, so she wasn't easily controlled. Yu, I'll take you to a good place. It's my secret base, Duan Xiao said. He then led her on to a field of flowers. The flowers swayed in the breeze, colorful and beautiful like a fairyland. They shimmered with tiny stars, and the dew on the petals sparkled in the sunlight. The fresh scent made people feel relaxed and peaceful. Chun looked serious and didn't want to be in such a place with a man. Yu, look. Isn't it beautiful? Duan Xiao turned to admire her delicate face, secretly thinking she was more beautiful than the flowers. Chun nodded silently. Luckily, she was playing the role of a mute, so she didn't have to speak. Seeing her cold attitude, Duan Xiao was surprised. Don't girls usually like romantic places? Then he thought about Lu Yuxi, who was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Before the apocalypse, she was probably a top student. It was normal for her not to be surprised. He loved conquering women most of all. He enjoyed challenging women and liked seeing their reactions. Lu Mingyin had explored the school last night and memorized all the routes. She yawned as she walked in line. Unfortunately, today was the day her dorm was assigned to search for supplies. She was walking with her 3 roommates. Their dorm was a 4-person room. The 3 of them held hands and walked together, inviting Lu Mingyin to join. She refused, not wanting to pretend to be close with these fake friends. Ugh, muttered the short-haired woman quietly, not wanting to hold hands with her either. She looked at Lu Mingyin with jealousy. She was not dressed up and wore the simplest clothes, yet she still stood out in the crowd. Just 10 minutes ago, she saw several men staring at Lu Mingyin. Only her face was worth looking at. Maybe her special abilities were just her bragging. Later, she would pretend to cry and act weak, hiding behind a man. Thinking of this, a look of disdain appeared on her face. Before she could take her eyes away, Lu Mingyin suddenly turned around and saw her expression. The woman quickly forced a stiff smile and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Mingyin kept her feelings inside. She needed to be more careful with this short-haired woman. They had no real conflict, yet she showed such an attitude. How far is the place we're going? Not far. It should take about 15 minutes by car, the short-haired woman replied, secretly watching Lu Mingyin's expression. Unfortunately for her, she saw nothing from Lu Mingyin's face. Lu Mingyin nodded lightly and turned to walk on silently. After a while, she felt someone beside her. She looked up and recognized a familiar face. The person smiled and raised an eyebrow at her. Lu Mingyin recognized him. He was the strange man she saw last night. How did he end up here? She tried to pretend she didn't know him and looked away. Beautiful lady, we meet again. What's your name? The man asked casually since Lu Mingyin didn't reply. Lu Mingyin looked straight ahead and said 2 words, Suihua. Unexpectedly, the man let out a deep laugh, his eyes shining with excitement. What a coincidence. My name is Taiju. Lu Mingyin was speechless. If there weren't so many people around, she might have snapped at him. Little sister Tsuehua, how old are you? I'm 24, single and 188 centimeters tall. Taiju moved closer and started introducing himself. Lu Mingyin's breathing grew heavier. Her fists itched. Was this guy crazy? She didn't want to hear any of this. She just wanted to slap him and make him stick to the wall. Little sister Tsuehua, why aren't you talking? Last night you. Lu Mingyin's pupils shrank. She reached out to pinch Tieju's arm and lowered her voice. Shut up. If her roommates found out she went out last night, she'd be in trouble. Those three weren't easy to deal with. Seeing Lu Mingyin finally paid attention to him, Taiju showed a mischievous smile, acting as if he didn't feel any pain, even as Lu Mingyin pinched his arm. Sister Tsuehua's strength is really impressive. Seeing Lu Mingyin happily chatting with a handsome man, the short-haired woman gritted her teeth with jealousy.
Why?
Such a high-quality man should belong to her, not to Lu Mingyin, who only has looks. I knew she's that kind of flirtatious woman who uses her face to attract others, her roommate whispered in her ear. The short-haired woman nodded. Everyone could see it. Lu Mingyin was exactly that kind of person. Shameless. Utterly shameless. Don't tell anyone about what happened tonight, Lu Mingyin warned in a quiet voice only Taiju could hear. If looks could kill, Taiju would have been beaten to death by her. Taiju nodded indifferently, as if he understood. I got it. It's our little secret, right? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what happened last night, Lu Mingyin. It sounded right, but why did it feel so strange to her? When they left the building, several cars were already parked outside. Lu Mingyin saw that two of them were clearly their family's cars. She silently walked to her own car and got in. Unexpectedly, Taiju also shamelessly followed and sat beside her. Lu Mingyin turned her head to look out the window. She didn't want to see this noisy man. He talks even more than Lu Yuyu. Throughout the ride, Taiju kept calling Sister Tsuehua in her ear, making her want to kick open the car door and drag him out to beat him up. The others in the car weren't curious about their situation and didn't care. They were silently preparing for the upcoming fight. They narrowly avoided several zombie attacks along the way. Sometimes, zombies would hit the car windows with their heads, smashing a layer of blood on the glass. Lu Mingyin thought to herself that their driving skills were poor. Their family's cars had never been in such a state before. It was a pity that their car was so dirty now. Once they got it back, she would make sure to wash it thoroughly. They arrived at a large local market. The leader told them to gather supplies on their own and meet back here in an hour. No one was allowed to be late. Everyone had to bring supplies. If they returned to the base empty-handed, they would be punished. Power users needed to bring more supplies than others. Lu Mingyin wasn't worried because she was just dealing with ordinary zombies. As long as there weren't too many, she could handle them easily. Little sister Tsuehua, let's form a team, Iron Pillar said as he came closer to Lu Mingyin. Lu Mingyin wondered if she was the kind of person who needed protection.
I'm scared. You protect me, she said.
Lu Mingyin was confused. She thought she might have misheard. Little sister Tsuehua, the team leader said we need to go in pairs, Iron Pillar said with a hopeful look as if he was saying, pick me, I'm super nice. Okay, Lu Mingyin looked at the others. They had already agreed to team up with her or had chosen their partners. No one was asking to join her. So, she reluctantly decided to team up with Iron Pillar. Lu Mingyin chose to go to the shopping mall. It probably had the most supplies, but it was also very dangerous. There were likely many hidden zombies. She decided it was a good chance to practice her powers. After all, she had defeated high-level zombies before. Little sister Tsuehua. Iron Pillar started to speak, but Lu Mingyin cut him off. If you say one more useless thing, I'll bite your tongue off and feed it to the dogs, she threatened. Faced with her warning, Iron Pillar smiled slightly. Why are you so fierce, little sister Tsuehua? He ignored her deadly look and raised an eyebrow. There's a zombie coming from behind you. Lu Mingyin quickly turned around. Sure enough, a zombie with a big mouth was rushing straight at her, moving very fast. In a flash, it was less than a meter away. She reacted quickly. She squatted and kicked the zombie, knocking it down. She then beat it fiercely, venting her anger at the zombie for scaring her and for Iron Pillar. Iron Pillar watched silently. Why was she always looking at him when she fought zombies? It wasn't like he called them. Let's go, Lu Mingyin said, fixing her slightly messy hair and continuing forward. Looking at the bloody, mangled zombie on the ground, Iron Pillar felt a tiny bit of sympathy. Little sister, Tsuehua, really was fierce. They went to the supermarket on the third floor. Most of the supplies had already been taken, and there were many broken items scattered on the ground. Some fruits and vegetables were rotten and moldy, giving off a bad smell. Wait, how are they supposed to carry the things out? They didn't bring any bags. Before Lu Mingyin could think of a solution, she heard the sound of wheels rolling behind her. She turned around and saw Tai Zhu pushing a shopping cart toward her. Seeing that Lu Mingyin was staring intently at the cart, Tai Zhu pretended to be surprised and said, "What, Sister Tsuehua? Do you want to sit in and have me push you?" Suddenly, there was a crack as the teacup Lu Mingyin was holding shattered. Seeing this, Tai Zhu wisely kept quiet, cleared his throat, and said, "This cart was taken from the checkout counter over there." Lu Mingyin shot a cold glance at Tai Zhu and sneered as she walked toward the direction he pointed. If he kept talking, she would make him understand why the flowers are so red. "Little Lu, can you explain everything clearly?" "I don't understand." Sister Deng looked seriously at Lu Xiaoxue. Lu Xiaoxue briefly explained the situation. Yan Jing immediately exploded. "I knew it. I always felt something was off. Now I finally understand." Seeing the others looking at her blankly, Yan Jing became a bit anxious. "Didn't you forget? There's a mysterious small black room in the base. Anyone chosen who refuses to have relations with the ability users gets forcibly locked up and no one has ever come out. Also, most of the time, we're not allowed to leave the dorms freely. If there are no assigned tasks that day, we're required to stay inside. We're also not allowed to visit each other's rooms. Anyone without enough supplies is thrown into that place and not allowed to return to the base." Yan Jing listed all the unreasonable things she knew, and Zhong Yunyun and the others looked enlightened. "Why do I feel like my mind has never been so clear? It's like something has been taken out of my head," Li Ting said, touching her forehead in surprise. "Me too. I feel it too. Turns out it's not just my imagination," others agreed. "It's probably because the mental control has failed," Lu Xiaoxue sighed in relief. "It looks like she doesn't need Wang Yan to intervene." Wang Yan obediently listened to the adults' conversation, not interrupting or causing trouble. "System uncle, I want to drink strawberry milk now." Late at night, Wang Wang's saliva was about to drip down. Seeing how hungry the child was, System 777 affectionately said, Okay. Go to the bathroom now, then enter the space. I've already prepared strawberry milk for you." "Mom, I need to use the toilet," Wang Wang said, then eagerly rushed toward the bathroom. "Wang Wang, take your time," Lu Xiaoxue said from behind.
Got it.
Wang Wang quickly disappeared into the bathroom without looking back. The group continued their previous conversation. Sister Deng frowned and asked, "How do you want us to help you?" "Xiao Lu, what do you want to do?" Lu Xiaoxue looked determined and said, "I want to overthrow Duan Xiao, the leader of the space." "What?" Everyone looked at Lu Xiaoxue in shock. They had thought about ways to safely bring Qi Yuan back, and how to escape from the space, and what life would be like afterward. But they never considered overthrowing Duan Xiao as the boss. Thinking of this, Zhong Yunyun no longer had time to fix her bangs. She swallowed hard and said, "Xiao Lu, are you joking? How could we possibly do such a thing? They were just ordinary women, weak and powerless. How could they defeat Duan Xiao and his army of supernatural fighters? It was just wishful thinking."
Exactly.
"Xiao Lu, we should focus on how to bring Xiao Qi back. What you're talking about is way too difficult, almost impossible. Listen to your sister's advice. Don't be impulsive." Sister Deng thought Lu Xiaoxue was upset because her husband might be taken advantage of by Duan Xiao, and she said some harsh words. Sister Deng quickly tried to comfort her. "Think about Wang Wang. You can't take such a risk. Doing that would be certain death." Yan Jing and Li Ting also thought such plans were just daydreams and tried to dissuade Lu Xiaoxue. Faced with everyone's advice, Lu Xiaoxue was not in a hurry. She just smiled slightly, raised her right hand, and opened her palm. Under everyone's watch, pure white ice suddenly appeared, sharp ice spikes gleaming coldly. Everyone felt the air grow colder, and their hearts were filled with shock. Sister Deng was so stunned she couldn't speak. Her eyes widened suddenly, her lips moved slightly, and she stared fixedly at the ice spike that appeared out of nowhere in Lu Xiaoxue's hand. After a long moment, she finally reacted.
You.
You are a supernatural ability user. This was already quite obvious, but at this moment, Sister Deng was thinking that she didn't understand why Lu Xiaoxue, who had special abilities, was pretending to be an ordinary person and appeared in an ordinary dormitory. The mutants all live in apartments, which are much better than here. So, what made Lu Xiaoxue choose to hide her powers? Seeing that her goal had been achieved, Lu Xiaoxue smoothly withdrew the ice spear from her palm. The spear vanished like smoke into her clean hand. As you can see, I am an ice-type mutant. I have ways to protect myself. My family members are all in this base, and they also have special abilities. Zhong Yunyan timidly raised her small hand. She asked softly, "How many people are in your family?" 8, Lu Xiaoxue replied, including Qi Yuan. She couldn't help it. In their eyes, she and Qi Yuan were a couple. It wasn't a big deal, so she didn't bother explaining. 8, Li Ting exclaimed in surprise. Since Xiao Lu said her family all had abilities, that means there are 8 mutants. Lu Xiaoxue gave them some time to process this news. Just then, Wanwan came out happily from the space after drinking her strawberry milk. She was in a good mood and jumped happily as she left the bathroom. Seeing the small Wanwan, Zhong Yunyan was stunned and asked, "Then Wanwan, show the aunties your special ability," Lu Xiaoxue said. Since they wanted to gain their trust and get their help, she needed to share some of her own information. She wasn't worried that these people would betray her, because Wanwan was there. Actually, even before this, just last night on the way out of the apartment, Lu Xiaoxue had already let Wanwan use her special ability. Wanwan hopes the aunties in the dorm won't betray us. We are good people here to save others, so don't tell the bad guys. Wanwan said a lot. Afterward, Wanwan confidently told Lu Xiaoxue that her ability had definitely worked, and Lu Xiaoxue trusted her. Even if it hadn't worked, she was good at reading people. If she sensed something was wrong from their expressions, she would let Wanwan use her dad aura to make them all kneel and call her dad. Wanwan showed everyone what it means to suddenly change a person's situation. She first entered her own space, then appeared right beside Lu Xiaoxue, startling everyone. "Oh my gosh, Wanwan, are you this powerful?" Li Ting excitedly looked at Wanwan. "Is this what they call teleporting? It's really amazing." Zhong Yunyan and Yan Jing silently exchanged glances, feeling a bit ashamed. They were worried about Wanwan's impulsiveness, but it turned out that a 4-year-old girl was so capable. Being with Wanwan, they probably still needed her to protect them. Zhong Yunyan could no longer hide her excitement. She moved closer to Lu Xiaoxue and said, "Little Lu, you're so impressive. How can we help you?" If they were so strong, did they still need her help? Zhong Yunyan was excited, thinking that if they really overthrew old Duan, then their small group might become important leaders. She quickly decided to cling to the big boss and become one of his close women. The big boss's family was truly foresightful. They scattered these 8 special ability users across different parts of the base to understand everything. No wonder Xiao Lu wasn't worried about Xiao Qi at all. Li Ting hesitated a bit. This plan was very risky. She was usually very timid and afraid of trouble. When she was in school, she was a very unnoticed person, not wanting to attract attention. It was hard for her to suddenly do something so crazy. It felt like crossing a mental barrier. "Are you crazy, Ting Ting? We'll all become stepping stones in the base. Whether we die early or late, we'll die anyway. Xiao Lu's family are all ability users. Do you know what that means? The chance is tiny, smaller than winning the lottery by thousands of times." Seeing Li Ting's deep hesitation, Zhong Yunyan leaned close and whispered, "Listen to me. I've had a good instinct since I was a kid. I've never been wrong about decisions. You know this too." Zhong Yunyan and Li Ting had known each other for a long time, not just as college classmates. Under Zhong Yunyan's persuasion, Li Ting gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, Xiao Lu, I agree to join your plan." All right, now everyone had agreed to join the plan. Lu Mingyin loaded her car with many supplies. It was full of various items. She grabbed anything she saw until the car was full and then stopped. Taizhu had been walking beside her, and his shopping cart was also full. Meimei Tsuehua, as far as I know, the dormitory doors are locked at night. You're a psychic. How did you escape the security guard at the door? At this point, Taizhu paused and looked at Lu Mingyin with curiosity. Was the security guard at the door you're doing? Last night, he noticed the security guard lying strangely on the ground outside. He checked again and confirmed that the guard was indeed asleep, not dead. There were no signs of a fight on him. How was that possible? Could it be the same mental control ability as Duan Xiao? He felt that Tsuehua's power was different. Suddenly, everything blurred before Taizhu's eyes. He felt a strong force on his shoulder, and he was pushed back uncontrollably. He hit the shelves heavily, making a loud crash. You. Although Lu Mingyin was shorter than Taizhu, her presence was just as strong. She tightly grabbed his shoulders, her gaze cold as she looked directly into Taizhu's eyes. Her words carried no disguise of kindness, only a hint of threat. You better keep what happened last night to yourself. Lu Mingyin had a guess about what happened last night. She thought it was definitely Wan Wan and her friends who did it so they could find clues. She wanted to take responsibility for this matter herself. The person called Taizhu was also a cunning fox. If he hadn't already suspected her of the security guard incident, he wouldn't ask so easily. It wasn't really a question, more like a test. This person kept asking her about her purpose and identity, clearly with ill intentions. If necessary, Lu Mingyin wouldn't mind sending him to hell. Right now, everyone was still investigating. If Taizhu went to report, they would have to fight directly with Duan Xiao and the others with special abilities. That would be much harder than fighting high-level zombies. No matter how smart zombies are, they can't compare to humans. Hey, don't misunderstand. I'm just curious. I've been very curious since I was a kid. I won't tell anyone. Taizhu saw the killing intent in Lu Mingyin's eyes and quickly lowered his head to apologize. He had a feeling that if he said one more word to anger her, Tsuehua would kill him without hesitation. I swear, if I say I will never find a wife in my life, I will be bitten by zombies as soon as I go outside. Lu Mingyin finally let go of her grip on the iron pole and took a few steps back, creating some distance from the iron pole. The iron pole adjusted his messy collar and, with some free time, said to Lu Mingyin, Sister Tsuehua, you're so fierce. How will you find a partner like this? Who knows who is so unlucky to marry a tigress at home? Lu Mingyin nonchalantly pushed her shopping cart toward the supermarket exit. Iron Pole wanted to push his cart along with hers, but suddenly realized. His cart was gone. Sister Tsuehua, you're so cruel. Wait for me. Ignoring Iron Pole's cries behind her, Lu Mingyin walked away confidently. Clearly, her cart had bumped into her leg. How could she be to blame? Iron Pole didn't care about anything else. He grabbed some items from the ground and threw them into his cart. Some of the items he ignored altogether and pushed his cart to chase after Lu Mingyin. After much effort, he finally caught up with her. The escalator inside the mall had long since stopped working due to no power, so now Lu Mingyin had to carry her cart downstairs. The two of them huffed and puffed as they moved the cart to the first floor. For some reason, they had only encountered one zombie so far. No other zombies had appeared inside. Could it be that Sister Tsuehua's brave skills scared them off? He thought it might be possible. Iron Pole pondered thoughtfully. Just as they reached the door, people outside suddenly rushed toward them as if they had found a savior, followed by dozens of unusually fierce zombies.
Help!
Lu Mingyin, Iron Pole recognized those calling for help. They were Sister Tsuehua's roommates. Then he saw Sister Tsuehua immediately withdraw her foot from the mall entrance, step back a few steps, and reach out to close the mall door. At that moment, more people appeared beside her. Lu Mingyin didn't close the door, after all. If they saw this, it would be hard to explain later. When they come in, we'll just close the door and keep any zombies out, Lu Mingyin said, standing on the right side of the door. Iron Pole stood on the left side, confused about why she wanted to save these people again. He leaned casually against the wall, one hand on the door, quietly waiting for others to come in. In less than 10 seconds, They rushed in. One person was a bit late, and a zombie was about to bite his back when Lu Mingyin kicked it away. The zombie collided with a few others behind it and was knocked several meters back. The people at the base watched nervously as the door was closed. Outside, a group of zombies was pounding on the door. The person Lu Mingyin saved couldn't hold back tears and kept thanking her. Thank you for saving me," she sobbed. Lu Mingyin helped the girl up and took a pack of tissues from the shopping cart, handing it to her. "Wipe your tears and calm down. Lu Mingyin, you're amazing. You kicked the zombie away with one kick." The short-haired woman suddenly praised her. The people at the base looked at Lu Mingyin differently. The fact that she could kick a zombie away and send several flying showed she was very strong. "If you dare to hurt me, I could slap you away too," Lu Mingyin said softly. The short-haired woman's face changed. Lu Mingyin suddenly smiled. "Just joking. Don't be so serious." "Can I joke a little?" Now, the short-haired woman was speechless with anger, her mind drifting. Suddenly, she had an idea. "Lu Mingyin, if you're so powerful, then those zombies outside the door aren't your match, right? After all, you easily knocked one away." Oh, she was trying to tease her. Lu Mingyin didn't indulge her and walked up to her, looking down at the shorter woman. "You talk so much. Your special ability must be even better than your words. I remember you said last night you're one of the top 10 in the base."
Who said I'm not as good as you?
"I just rely on others," the short-haired woman retorted angrily, her face turning green. She didn't say she was in the top 10 for special abilities, but she did spread rumors about others. Everyone's eyes on her changed. They started to think about whether someone was just riding on others' backs to get ahead, or if someone had a secret relationship with someone else. This turned out badly for her. Instead of gaining anything, she was humiliated by Lu Mingyin, feeling embarrassed inside and out. Iron Pill stood silently with his arms crossed, watching the scene unfold. This woman was choosing the wrong target. Why bother to provoke Sister Tsuehua? Isn't that asking for trouble? She can't win in a fight, and she can't win in words either. The short-haired girl was so angry she almost fainted. She glared at Lu Mingyin fiercely. If her two other roommates hadn't held her back, she might have rushed forward to hit Lu Mingyin. Of course, our second sister isn't afraid. If she dares to make a move, Lu Mingyin will stand her ground. She's tired of people who talk badly about others or spread rumors. Sorry, Lu Mingyin. She has a bit of a temper. She didn't mean anything bad. Please don't take it to heart, her other two roommates said, trying to calm the short-haired girl and speaking to Lu Mingyin to prevent her from fighting. If they fought in front of so many people, their dorm would be in trouble. They didn't want to get involved in such conflicts. Fighting among ability users would lead to serious punishment. The short-haired girl regained her composure. She knew that if they fought, she would face serious consequences. Other ability users wouldn't intervene. They would probably enjoy seeing her punished. Iron Pill had watched enough. He stepped over and pulled Lu Mingyin into a corner, whispering, "Sister Tsuehua, fighting is forbidden in the base, especially among ability users. Don't be impulsive." With Sister Tsuehua's personality, if she really started a fight, the woman on the other side might end up badly hurt or worse. Lu Mingyin felt a bit unfair. She didn't want to fight either. The other woman had started it by biting her like a mad dog. She had to respond with words, and she wouldn't attack first. But if the other person dared to hit her, she wouldn't hold back. "She started insulting me." Iron Pill looked at Lu Mingyin, who was full of defiance. "Then we shouldn't fight. Arguing and fighting are different, and you're stronger than her. If anything, you'll suffer." Was she weaker than him? That made sense. "She insulted me first." Lu Mingyin thought for a moment and added, "I'm stronger than her and more valuable. Shouldn't the base support me more? Huh?" Iron Pill thought Lu Mingyin made a good point. For a moment, he couldn't argue. Besides, if she attacked first, that's self-defense. It doesn't count as me hitting her. Clearly, she's just trying to make herself look tough by bumping into me. Lu Mingyin spoke so confidently and firmly, showing no sign of guilt at all. "Little sister Tsuehua, can't you be less aggressive? We could think smarter. For example, if she hits you, you could just fall down and pretend. Then only she would get in trouble. Taiju said, turning sideways to block the view of some people who were watching Lu Mingyin. It sounded reasonable, and Lu Mingyin thought it was a good idea. She patted Taiju on the shoulder and said, "Good thinking, brother Taiju." The two of them whispered secretly in the corner, while the others watched and automatically assumed Lu Mingyin and Taiju were on the same team. Outside, the zombies kept pounding and hitting the glass door. They were afraid the glass might break if they kept hitting it, so they decided to find another way out. Lu Mingyin and Taiju stayed at the back of the group. Lu Mingyin saw the short-haired girl turn to look at her, so she made a mouth gesture saying, "Watch you," which made the short-haired girl even more annoyed. Seeing the girl get angry made Lu Mingyin feel happy. They wandered around the first floor for a long time but couldn't find a back door or a small door. That was strange. Such a big mall shouldn't have only one door. But reality was often surprising like that. "Maybe we should go upstairs and see if there's another way," someone suggested. There was no other choice now. They climbed to the second floor and started looking again. If the elevator still worked, they could go to the basement parking lot, but now that was impossible. The second floor was where clothes were sold, and surprisingly, they found a good spot. At the end of the second floor, there was a window. Going down from there led to a small alley. The height of the second floor wasn't very high, so they could go down safely. "We can throw some clothes on the ground to prevent anyone from falling, then find some more clothes to tie together as a rope and climb down." Once everything was ready, everyone went down one by one. Lu Mingyin and Taiju decided to go last because she was worried that her three roommates, especially the short-haired girl, might cause trouble if she went first. The alley wasn't completely safe either. A few scattered zombies could be handled easily. Once everyone was down, Lu Mingyin and Taiju would be responsible for throwing all the supplies down. After working so hard, they couldn't forget the supplies. They followed the alley straight ahead, then circled around a big block to find the car. Everyone was very careful, quickly stuffing supplies into the trunk before getting in and driving away, afraid of being spotted again by the zombie horde. Everyone got in the car randomly. Only after the engine started did they realize who they were sitting with. Lu Mingyin looked at the short-haired woman beside her. The woman looked back at Lu Mingyin. At that moment, it felt like time stopped and the car was silent. The short-haired woman's face showed strong dislike and anger. She was annoyed by Lu Mingyin's pretty face. She rolled her eyes and muttered some curses. If not for the crowded car, she really wanted to yell at Lu Mingyin and call her out for embarrassing herself earlier. Lu Mingyin didn't hear clearly, but she knew this woman's words were harsh. She thought, some people lack education, can get plastic surgery if they're ugly, but bad intentions are hard to fix. She also thought some people are both ugly and mean. She almost named names, which made the short-haired woman furious. She hated not having a pretty face. "You trash, no mother, no father." Lu Mingyin hated it when people insulted her family. No matter what they said to her, she wouldn't mind, but she wouldn't tolerate insults about her loved ones. She was furious and slapped the woman. The small space in the car limited her strength, so she only made the woman's head tilt to the side. Then she grabbed her hair tightly, pressing her head against the car window. "Say that again if you dare." Taiju was stunned. All this happened in just a few seconds. He realized that everything they had agreed on earlier was forgotten by this person. He saw that once her temper flared, it was impossible to calm her down, like a wild horse that couldn't be tamed. Forget about reason. She was too quick to lose her temper. He quickly tried to grab Lu Mingyin. "Sister Tsuehua, calm down. I know you're in a hurry, but please don't rush." The driver and the person in the front passenger seat also couldn't stop Lu Mingyin. They could only try to persuade her, worried she might throw the short-haired woman out of the car. "Sister Tsuehua, didn't we agree just now? What was the agreement? Who told you there was an agreement?" Right now, Lu Mingyin could only fight with the short-haired woman. The girl with short hair felt both pain and fear. She saw Lu Mingyin's fierce eyes out of the corner of her eye and thought she was going to die. She regretted provoking Lu Mingyin. Why did she have to do that? She felt as if her scalp was being torn off, her face was numb with pain, and she couldn't open her mouth. At that moment, Lu Mingyin suddenly heard the voice of Wawan. Second sister, are you there? Please answer if you hear me. Hee hee. Her soft, childish voice successfully calmed Lu Mingyin down. She pulled the girl with short hair into the car, leaned back against the seat, closed her eyes, and said, I'm here, little Wawan. I missed you so much. Everyone looked at Lu Mingyin, who had suddenly closed her eyes to rest. They were confused. They all swallowed their shock and looked unfriendly at the girl with short hair, thinking she shouldn't have provoked her. The girl with short hair narrowly escaped danger. She shrank back, now afraid to bother Lu Mingyin again. She had just been unable to move under Lu Mingyin's control and deeply felt the killing intent from her. She knew Lu Mingyin truly wanted to hurt her just now. Even if she had 100 times more courage, she wouldn't dare to provoke her again. Tai Zhu wiped the sweat from his forehead.
What was going on with this ancestor now?
Never mind. He decided not to ask and just take care of himself. Wawan, hearing Lu Mingyin's reply, sat on a bench swinging her little legs happily and cutely said, I also miss second sister. Second sister, Wawan has a big secret to tell you. Oh? What secret? Lu Mingyin asked curiously. It's that our 4 roommates are willing to help us defeat the bad guys and save people. It's really frustrating to compare oneself to others. She was lucky that her roommates didn't cause her trouble, and Wawan was lucky to have good roommates. We're going to save brother Yuyuan first, Wawan added after thinking.
Huh.
Why do they need to save Yuyuan Chi? Lu Mingyin was a bit confused. Isn't Yuyuan with them? What's going on? The bad boss likes Yuyuan brother. He wants to marry Yuyuan as his little wife, Lu Mingyin. Omega. Huh, those few words almost fried her CPU. Is Yuyuan not a boy? Does this boss like both men and women? Such a heavy taste. No, she seemed to have overlooked something. Within this moment, Lu Mingyin's mind raced quickly, recalling overlooked details. The dormitory was separated by gender, so why was Chi-Yuan living in the girls' dorm? Could Chi-Yuan be a girl? Clearly not. It seemed Chi-Yuan had been mistakenly assigned to the wrong dorm for women, and the leader of the base, Duan Xiao, also thought Chi-Yuan was a woman. Sorry, I forgive Lu Mingyin for smirking unkindly. Seeing Lu Mingyin's lips curve into a smile, Tai Zhu felt a bit creeped out. Just 2 minutes ago, this ancestor almost went on a killing spree, and now she was smiling strangely. Mingyin, came the voice of the eldest sister. Here, Lu Mingyin replied. Lu Mingyin, since you live in the ability user's dormitory, could you please pass a message to Chi-Yuan? Just tell her you're her second sister. Lu Zhaoxue explained Chi-Yuan's new name, Lu Yu, and her fabricated background story to Lu Mingyin. Wang's hairpin didn't connect with Chi-Yuan, so this kind of mistake was unexpected. The silent, beautiful girl. Haha, Lu Mingyin couldn't help but laugh because her sense of humor was low. She kept imagining Chi-Yuan's frustrated, dark face. Sui Hua, are you okay? Tai Zhu thought Lu Mingyin was acting strangely. Was she losing her mind? The other 3 in the car pretended not to hear. They had already seen how terrifying she could be. Now, in their minds, Lu Mingyin was a strong, crazy, and fierce woman. Lu Mingyin opened her eyes slightly and said, I'm fine. I just thought of something funny. I'll rest for a bit. Call me when we arrive. Okay, Tai Zhu said, helplessly, silently watching the window. All right, when I get back, I'll try to find Chi-Yuan, Lu Mingyin said, feeling bored in the car. She also vented about the girl with short hair to Lu Zhaoxue. Lu Zhaoxue gently comforted her. Mingyin, stay calm when things happen. Think about the bigger picture. Don't bother with the little things. But I'm just so angry. I haven't finished speaking, Lu Zhaoxue interrupted. When the mission is over, I'll go help you teach her a lesson. This made Lu Mingyin feel very happy. Big sister, you're the best. She remembered when she was young. Some troublemakers wanted to rob her because her family was wealthy, but her big sister came to the rescue. I thought her older sister was so delicate, but she suddenly grabbed a brick and rushed forward, hitting one person after another, leaving Lu Mingyin stunned. Don't be fooled by her gentle appearance. When she's angry, she's much fiercer than she seems. Yu, is it tasty? You look so thin, eat more. Duan Xiao took Chi-Yuan to his private cafeteria, where the food was much better than at the base, and the taste was quite good. Chi Yuyen was glad to be playing a mute role, only needing to nod or shake his head. It's delicious, so eat more, you. So annoying, he can't even eat in peace without someone bothering him. Yu's short and long, and Chi Yuyen was getting really annoyed with this stubborn man. You should move into the apartment later. The conditions are better than the dormitory, and you can have a room to yourself. Duan Xiao secretly watched Chi Yuyen's expression, but unfortunately, he saw no happiness on his face. This woman. She's really different from other women, and he likes that. You. Duan Xiao leaned in and casually said, "You smell so good. Did you spray perfume?" Boom. Chi Yuyen's mind exploded. He almost couldn't resist slamming his bowl on Duan Xiao's head. He suddenly stood up, kept his distance from Duan Xiao, and made a gesture to signal him not to come too close. His patience was limited. If this continued, he wouldn't hesitate to fight.
Host haha.
If you ruin the Liu family's plans, they won't work with you anymore, and your mission will fail. The love system appeared, calming Chi Yuyen down. Chi Yuyen paused. The love system was right.
So,
Liu Zhaoxue would also dislike him, right?
he
Didn't want her to hate him. Most importantly, he hadn't showered yesterday, so where did that scent come from? And he definitely wasn't spraying perfume. What man sprays perfume? Chi Yuyen was already too exhausted to complain. He could only comfort himself that this was patience and endurance. After completing the task, he would definitely beat this man's face in. Revenge is best served cold. There's no rush. After dinner, Duan Xiao took Chi Yuyen to the apartment. He personally chose a clean and tidy apartment for her. It had all the necessary daily items, a private bathroom, and was very convenient. It was on the 6th floor, the same level as Duan Xiao. While Chi Yuyen was quietly looking around the room, the door behind her suddenly slammed shut. She quickly turned around and saw Duan Xiao smiling at her, his mischievous intentions obvious.
Duan Xiao slowly approached Chi Yuyen.
He was calm and patient because he knew she was a mute girl without special abilities. He just needed to say a few sweet words and use a little magic to get what he wanted. Seeing Duan Xiao coming closer, Chi Yuyen held a baseball bat behind her back. This was a gift from the love system. If this man tried anything, she would hit him unconscious. Host, I think I should remind you. Hit him until he's unconscious, but not so hard that he can't wake up, the love system warned, worried she might accidentally hurt him badly. Don't worry, I know my limits, she replied. She was confident she could control her strength. You are so beautiful. Right now, I feel like a kid craving candy. I promise I'll be gentle. Duan Zhao's breathing grew heavier, showing his eagerness, like a wild dog in heat. Just as he was about to reach out and touch Chi Yuyen's arm, a loud knocking on the door interrupted him. He frowned angrily and muttered a curse. Who would disturb his moment now? He went to the door, opened it, and saw a sexy woman in silk pajamas standing outside. She moved softly like she had no bones and hugged Duan Xiao, sweetly saying, "Brother Duan, you're finally back. I missed you so much." After saying that, she seemed to notice Chi Yuyen inside and pretended to be surprised, saying, "Wow, this sister looks so beautiful. I thought I saw a fairy." Chi Yuyen, called the fairy, looked at the woman expressionlessly. She sat down on a chair, not wanting to get into an unnecessary rivalry. "This will be your new sister. Her name is Lu Yu. She doesn't talk much. When I'm not here, you'll need to take care of her." Duan Xiao hugged the gentle woman, kissed her on the face, and softly said some words that can't be described. This made the woman giggle happily, and her hands mischievously touched Duan Xiao. Duan Xiao then carried the woman to the room opposite Chi Yuyen, feeling impatient and forgetting to say a word to Chi Yuyen. The door across was slammed shut. Chi Yuyen was about to close his own door when a pair of hands stopped him. He paused and looked to the side, surprised to see Lu Mingyin, whom he hadn't seen in 2 days. "Wow, you're getting quite good treatment," Lu Mingyin said, listening to the gossip from the corner. She was almost in tears from laughing. Duan Xiao was just a silly fool. Hee. Chi Yuyen smirked coldly, letting Lu Mingyin come in quickly. He was already numb from it all. That disgusting nickname made him want to punch Duan Xiao hard. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called Chi Yuan. After entering the dorm, Lu Mingyin moved a stool to sit down and opened a bottle of cola on the table, taking a big sip. Chi Yuan silently sat across from her, waiting for her to finish her drink. You. Lu Mingyin placed the half-drunk cola on the table and challenged Chi Yuan's patience. His forehead veins throbbed, and he coldly said, "Shut up, ha ha ha." Lu Mingyin burst into laughter. She realized that this nickname could make the usually cold Chi Yuan lose his temper. It was so funny. She knew that no matter how angry Chi Yuan got, he wouldn't do anything to her. They were good friends. Young man and woman sharing a room alone. Host, this is your chance to build a relationship. The love system was so excited it could die. This was the first time the host and the target had been alone together in many days. This made the love system ecstatic. This was the perfect opportunity. Shut up, I'm talking about serious matters. Chi Yuan immediately blocked her with a serious expression. Alright, you called me here for something. That woman is probably the one you summoned, right? Chi Yuan didn't believe it was a coincidence. From the moment he saw Lu Mingyin, he understood everything. 10 minutes ago, Lu Mingyin returned to her apartment. From afar, she saw Chi Yuan walking with Duan Xiao. To get rid of that fool, she pretended she needed to go back to her dorm to use the bathroom, but in reality, she pressed the button for the 6th-floor elevator. She followed Chi Yuan and Duan Xiao, saw them enter a room. She thought that the mischievous person might be planning to target Chi Yuan. Thinking further, she guessed that the residents on the 6th floor were probably all Duan Xiao's little lovers. Then she saw a woman come out and quickly approached her to start a conversation. At first, the woman was cautious when she saw Lu Mingyin. When she heard that Duan Xiao was in the room opposite, she had just gone inside and hurriedly changed into a silk nightgown. Lu Mingyin saw that inside the nightgown was quite revealing, and the woman's proud figure amazed her. Big sister asked me to pass on a message. I had to come quickly, Lu Mingyin said, crossing her legs and relaxing. What is the message? Chi Yuan looked a bit expectant, lowering his eyes so Lu Mingyin couldn't see his expression. Lu Mingyin replied, Big sister said to seduce Duan Xiao well and try to get more promises from him. The rest, she and Wanwan will handle. Don't worry. Also, your roommate agrees to join our team. Seduce him well. Chi Yuan hesitated. Oh, why are you suddenly so cold? Lu Mingyin noticed a change in Chi Yuan's tone, wondering if he was uncomfortable with the idea of seducing Duan Xiao. Well, he was a man. It's okay. He's not likely to take advantage of you. If he does, just fight him off. Sister Yin will support you, Lu Mingyin said, taking a sip of her cola happily. Chi Yuan's lips twitched slightly, maintaining his cool persona, and replied perfunctorily, Thank you, Sister Yin. All right, I'll go now. Lu Mingyin finished her cola and said goodbye to Chi Yuan. Before leaving, Chi Yuan handed her another bottle of cola, since he didn't like carbonated drinks and wanted to give it to his sister Yin. After Lu Mingyin left, Chi Yuan finally turned off the love system settings. Love system. Host, are you crazy? I told you to win her over, but you ended up calling her sister and becoming her little brother. This is not what I expected. We agreed that two lonely people sharing a room would spark love, but now you're acting like a sworn sibling. He was even blocked, unable to speak at all, feeling so frustrated. The love system can't take it anymore. Can he complete this task? Is he going to die from frustration? He really doesn't want to. So, the love system first increased Lu Mingyin's affection for Chi Yuan. Since Chi Yuan had never tried to pursue Lu Mingyin, he hadn't checked his affection level before. He thought it would be 0, but the love system discovered it was actually 40%. This was much higher than he expected. Seeing the progress bar, the love system felt very touched. Sister Yin, you are my only sister. Host, do you know? Sister Yin actually has a 40% affection for you. She considers you a good friend. Wow, I'm so moved. I thought it would be 0. The love system cheered loudly, feeling a little hopeful about its task. Its mood was no longer so hopeless. After hearing the love system, Chi Yuan was stunned. A good friend? Lu Mingyin actually considers him a good friend? He always thought Lu Mingyin didn't like him much. maybe even disliked him. But now, she treats him as a good friend. Chi Yuan suddenly felt very happy. Even the disgusting Duan Xiao was forgotten. Good friend, Chi Yuan murmured. He had never thought he would have a good friend in his life. His lonely heart seemed to change since he arrived at the Liu family. The family was kind, warm, brave. Day after day, they rooted in his heart. He felt like he had become part of this family, and his personality changed. He admired and liked them. Lu Mingyu always treated him like a good brother. He didn't want to let Lu Mingyu down, so when Lu Mingyu was in danger, he resolutely saved him. System, is this what happiness feels like? Chi Yuan asked softly. The love system didn't understand what he was talking about and replied confusedly, Huh. Lu Mingyin came down from the 6th floor. She was planning to go back to her dorm to rest when she saw Tai Zhu waiting at the door. Why are you here? Lu Mingyin felt confused. Did she have something to do with him? Tai Zhu saw Lu Mingyin and a faint, obscure light flashed in his eyes. Before she could see clearly, he moved his stiff body and said, Sister Tsueva, are you in the bathroom? Did you fall into a pit? I was about to go rescue you. After hearing Tai Zhu's words, Lu Mingyin rolled her eyes silently. This person must be crazy. She sneered and said, Unlike you, I only go to the bathroom 3 times a day. Despite Lu Mingyin insulting herself, Tai Zhu was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said to her, Let's go. Let's eat at the cafeteria. Okay, Lu Mingyin finally realized her stomach was empty and she was very hungry. As supernatural beings, they didn't need to eat the delivered food. They could go to the cafeteria to eat. After they left, the door of Lu Mingyin's dormitory opened. Finally, they're gone. The woman sighed in relief, her legs no longer trembling. The short-haired girl sat on a stool, wiping away tears. The third roommate, with a ponytail, impatiently said, Stop crying now. No one knew what they had just been through. Not long after returning to the dorm, they had just gone to bed to rest when the door was knocked. At first, they thought it was Lu Mingyin, since she had a key to come in herself. But when they opened the door, they saw the handsome man who had been following Lu Mingyin. He asked if Lu Mingyin was there. Since they hadn't seen her after getting off the bus, they didn't know where she was. Unexpectedly, the handsome man, who had just looked kind and smiling, suddenly changed his expression to serious and stern. Where is Lu Mingyin? She went straight to the dorm to use the bathroom after getting off the bus. Did you do something to her? His commanding presence made the 3 women tremble and feel weak in their legs. He walked into the room and, after confirming Lu Mingyin wasn't inside, his face grew colder. He casually squeezed her belongings and a stool turned into dust, frightening the 3 women even more. Their legs shook like instant noodles. They truly didn't know anything. Brother, Lu Mingyin is so powerful. How could we possibly be her match? Maybe she went to see her family. Her family is also at the base. Tai Zhu nodded slightly and looked down at the 3 of them. Fine, if you don't see Lu Mingyin within an hour, you. The rest of his words were understood without saying. Fortunately, Lu Mingyin returned within an hour. The 3 women felt that the man was 10,000 times scarier than Lu Mingyin. I think he's even scarier than Old Man Duan. Who exactly is he? We've never seen anyone like him at the base. Ponytail girl couldn't help but complain. The 3rd woman, with a bun, hushed her and said, Keep your voice down. Don't let him hear you. That man was very strange. Over here, Wan Wan and her friends casually placed their lunch aside and enjoyed a luxurious hot pot. Wow, I haven't had hot pot in so long. It's so happy I could cry. Zhong Yunyan held her bowl, feeling that even the vegetables she used to dislike tasted so fresh, juicy, and delicious. The apocalypse only lasted 3 or 4 months. I feel like normal days are so far away from me now. Those days seem like a different lifetime. As she spoke, Yanjing almost started crying. She has been an ordinary person all her life, complaining about schoolwork, grumbling about early mornings in college, cursing her greedy boss at work, and watching out for sycophantic colleagues. But life is more than just these bad things. In her free time, she can enjoy good food, hang out with friends, visit popular tourist spots, or sleep all day without doing anything. When hungry, she can order takeout, and watch interesting TV shows while eating.
She deeply misses this kind of life.
She dreams of returning to before the apocalypse, hoping it was just a strange dream. Yanjia, eat quickly. The meat is almost gone. Her words broke Yanjing out of her gloomy mood, and she hurried to grab some meat to eat. Tonight, we're moving out. We're going to find that small black room where they're holding people, Lu Xiaoxue said gracefully, wiping her mouth with a napkin as if she had just finished a fancy dinner. Wan, yay. I'll sleep this afternoon, so I won't be sleepy tonight. Wan and the others were ready to stay awake all night. After lunch, they all took a nap in the afternoon. They were awakened by the knocking at the door, which was the dinner delivery. They were sleeping soundly when disturbed, and no one reacted immediately, let alone went to open the door. When Li Ting, the closest to the door, finally got up to check, she found no one there. Damn, that lady just left without leaving us any food, Li Ting said angrily, slamming the door shut. She thought the woman deliberately left them hungry because they didn't open the door. No one opened the door, or asked questions. After a few knocks, she just left. Their meal was probably eaten by her. Zhong Yunyan cursed as she got off the bed. She's not afraid of getting fat to death. Getting fat to death was impossible. The meal had very little meat, mostly green vegetables. After eating, they barely filled their stomachs. They were still a bit hungry, and Zhong Yunyan touched her slightly sunken cheeks with a helpless sigh. Let's just have instant noodles tonight and make do. Lu Xiaoxue followed Wan into the space and took out several buckets of instant noodles, eager to save time. Of course, this was possible. The few people's eyes lit up as they looked at the familiar, yet somewhat strange packaging. They almost cried. Before the apocalypse, this was considered junk food, but now it was rare and became a luxury. I'll go boil some hot water. Instant noodles taste best when cooked in boiling water, said Yanjing, feeling her mouth watering. She couldn't help but lick her lips. Hee little noodles, wait for sister to come back and eat you. When Li Ting returned with hot water to prepare the noodles, the whole dormitory was filled with the smell of instant noodles. They didn't dare open the door, afraid the aroma would escape and be noticed by others. Yanjing finished the entire bowl of noodle broth. She patted her warm, full belly and sighed happily, so satisfying. They also went to the bathhouse to wash up. When they saw Lu Xiaoxue, Zhong Yunyan, and the others' eyes widened. Yanjing swallowed hard and said, Little Lu, if I were a guy, TSK. Halfway through speaking, she chuckled mischievously. I finally understand how eunuchs feel when they see beautiful women. Completely helpless, Li Ting forced herself to look away, turned on the tap, and let the warm water splash over her to wake herself up. After washing up, they gathered around a table, chatting and passing the time. It was only after midnight that Lu Xiaoxue gently unlocked the door. The dark corridor outside was completely silent, as if no one was living there. Lu Xiaoxue tiptoed out of the room, carried Wan, worried she might fall in the dark, and the six of them moved smoothly to the first floor. Then, she glanced into the dormitory manager's room, where the manager was sleeping soundly on the bed, snoring loudly. Wan led the group through the iron gate. Li Ting was so surprised she almost made a sound. Just then, the snoring stopped inside the manager's room, and she could faintly hear the manager turning over. Everyone held their breath, frozen in place, afraid to move. But the snoring resumed quickly, and they finally relaxed. The green moon hung high in the sky, the only light source in the pitch-black night. Quiet and a little lonely, it illuminated everything. Nothing could go back to how it was before, including the moon. The bright, flawless moon has been tainted by the end of the world, with enchanting, mysterious red and cold, lonely green. Wan held her older sister's hand, her big round eyes looking around carefully. The evening breeze brushed her hair, causing her bangs to sway. She reached out with her small hand to hold her bangs in place. Her head could be broken or bleed, but her bangs must stay neat. Even at a young age, Wan loved to be pretty. When she grows up, she wants to be as beautiful as her older sisters and mother, becoming an unbeatable, stunning woman. In the evening, through talking with Lu Mingyin, they learned that Qi Yan was now in room 60 8 on the 6th floor. Lu Xiaoxue told Zhong Yunyan and others to hide in the bushes first, waiting until they finished asking for information before returning. Dad, I miss you so much. Can you ride a big horse tonight? The security guard smiled innocently. Wanwan frowned and refused. No, you can't. Cece and the others watched this ridiculous scene, their jaws almost dropping. They were stunned. Was this a performance? And with such a thing? Who has such special powers that can make people kneel and call them dad? It was unbelievable. When Qi Yuyan heard the knocking, he frowned. The strange person looking for him late at night probably wanted to. Well, he would definitely make him faint first. He walked to the door, opened it, and saw a familiar, warm pair of eyes. His guard dropped and he said, "Come in quickly." Inside, Lu Xiaoxue directly asked straightforwardly, "Do you have any clues about the little black room?" Of course, they had clues. To gather information, Qi Yuyan had been waiting by the door. He listened to Duan Xiao leave the woman's dorm across the hall, then quickly opened the door to let Duan Xiao in, earning a white glare from the woman. The little black room is behind dorm A7. First, go to the school's delivery station, then turn onto a long road. Be careful, there are lots of trees. The little black room was probably in the forest used for air defense, which was a bit far from where everyone lived, about 10 or 20 minutes walk, not counting the time to find the room. Lu Xiaoxue silently remembered what Qi Yuyan said. She stood up to say goodbye, pulling Wanwan to leave. Behind her, Qi Yuyan called her name. Huh? Lu Xiaoxue looked back in confusion. Wish you success in completing your mission, Qi Yuyan said, his expression a bit unnatural. His eyes looked at the ground, avoiding eye contact with Lu Xiaoxue. Lu Xiaoxue didn't think much and gave Qi Yuyan a gentle smile. Okay, you should go to bed early. Good night. After saying that, she closed the door. As the door closed, Qi Yuan silently whispered in his heart, "Good night. Uncle System, this school is so big." Wanwan also wants to go to school. Wanwan, who has never been to school before, is full of hope and curiosity about learning. Tianbao Gij goes to school every day. He has made good friends there. He says there are also delicious foods at school. Wanwan's big eyes sparkle like stars shining brightly.
Yes.
Wanwan, after the end of the apocalypse, you can go to school, he said. From what he knows, few children go to school with a big smile. System 777 has learned about human schooling. This little human hasn't experienced the harsh side of school. No, System 777 corrected itself seriously. The Lu family is very smart, and Wanwan is much smarter than most 4 or 5-year-olds. She's a top student, or rather, a genius, someone who outshines others. Wanwan is the lucky girl of this world. She should aim to be the top scorer in exams. It's no wonder that the future school genius, though still a young cub, wants to go to school. Okay, I hope the end of the apocalypse comes soon so I can go to school, Wanwan thought, planting a seed in her heart. There's so many bugs here, Zhong Yunyan said disdainfully, reaching out to swat the bugs attacking her. She was glad she wore a coat, otherwise, she might have been bitten to death. Li Ting, who wasn't wearing a coat, looked miserable. Her arms had been bitten by mosquitoes, and she kept scratching because it itched. The bites were swollen to the size of a coin, probably from a particularly venomous mosquito. Spray it. Everyone spray it. System 777 took out insect repellent from the space and handed it out to everyone. On a long, narrow path with moonlight filtering through the leaves, everything looked strange and eerie. Occasionally, strange bird calls could be heard. Lu Xiaoxue turned up the brightness on her phone so everyone could see the road clearly. The streetlights on both sides of the road were broken long ago, now just decorations. The uneven path was tricky to walk on. If you weren't careful, you could trip. There was a fork in the road, and everyone stopped at the junction, deciding which way to go. There is a broken pole in the middle of the road, standing sadly after being damaged by violence. Yan Jing says, "This must be a signpost showing which way each road leads. Now what should we do?" For ordinary people, this might be a difficult choice, but for Wanwan it's not. Wanwan, you choose, Lu Xiaoxue says, patting Wanwan's head and pushing her to the middle of the two roads. Wanwan closes her eyes. carefully senses the surroundings, and after less than 10 seconds, opens her eyes and confidently points to the right road. This one. All right, it seems this is the direction to the small dark room. Lu Xiaoxue says, let's go this way. Everyone else. Is it really that hasty? Oh, I see. Wanwan's special power must be helping her choose, Yanjing says excitedly, feeling like she has figured out the truth. Hearing Yanjing, the other three also understand and follow the right path. Lu Xiaoxue doesn't argue with them. Perhaps having a special ability in this end-of-world scenario is also a kind of luck. The five of them find the correct direction and increase their speed, eager to find the small dark room quickly. The path is straight and endless. They silently agree not to speak and move forward quietly. Suddenly, a fierce male voice comes from above. Who's there? Everyone is startled. Lu Xiaoxue looks up and sees a man's face emerging from the darkness, glaring fiercely at them. But that's not the most terrifying part. What is more frightening is that faces start appearing from the bushes, all staring at the five people. The scene is so intense that Sister Deng almost faints. Luckily, Li Ting quickly supports her. Sister Deng, now is not the time to pretend to be unconscious. Sister Deng is jolted awake by Li Ting's words. Who would want to pretend to be dead? That's just being too timid and scared. Oh my goodness, this is so creepy. They've hidden so many people in the dark woods. What kind of horror movie scene is this? System 777 is already overwhelmed. The hiding is so thorough that it's impossible to see anything. Even from a third-person view, it's shocking. No wonder Wanwan and the others are so scared. Wanwan. System 777 calls out, stunned by Wanwan's reaction. Wanwan stares blankly at dozens of faces. When they start moving, she's so frightened she crawls onto Lu Xiaoxue, begging, Big sister, hug me. Big sister, hug me. QWQ. Wah, so many bad uncles. She's so scared she might faint. QWQ. Who are you, and why are you here late at night? The leader is a tall woman, with a whip at her waist, looking at the five people with disdain. Lu Xiaoxue thought it was better not to act rashly, so she answered, We just arrived at the base yesterday. My sister Lu Yu and our leader are together, and the leader kindly allowed us to look around the base. We didn't mean to come here. Oh? I see. The woman said with a slight smile that looked charming yet dangerous, like a dark, thorny rose. Yes, we didn't mean to bother you. We just wanted to look around, Lu Xiaoxue said calmly, not showing any signs of lying. She looked directly at the woman, without feeling guilty. The woman's hand moved toward her waist, near the whip, ready to grab it at any moment. Lu Xiaoxue kept her eyes on the woman's hand, prepared to act faster if she moved. It was clear this woman was the leader. To catch the thief, you must catch the leader first. Sister Ran, what should we do with these people? Someone asked. The woman called Sister Ran snorted and looked at Lu Xiaoxue and the others casually, but her tone was different. Handle them as you see fit. All of them, take them away, and lock them inside. Yes, what should we do? Zhong Yunyan's legs were trembling. They heard Lu Xiaoxue say, Don't struggle. They trusted her because she seemed powerful, showing off her special abilities, making them believe she was a very strong leader. So, none of them tried to escape. Their hands were tightly tied with rough ropes, and they were covered with black hoods, so they couldn't see anything. Look, there's a little one here. Tie him up too. Kids are clever, Sister Ran said sarcastically. Wanwan whispered, Bad auntie, come on. Hurry up, Lu Xiaoxue couldn't see the way ahead. Her shoulders were pushed repeatedly, and she was forced forward. After walking for a while, they finally stopped. Step up the stairs, someone instructed. Lu Xiaoxue followed the stairs. Before she could even get a sense of her surroundings, her shoulder was pushed hard, and she lost control, falling into a hole.
Bang!
The door slammed shut. Lu Xiaoxue knew those people had already left. Wanwan, I'm here. Not far away, Wanwan was nearby, and Lu Xiaoxue's heart relaxed. Her black head covering was pulled off, and she looked up into a pair of clear, bright eyes. The owner of the eyes appeared to be a girl around 16 or 17 years old, with a sweet face. However, her face was bruised and purple, ruining her beauty. She looked at Lu Xiaoxue with a helpless expression and softly said, "Sister." Seeing the fear and nervousness in the girl's eyes, Lu Xiaoxue smiled gently and asked softly, "Can you help me untie the ropes on my hands?" "Yes, of course. I'll help you right now." The girl crouched behind Lu Xiaoxue and carefully untied the ropes. Because she had been tied for a long time, Lu Xiaoxue's hands were red and sore from the ropes. She quickly thanked her and hurried to find Wanwan. She saw Wanwan across from her and rushed over to take off her head covering. She noticed that the small girl under the cover had already started dropping small pearls. Her big eyes were red, looking like a cute little rabbit, stubbornly trying not to cry out loud. With a pout, she whined softly, "Big sister." She was pushed down and fell on her bottom, feeling like her bottom was split in two. "Wanwan, it seems like your bottom is really in two parts." System 777 coughed a few times and revealed this harsh truth. Sorry, he shouldn't have laughed. It's a good deed for Xiao to be forgiving. Okay. Don't cry anymore. Lu Xiaoxue gently held Wanwan in her arms, patted her back softly, and comforted her while observing the surroundings. It was a round, deep pit with no ledges to climb out of. The space above was at least 3 meters away. The ceiling was made of wood, and spider webs on the beams swayed with the breeze. The air smelled unpleasant. Lu Xiaoxue saw a door on the wall opposite her. She went over, turned the handle, and found it was a bathroom. When she opened the door, a foul smell hit her face. She couldn't help but gag and quickly closed the door. The stench was so strong it almost made her vomit her dinner. She hurriedly carried Wanwan away. Wanwan pinched her nose with her small hand, her face scrunching up. "It's so stinky." Stinks worse than second brother's fart. In a short time, the girl had already untied the others. Zhong Yunyan, looking very scared, hurriedly ran to Lu Xiaoxue and asked nervously, "Sister Lu, what should we do now?" "We're trapped here." Yan Jing and Li Ting hugged each other in fear, looking around at this strange place. "It's okay. This isn't a problem," Lu Xiaoxue said calmly, not worried about being stuck here. "First, Wanwan has a communication device. Second, Wanwan has a space with a ladder inside. Third, Wanwan is here. May I ask, what mistake did you make to be locked in the small black room?" The girl bit her lip gently, afraid to look into their eyes, her fingers unconsciously playing with the hem of her clothes. "It seems this is the small black room in the base. Luckily there is a native here." Lu Xiaoxue softened her voice to comfort the girl and told her not to be nervous. With Lu Xiaoxue's comfort, the girl's mood improved a lot, and she could talk normally. Lu Xiaoxue introduced herself first. "My name is Lu Xiaoxue." "What's yours?" "I'm Zheng Xing'ai," she replied. The others sat nearby, listening to the conversation between Lu Xiaoxue and Zheng Xing'ai. From Zheng Xing'ai's words, they learned about the small black room. The small black room holds people from the base who made mistakes, both men and women, and they are never released. There are 2 meals a day, and a place to shower and use the toilet. Many people couldn't bear this life of confinement and chose to end their lives. Inside this pit, 5 people had been locked up before, but now only Zheng Xing'ai remains. The dull, monotonous life without sunlight lasts forever. People go crazy or die, and it only takes a few months. Before the apocalypse, Zheng Xing'ai had just finished her college entrance exams. She didn't even fill out her application form before the disaster happened. On the run with her parents, she joined the base. Both Zheng Xing'ai and her father are mutants. Duan Xiao saw Zheng Xing'ai, who is beautiful like a flower, and developed bad intentions, wanting her to marry him. Zheng Xing'ai naturally refused. During her resistance, she slapped Duan Xiao. Enraged and ashamed, Duan Xiao locked her in the small black room. "I don't even know how my parents are." "Boo-hoo," Zheng Xing'ai cried loudly, her voice trembling, unable to catch a breath. "Don't cry, sister. Wanwan thinks your parents are fine. They must be alive and well," Wanwan said, handing Zheng Xing'ai a tissue to wipe her tears. Zheng Xing'ai felt that the child was comforting her and felt a little ashamed. She was surprisingly less strong than a young child. She wiped her tears randomly and softly nodded. Wannan said very accurately, almost 100%, about what she was thinking. Lu Xiaoxue gently patted Zheng Xingai's back, took a tissue, and carefully wiped her face. Little sister, how did the injury on your face happen, since only Zheng Xingai was here now, who caused her injury? Zheng Xingai explained through tears that one of the 5 people tried to harm her. She, being a person with special abilities, fought back and successfully defended herself. Lu Xiaoxue listened and nodded. All right, Wanwan, get some medicine and apply it to this sister. Okay, Wanwan asked her system uncle for the ointment, and Lu Xiaoxue carefully applied it to Zheng Xingai. Zheng Xingai held back tears as she applied the medicine. You're so kind, sister. The other 4 didn't speak. They lay in a row, watching as Lu Xiaoxue comforted Zheng Xingai to sleep. Then, she looked at the row of, lying down, people and couldn't help but smile. Lu Jie, Zhong Yunyan whispered, signaling her to come over. After Lu Xiaoxue approached, Li Ting blinked curiously and asked, Lu Jie, what should we do next? Unexpectedly, Lu Xiaoxue's next words almost made everyone gasp. Zheng Xingai is lying to us. What? Zheng Xingai is lying and deceiving us? But they don't even know her. Why would she lie without reason? Also, how does Lu Jie know she's lying? She was just comforting Zheng Xingai, so why did her attitude suddenly change? This question almost made Zhong Yunyan's head spin. She decided to stop thinking and ask the boss for the answer. She shows us her weak and pitiful image while claiming she can fight back against those who try to harm her. Let's put aside that point for now. That's not the biggest problem. If she really fought, why does she only have injuries on her face? I just applied ointment to her, and I wanted to help her take off her clothes to treat her body, but she said she had no injuries on her body, only on her face. How is that possible? Shouldn't she have some injuries on her body too? Sister Deng followed Lu Xiaoxue's thoughts and noticed other strange things. There are no signs of a fight here either. Zheng Xingai said she had stayed here the whole time, so the fight must have happened here. Based on these clues, Lu Xiaoxue is sure Zheng Xingai is lying. But why would she lie to them? It must be someone who planned it on purpose. Most likely, this person is Duan Xiao. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoxue felt nervous. They might have been exposed. Which part went wrong? System 777 listened to Lu Xiaoxue's analysis and realized the problem was serious. Oh no, Wanwan, call your second sister quickly. Although Wanwan didn't fully understand, she knew that the sister named Zheng Xingai was not a good person. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have comforted her. Lu Mingyin spent the day with Taizhu. She found herself being followed by him, like a sticky patch, impossible to shake off. She even suspected he was sent by Duan Xiao to watch over her. Lu Mingyin wanted to test him, but Taizhu saw through her thoughts. He casually smiled and said, Don't worry, Suehua sister. I am not one of Duan Zhao's people. Hearing this, Lu Mingyin frowned. Did he know something? Or guess something? She still didn't know his real name. My name, you'll find out later. You have a mission when you enter the base, and so do I. While Lu Mingyin wasn't paying attention, Taizhu reached out and lightly tapped her forehead before running away. With his long legs and tall height, Lu Mingyin couldn't catch him. She was so angry that she wanted to hit someone that night. Who exactly is this Taizhu? Why is he bothering her? And what mission is he on? Lu Mingyin turned over in bed. She decided to sleep first and wait for good news from her older sister and Wanwan. While dreaming about hitting Taizhu, Lu Mingyin suddenly heard Wanwan's voice. She groggily sat up in bed, wondering why Wanwan was on her bed. She instinctively responded, Second sister, help. Wanwan's voice was urgent. This made Lu Mingyin wake up completely. She widened her eyes. Wanwan, what's wrong? Where are you? Wanwan didn't answer. It was Lu Xiaoxue who spoke. After hearing Lu Xiaoxue, Lu Mingyin's heart raced even more. She didn't see any suspicion from Duan Xiao during the day. Could the problem be with Qi Yan? They underestimated Duan Xiao. This man is very clever. Wanwan, have you contacted Dad? Lu Mingyin asked. Wanwan covered her mouth, as if she had forgotten about her father. The long-forgotten father, Lu Xingyao, was on the 4th floor of the apartment. He hadn't heard from Wanwan in these days and didn't dare to act rashly. He knew Wanwan was with Lu Zhaoxue and Qi Yuan, so he believed nothing would happen. Everyone else had special abilities and could protect themselves, so he was not worried. Lu Xingyao had only one roommate, a young man. He could only gather information from this young roommate. The young man was no match for Lu Xingyao, a shrewd businessman, and told him everything he knew. Lu Xingyao waited quietly for Wanwan to contact him with clues. 2 days passed, and it seemed he had been forgotten. Dad. Lu Xingyao woke up suddenly from a dream. He thought he heard Wanwan's voice. Wanwan? He called out loudly, which woke his only roommate. Old man, are you talking in your sleep late at night? The roommate asked impatiently. Sorry, I dreamed of my daughter. Lu Xingyao replied casually. Dad, big sister, and I are in danger. It's like this. He quickly explained the situation. After listening, Lu Xingyao fell into deep thought and said, Where's the little black room? I'll come find you. Okay, Wanwan said happily. Wanwan misses Dad so much. It's been a long time since I saw him. Hearing his daughter's words, Lu Xingyao's heart softened and a father's love shone through his expression. Dad misses Wanwan too, my little treasure. Papa, Lu Zhaoxue suddenly called out. Lu Xingyao replied, Yes, I also miss Zhaoxue, my little girl. No matter how old they are still his precious daughters. At dawn, Lu Xingyao went with his roommate to a morning meeting. He looked at Duan Shao with a meaningful gaze, wondering how much he knew about their situation. When entering the base, they had to fill out information. Thinking deeply, he wondered if Duan Shao might know that Qi Yuan was a man and that they had a purpose. After the meeting, Lu Xingyao deliberately walked slowly to separate from his roommate. He followed the route described by Zhaoxue and Wanwan to find the little black room. His mind had already drawn a map from their descriptions. Now I only need to follow the mental map and avoid the group hiding nearby. Worried about being followed, Lu Xingyao deliberately took a long, winding route and avoided patrols. He didn't walk on the stone path, but instead entered the jungle. Finally, he found the door to the small black room. 2 people were guarding it, and Lu Xingyao appeared directly in front of them. Who are you? The 2 men asked angrily, pointing their weapons at him. Lu Xingyao moved faster than they expected. Surprised, they saw a flash of white light, and a tingling sensation spread from their heads, causing them to faint immediately. The door was locked. Lu Xingyao took out a key from one of their pockets and unlocked it. Inside, he saw about a dozen large pits. He approached and looked carefully at everything. The people below looked up at him curiously, as if wondering why they had never seen him before. When he reached the last pit, Lu Xingyao finally saw Wanwan and Lu Zhaoxue. Dad, Wanwan happily waved at Lu Xingyao. System 777. Wanwan, we can bring the ladder out now. Lu Xingyao held the ladder above while Lu Zhaoxue and others climbed up one by one. Zheng Xing'ai looked confused at the scene. What was happening? Big sister, are we saved? Zheng Xing'ai showed a surprised expression. Lu Zhaoxue calmly said, Yes. Lu Zhaoxue is afraid of heights. When she climbed the ladder, she broke out in a sweat on her back, but she forced herself to ignore her fear and didn't look down. Zheng Xing'ai was the last to climb up. Just one step away from reaching the top, someone pushed her from behind, grabbing her arm.
Her only support was that hand.
Half of Zheng Xing'ai's body was hanging in the air. If the hand holding her let go, she would fall hard. Realizing this, Zheng Xing'ai looked up at the person holding her, and to her surprise, it was Lu Zhaoxue. Big sister, why are you doing this? Zheng Xing'ai's eyes turned red. Her expression was full of disbelief and fear. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at Lu Zhaoxue with a pitiful, innocent look, like a helpless little white rabbit. Lu Zhaoxue had long seen through Zheng Xing'ai's true nature and was not fooled by her false appearance. She showed no emotion and spoke coldly, still pretending, Faced with Lu Zhaoxue's question, Zheng Xing'ai looked confused and begged for mercy. Sister, please don't kill me. I beg you, sister. Seeing Zheng Xing'ai's pitiful look, Zhong Yunyun and Li Ting felt a bit uncomfortable but said nothing. Deng Jia understood their thoughts and slowly said, with your kind of mind, you were sold in the apocalypse and still helping others count money. In this savage world, the worst thing is to be soft-hearted. Don't test people's hearts with your kindness. Life is only once, and there's no time for such tests. People's hearts are the hardest to trust. Jia Deng is right. I need to change. I can't be so soft-hearted, Li Ting thought. If she and Lu Xiaoxue swapped places and Jing Xing'ai begged her so tearfully, she might have been tempted to let her go. She didn't want to waste more time with Zheng Xing'ai. Lu Xiaoxue decisively conjured an ice spike and stabbed it toward Zheng Xing'ai's fragile neck. She applied a little force, and bright red blood immediately stained the pure, transparent ice spike, with fresh blood beads forming. What are you doing? Zheng Xing'ai was overwhelmed. She felt her neck hurt terribly and knew Lu Xiaoxue. I wasn't planning to let her go. Although she didn't know exactly where she had been exposed, she knew she had been caught. Her previously tearful face suddenly changed to a sinister expression, full of cruelty and malice. She kicked forward with her legs, aiming at Lu Xiaoxue's chest. Lu Xiaoxue quickly formed a circular ice barrier to block the attack. The impact caused the ice to crack with a crisp sound, and shards cut across Lu Xiaoxue's cheek. She didn't blink and shot the ice spike in her hand into Zheng Xing'ai's shoulder. Zheng Xing'ai let out a muffled cry of pain. She fell downward, hooking her foot on a step and hanging upside down on the ladder. Lu Shengyao released his grip on the ladder, which toppled uncontrollably. Zheng Xing'ai jumped into the pit, tearing out the ice spike from her shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. Zheng Xing'ai staggered and knelt on the ground, her face twisted with pain. She glared fiercely and venomously at the person above her, no longer innocent and sweet like before. This series of changes left the others stunned. They couldn't believe what was happening suddenly. When Zheng Xing'ai looked at them with her terrifying eyes, the four of them were so scared they huddled together. They remembered that just a moment ago, they still felt sorry for Zheng Xing'ai. Li Ting and Zhong Yunyan wished they could slap themselves for feeling pity. They realized that Zheng Xing'ai was just a fragile person who could be easily kicked away by a single foot. Lu Xiaoxue, when did you start doubting me? Zheng Xing'ai panted heavily, her neck veins bulging as she angrily questioned Lu Xiaoxue. She looked like a wild beast gone mad. Haha, do you think I have no backup? Zheng Xing'ai chuckled softly. Strange water appeared under her feet, and her hands moved as if controlling water. Then I'll send you to your death first, Zheng Xing'ai shouted. Go die. All of you, go die, but her attack was stopped midair. Lu Shengyao froze her water, with cold energy. Zheng Xing'ai's expression stiffened. How is that possible? What followed was Lu Shengyao's lightning strike. Zheng Xing'ai was caught off guard and struck by a bolt of lightning. The frozen water exploded into countless ice shards that cut her exposed skin, causing bleeding. Her once sleek black hair turned into a wild mess, and her face darkened with dirt and blood. She spat out a mouthful of dirty air. Electric sparks crackled in the air. Zheng Xing'ai desperately ran inside the pit, trying to avoid Lu Shengyao's lightning. But Lu Shengyao was precise with his strikes, each one hitting exactly where he aimed. It was almost enough to drive Zheng Xing'ai crazy. Now, Zheng Xing'ai looked like a beggar or a mad person on the street. She was sprawled helplessly in the dark pit, her body like a fish out of water, flailing wildly, but unable to stand up. Even in this state, she kept muttering that it was impossible. What's impossible? You're not even the main boss here, just a small, nameless demon. Lu Xiaoxue sat at the edge of the pit, looking down at Zheng Xing'ai's miserable state with a slight smile. Actually, Lu Xiaoxue was afraid of heights, so she preferred sitting rather than standing. She chose to sit down comfortably. Wang Wan crossed her arms and yelled fiercely, "You're surrounded now. Surrender quickly, or I'll beat your butt to a pulp." Her adorable, fierce look made her seem more cute than scary, not at all intimidating. "I'll ask you again later. Take some time to think. If you don't tell the truth, you'll have no value. The implication is clear. If you're not honest, you might as well die." Lu Xiaoxue froze everything below Zheng Xingai's neck. Her supernatural power was stronger than Zheng Xingai's, so the other person couldn't break through her current level of ability. It's laughable, completely not on the same level. Big sister, are we going to save the others now? Wanwan asked curiously. Lu Xiaoxue gave a positive reply. Lu Xingyao picked up Wanwan. He hadn't shaved in a few days, and his rough stubble rubbed against Wanwan. Wanwan's skin was delicate, so she used her small hand to block her father's enthusiasm. Dad, if you keep doing that, Wanwan will get mad. Her father showed a spoiled smile. His little Wanwan was so adorable even when angry. It seemed she had become even cuter after a few days. Are you all roommates with Xiaoxue? I am Xiaoxue and Wanwan's father, Lu Xingyao said coldly when facing Zhong Yunyun and the others. They all felt a bit disconnected. This uncle had two different faces. No, it wasn't right. It was said that Sister Lu was Wanwan's mother and Xiao Qi was Wanwan's father. Now this uncle appeared as Xiaoxue and Wanwan's father? But everyone wasn't that naive. They knew the big boss was probably lying to hide his true identity. The others inside the pit had already heard the fighting sounds. When they heard about saving people, they all became very excited, shouting loudly in hopes of attracting the rescuers. Save me. Save us. I want to go up. Help. Big bosses, save me. And so on. System 777. Who knows if there are other spies hiding down there? Can they all be rescued? They weren't sure how Lu Xiaoxue and Lu Xingyao would react. Wanwan asked this question. What if there are bad guys still down there? Lu Xingyao pinched Wanwan's chubby little face and said, It won't happen. Why not? Wanwan looked at her dad in confusion. She's about to be beaten to death, and her accomplices haven't come out, nor have they sent any signals, Lu Xiaoxue said confidently. Duan Shao wouldn't arrange for someone so timid and afraid. Even if they did, Duan Shao could hypnotize and brainwash people into what he wanted. Duan Shao was so careless because Zheng Xingai's special ability is indeed quite powerful. He thought Lu Xiaoxue had no special ability and didn't believe that Wanwan, a 4-year-old girl, could be very strong. He also didn't bother sending many people to deal with a few weak women. Duan Zhao's arrogance was a mistake, and it gave Lu Xiaoxue a chance to catch him off guard. Last night, Lu Mingyin didn't sleep well late at night. She was probably worried about Lu Xiaoxue and Wanwan and kept having nightmares. In her dream, they were discovered by Duan Shao and the people at the base. A group of them chased after her and Wanwan. In the dream, Lu Mingyin found she couldn't use her special ability and could only keep running, afraid of being caught and hurt. She overslept because of this nightmare. When she finally woke up, her eyes were so tired she couldn't open them fully. She closed her eyes for a few more minutes before waking up completely. She looked around and saw that no one else was in the dorm except her. She took out her phone from under her pillow and saw the time was 8:20. The morning meeting had already started, but her roommates hadn't called her to wake up. Lu Mingyin didn't mind. She thought it didn't matter if she didn't go, as she wouldn't be noticed. She got out of bed. After washing up, she sat on a stool and thought. At this time, almost everyone was on the playground listening to Duan Zhao's nonsense, so she was free to move around. She decisively ran out of the dorm, took the elevator to the 6th floor, and headed straight to Qi Yuyen's room. Sure enough, Qi Yuyen also didn't go to the 8 o'clock class. What's wrong? Qi Yuyen saw that Lu Mingyin looked a bit off, not as relaxed and natural as yesterday. My sister and Wanwan were put in the small black room. Qi Yuyen, who had been calm, stiffened completely. His expression turned cold. There in the small black room, Lu Mingyin saw that Qi Yuyen was worried. His aura changed, and she almost thought he was about to rush out and fight. She quickly said, My dad has already gone to find them. They're safe now. Only then did Qi Yuyen's heart start beating again. It felt like an invisible hand was squeezing him tightly, making it hard to breathe. Deep inside, he felt a strange emotion he couldn't identify. Okay, Qi Yuyen slowly said, sitting on the stool. Lu Mingyin and Qi Yuyen began analyzing where they might have gone wrong. Lu Mingyin asked, Was it because you asked too directly yesterday? Maybe he didn't do anything to you. I stopped him. I said I didn't want things to develop so quickly. My questions weren't very clear. Qi Yuan played a mute character. His communication with Duan Xiao was through writing, which took more thought than speaking aloud. Every sentence he wrote was carefully considered by Qi Yuan himself. According to Qi Yuan, it wasn't just his part that was exposed. Lu Mingyin sighed and said, "It seems we can't go on like this. There's not enough time. If things get worse, we might have to confront them directly. The person needing rescue in the small dark room has probably already been saved." Since Wanwan didn't say the mission was complete, it seems the people in the base who have been brainwashed also count. The leader, Duan Xiao, must be replaced. While Lu Mingyin and Qi Yuan discussed how to catch Duan Xiao, someone knocked on Qi Yuan's door from outside. Lu Mingyin was startled and sat up quickly. Qi Yuan checked the time. It's not yet 9 o'clock. The morning meeting should be over, and they didn't hear anyone outside returning. So, who is knocking at the door now? Lu Mingyin didn't dare make a sound. She quietly moved to the door to listen. She heard only knocking sounds, no other noise. The person outside was very patient. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythmic knocking continued. Lu Mingyin and Qi Yuan exchanged glances, ready for it to be Duan Xiao outside. Lu Mingyin quickly opened the door. Just as her foot was about to land, someone grabbed her leg. She saw clearly who was outside the door. Little sister Tsuehua. It was Tai Zhu. He smiled and raised an eyebrow at Lu Mingyin. "How are you here?" Lu Mingyin was surprised, forgetting she was being held and asking. Tai Zhu released her leg and asked back, "And how are you here?" Lu Mingyin looked at Tai Zhu carefully, certain and firm in her statement. "You're following me." Before Tai Zhu could reply, she violently grabbed his collar and pulled him inside, then kicked the door shut. She was furious, pulling Tai Zhu up on tiptoe to face him directly. "You're following me with a Trojan horse. What is your real purpose? Are you the one reporting me?" At this moment, Lu Mingyin shifted all her suspicion onto Tai Zhu. "Little sister Tsuehua, stay calm. Don't you remember what I told you yesterday?" Iron Pill felt like his clothes were about to tear apart. Lu Mingyin gritted her teeth and said, "You have to believe what I say." "Well, that makes sense." Iron Pill was left speechless. Qi Yuan looked at this strange man and somehow sensed a familiar strength from him, but it was so quick that he almost missed it. "Qi Yuan, come over and hold him down," Lu Mingyin said. Since her footing was shaky, she decided it was better for Qi Yuan, the tall guy, to hold Iron Pill. Qi Yuan obediently moved to replace Lu Mingyin, but he faced a pair of cold, indifferent eyes. He wasn't scared by this look and simply stood in front of Iron Pill, as if ignoring him. "Tsuehua, are you sneaking out early to meet someone?" Even though Qi Yuan was dressed as a woman, Iron Pill immediately recognized that he was a man. "Tell me, are you a follower of Duan Xiao?" Lu Mingyin asked directly, not wanting to waste time. Iron Pill was not happy to hear that. How could he be Duan Xiao's follower? If someone else had said that, he would have already beaten them up. It was a very insulting remark. "No," Iron Pill firmly denied. He looked at Qi Yuan with a blank expression, feeling a bit disgusted. A grown man wearing a skirt not only seemed strange, but also made him wonder what kind of relationship Tsuehua, the girl, had with this person. Sometimes, dislike was mutual. Qi Yuan also looked at Iron Pill with disdain. Why was this strange man here? Why did you come to the base? Lu Mingyin still wanted to understand this. Since he wasn't Duan Zhao's follower, he must have come with a mission. This person was hiding many secrets. Iron Pill casually pushed away Qi Yuan, who was blocking him. Qi Yuan brushed off his clothes as if they were dirty. Iron Pill snorted and took out a tissue to wipe his hands. These two clearly disliked each other. Finally, Iron Pill pulled out a stool and sat down, looking quite relaxed. He said, "Sit down and talk. We're not enemies, so why be so serious?" It's like interrogating a criminal. Seeing Iron Pill's overly familiar attitude, Lu Mingyin and Qi Yuan exchanged glances. They also pulled out their stools and sat in front of Iron Pill, forming a triangle. "Little sister Tsuehua, sometimes knowing too much isn't good. Curiosity can get you into trouble. Taizhu said with a smile, but there was no warmth in his eyes. Li Mingyin snorted coldly at his fake smile. Are you threatening me? Let's just fight and see whose fist is stronger. Not at all. I'm just speaking honestly. I still have my own reasons for coming to the base. It seems we are on the same side for now, Taizhu said softly, tapping his fingers on the table, looking calm and confident. Qi Yuan asked curiously, what do you mean by that? Li Mingyin was also curious. How could he be sure they were on the same side? A mysterious smile appeared in Taizhu's eyes. He stopped tapping and slowly said, your goal is to rescue the people detained in the base and eliminate Duan Shao, right? He extended the last word, as if waiting for their answer.
Exactly.
Since you've guessed our goal, let's work together, Brother Taizhu, Li Mingyin said confidently, her ponytail adding a heroic look. Her eyes showed determination. Sure enough, as Li Mingyin expected, Taizhu agreed. Then from now on, we're teammates, little sister Tsuehua. Li Mingyin smiled. She knew Taizhu had his own purpose for following her. Her previous tests confirmed it. He knew one person couldn't do this alone, so he wanted to cooperate. No wonder he kept following her. He was looking for a chance to join her and the team, then used the opportunity to reveal his own goal. Although he was at a disadvantage when they were pulled into the room, a few simple words turned the situation around, and he became their teammate. They could cooperate, but she had to be careful of Taizhu betraying them. He was clever, like a cunning fox. Then let's work happily together, Taizhu said finally. Qi Yuan looked at Taizhu and then at Li Mingyin but said nothing. So, what's your next plan? As a teammate, I have the right to know, Taizhu asked curiously, rubbing his chin and acting like his usual shameless self. Kidnap Duan Zhao's wife, Tang Lian, Li Mingyin said mysteriously. Taizhu, preparing for a big move, was stunned. Bang, 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 bang. The loud explosions seemed to shake people's eardrums, and the intense heat spread through the air. Zhong Yunyan and the others were so surprised their jaws almost dropped. They sat on the ground, wide-eyed, staring at the spectacular scene nearby. Is this real? 5 minutes earlier, Wawen and the others had rescued everyone from the small dark room, leaving only Zheng Xing'ai behind, struggling to survive at the bottom of the pit, waiting for her to tell the truth. The rescued people were now nervous. Their joy of being saved faded when they remembered Duan Zhao's terrible power. If they failed to escape, they would surely die. They gathered in small groups, silently standing there, unsure of what to do next. Escape meant facing zombies that would eat them. Staying meant either being trapped in the dark room or dying. But they still had hope. The ones who rescued them were powerful leaders. Since they dared to do this, maybe they could defeat Duan Shao. They could choose to join the leaders and fight. After all, life is risky either way. Leader, from now on, I'll be your follower. You say east, I won't go west. Thank you for saving me. I don't know how long I would have stayed here. From now on, you're my big brother. Their words didn't make Lu Xingyao and Lu Zhaoxue feel any more relaxed. Lu Xingyao looked at their faces and saw different expressions. These people were just fence-sitters, useful, but not trustworthy. They were all afraid of death and only cared about their own safety. Then I want to eliminate Duan Shao. Who's willing to follow us? I won't force anyone. Those who want to stay, stay. Those who want to leave, go. When they heard this, the people who had just been shouting about loyalty looked scared. After some hesitation, only 10 people remained in front of Lu Xingyao. These 10 were in their 20s or 30s, all with special abilities. That's why they dared to follow Lu Xingyao without powers. Fighting him would be a dead end. Meanwhile, Wawen and Lu Zhaoxue were questioning Zheng Xing'ai harshly. Wawen sat on her hoverboard and flew into the pit. She got off and approached Zheng Xing'ai, who was lying motionless on the ground. The ice on Zheng Xing'ai's body had been melted by Lu Zhaoxue, so she was now able to move. Bad sister. Wanwan knows you're pretending to sleep. I saw your eyes move a little, Wanwan observed carefully, and immediately realized that Zheng Xing'ai was pretending to be dead. Suddenly, just as Wanwan was about to touch Zheng Xing'ai, the usually still Zheng Xing'ai suddenly jumped up, trying to grab Wanwan. This little fool actually came right to her so she wouldn't be polite anymore. This little fool is quite important to Lu Xiaoxue, and this hostage is even coming to her willingly. Zheng Xingai's lips curled into a proud smile, as if she believed her plan had succeeded. Just as her hand was about to tighten around Wanwan's slender neck, the situation changed again. Zheng Xingai was so close to catching Wanwan, but she watched helplessly as Wanwan disappeared into thin air right in front of her, leaving her empty-handed. How could this happen? Zheng Xingai looked around in shock, her face twisted with confusion. Where did that little brat go? Suddenly, she felt a heavy sensation on her back, and a soft, childish voice whispered in her ear. Bad sister, are you looking for me? Hee hee. Zheng Xingai reached out to grab, but she missed again. Nothing was there. The little brat was clearly on her back, so how did she vanish?
Come out.
Come out. Zheng Xingai, already tense and overwhelmed, was pushed to her limit. Wanwan's prank was about to break her fragile nerves. She started shouting wildly. Lu Xiaoxue frowned as she watched Zheng Xingai. A girl of 16 or 17 showing such an expression. She must have been through a lot. Wanwan appeared 5 meters away from Zheng Xingai. Zheng Xingai's eyes turned red as she stared at Wanwan with a terrifying smile. I found you. Die. In the next second, she froze in place. Around Wanwan, dozens of plants began to move and pulse. They stared at Zheng Xingai like hungry wolves eyeing a juicy piece of meat, as if they knew this wicked woman was about to hurt her little master. The big flower opened its blood-red mouth, as if practicing how to swallow Zheng Xingai's head. The cactus twisted its body from side to side, its spines curling and uncurling, ready to shoot through Zheng Xingai in the next moment. The 3P brothers' heads all stared fiercely in Zheng Xingai's direction, and the peas in their mouths were about to burst out, showing an overwhelming intent to kill Zheng Xingai. At this moment, even if Zheng Xingai was foolish, she knew that Wanwan was a supernatural ability user. Seeing this absurd scene, her legs trembled uncontrollably. Even though Zheng Xingai had endured lightning strikes before, her mouth was pried open by Wanwan. She knew that falling into these plants' hands was far more terrifying than being struck by lightning. I told you everything. Zheng Xingai's voice trembled, and even her lips quivered. Lu Xiaoxue's expression was calm and relaxed. She didn't expect little Wanwan to be so impressive, actually making Zheng Xingai surrender. She had only intended to let the girl practice, but unexpectedly, Zheng Xingai truly gave in. Truly worthy of Wanwan. Zheng Xingai was brought up above by Wanwan. She knelt on the ground and told everything truthfully. Once she calmed down, she realized she was just a girl of 16 or 17. Her previous words to them were indeed lies, but the truth was half true. Her experience with her parents was real. Unlike in the story, she was actually with Duan Xiao. For her, being loved by such a powerful man was her luck. Others didn't have this opportunity. Beauty was also a weapon. Zheng Xingai quickly fell into love with Duan Xiao's sweet words. But she soon discovered that Duan Xiao was not alone. He wanted to gather a harem and be an emperor-like figure. She couldn't accept this, especially after learning that Duan Xiao was married. Yet, she loved him deeply, this strong and charming man in her eyes. She was willing to do anything for him. Duan Xiao sent her to kill the person who broke into the small black room. She couldn't kill directly, but had to coax him. To make it more realistic, Zheng Xingai hurt her own face. She thought about dressing up to avoid detection, but unexpectedly, this exposed her. Did Duan Xiao tell you anything else? How did he know someone would break into the small black room? Lu Xiaoxue found this strange. They only decided to come to the small black room yesterday, so how did it get known so quickly? Zheng Xingai shook her head, indicating she didn't know. Lu Xiaoxue knew that Zheng Xingai was just a pawn in Duan Zhao's hands, and she couldn't ask any more questions. Lu Xiaoxue tied Zheng Xingai up with a rope, blindfolded her, and placed her in her own space, guarded carefully by System 777 and the plants. After dealing with Zheng Xingai, Lu Xiaoxue and Wanwan went outside. They saw two clear lines at the entrance. She stepped toward the less crowded side, which was Lu Xingyao's side. With just a glance, Lu Xingyao understood that Zheng Xing'ai had been taken care of. Thinking about the next step, she wondered if she should first deal with a group of people lurking in the small black room's main path. Suddenly, Wanwan tugged on Lu Xingyao's hand. He looked down and asked, "Wanwan, what's wrong?" "Dad, blow this up. Destroy it." Wanwan waved her hand, revealing a small pile of electronic devices. Lu Xingyao and Lu Xiaoxue immediately understood Wanwan's meaning. The remaining group looked confused and even surprised, not expecting such a young child to be a talented person. This was incredible. Next, they saw one of the famous scenes of the Lu family, an electronic bomb. Lu Xingyao threw a bomb, causing the small black room to shake and nearly collapse under the explosion. Could a lightning-type ability be used like this? Everyone was stunned. It seemed a bit fun. Could they try it? No, it was just a small idea. They knew deep down that trying might be dangerous. The loud explosion attracted the nearby group. A woman called Sister Rant's face turned green. She thought, what's going on? Why is there an explosion? Her instincts told her it was definitely connected to the group caught last night. She clenched her teeth and said angrily, "Let's go. Catch those people alive. They really deserve to die. How dare they cause trouble right under her nose?" Sister Rand led dozens of people rushing over. To their surprise, the small black room was already shattered and on the verge of collapsing. Just then, hundreds of people stood nearby, watching eagerly. Leading them was a man in his 30s or 40s. He kept throwing bombs at the small black room, while a young kid happily clapped nearby.
Ah!
"None of you will get out alive." Sister Rant's chest heaved up and down with anger, and she shouted loudly, biting her teeth. Finally, she attracted the attention of the crowd watching the scene. Seeing it was Sister Ran, the ordinary people quickly backed away, fearfully hiding behind the mutants. What Sister Ran didn't expect was that the dead man hadn't stopped. He looked at her faintly and threw a bomb at her. Sister Ran's pupils shrank. Sister Ran was so scared she lunged to the side and avoided the bomb. The explosion's fragments mixed with dirt, splattering her face. She was so angry, she almost exploded. She shouted sharply and piercingly, "Kill them all! Ah! How dare they treat her like this? Don't think escaping makes you strong. With so many of them, they still can't beat these useless people. The time for revenge has come." Lu Xingyao didn't look back. He told the small team of mutants following him and then charged toward Sister Ran. He thought this person could be handled by him. Wu summoned her plant army again and also called out Peiqi. She sat on Peiqi's back and led her plant army to rush towards Sister Ran's team. "Defeat the bad guys. Keep going. We are the best." Wu cheered herself up, her face full of excitement, like a ripe, sweet peach that makes people want to take a bite. Sister Ran pulled out her whip from her waist. The whip was about 2 meters long, black with sharp, terrifying barbs, shining with a cold light. She didn't wait for Lu Xingyao to come closer. She swung her long whip, as if to wrap it around Lu Xingyao's neck. Lu Xingyao tilted his head to dodge, and then summoned purple lightning in his hand, like a giant purple dragon emerging from his palm, attacking Sister Ran. Her face changed. She didn't expect Lu Xingyao to be a powerful lightning-type mutant. She swung her whip, forming a circle to block the purple lightning dragon. Her whip was specially made. It barely blocked Lu Xingyao's attack, but black gas was rising from it, and it looked charred. It seemed it would break apart if hit again. Lu Xingyao, wanting to save energy, didn't use his full strength. However, he didn't underestimate Sister Ran. He still didn't know what kind of mutant power she had. "Didn't expect you to be a lightning-type mutant." Sister Ran snorted coldly, swinging her long whip, which kicked up a cloud of dust on the ground. She glared fiercely at Lu Xingyao in front of her. Lu Xingyao kept his eyes on Sister Ran, unsure of what she would do next. In the blink of an eye, Sister Ran disappeared. A voice came from behind her. Too slow. Lu Xingyao was startled but was kicked hard by Sister Ran. He turned and fell backward, throwing a thunderball behind him. Sister Ran, who was proud, froze in place. She screamed uncontrollably and fell to the side, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ignoring the pain in his leg, Lu Xingyao pushed forward with both hands. A bright white light flashed and struck Sister Ran's head. She let out a heartbreaking scream as the attack exploded like blood mist, leaving nothing behind. System 777. I was surprised. My father's special power has improved quickly. Previously, he at least left some ashes, but now he's so environmentally friendly that nothing remains, just pure energy that disappears instantly. Lu Xingyao wiped a drop of blood from his face with a calm expression and turned to look at the crowd behind him. Lu Xiaoxue's power also improved a lot. She could now freeze multiple people at once, not just one. She threw another ice spear, piercing the neck of a man swinging a knife at her. The spear went through his neck, and he could only make a choking sound before collapsing and dying. Blood stained Lu Xiaoxue's beautiful, fair face. She didn't mind, and wiped it away with her sleeve. Her eyes showed a fierce determination, like a pure white jasmine blooming in hell, dotted with blood beads, adding a touch of charm. Another man trying to attack Lu Xiaoxue was so frightened he took a few steps back. Lu Xiaoxue didn't blink and used another ice spear to kill him. Her arm was wrapped by a thick vine, pulling her backward. She was dragged along by the vine. Let go of Big Sister. The man didn't have time to feel proud before Wan, riding Peiqi, flew him away. The vine in his hand broke. Yes, he was really flown away by a pig, flying several meters and crying out in pain, probably with a broken bone. Lu Xiaoxue, now free again, looked at her arm. Her fair arm was bruised all over, looking a bit fierce. She looked at the ice-covered area, which temporarily numbed her pain. Von Suriet. Lu Xiaoxue wanted to reach out and pat Wan's little head, but her hand was covered in blood. She could only pull her hand back and gently pat Peiqi's head. I thought they were using Peppa to wipe their hands, but Peppa didn't mind at all. Her face turned red as the beautiful sister touched her. He. Peppa Pig's mouth split into a small smile, looking a bit mischievous, with her little eyes full of laughter. The chaos ended quickly. Lu Xingyao, Lu Xiaoxue, and Wan's combined strength easily defeated everyone. The outcome was decided from the start. They had fought high-level zombies. Ordinary abilities users couldn't compare. These ordinary ability users were just numerous, which prolonged the fight a bit. Lu Xingyao and the others wanted to see how strong their ability users were. From the fight, it was clear their strength was average, nothing special, but enough to watch. The ability users fought wildly, with elements like metal, water, fire, earth, lightning, and ice flying everywhere. Ordinary people trembled and hid far away, afraid of getting caught in the chaos. We won, someone shouted loudly, and others cheered along. At this moment, they truly realized they were about to be free and had found powerful allies to fight to the death with Duan Shao. They no longer had to wait to die in the small dark room. Some even cried, thinking they would die there and never see the sun again. But now, there was hope for a turnaround. They felt very lucky. The leader, Sister Ran, had died. This was a huge disaster for her followers, and their morale was badly damaged. Some, afraid of death, knelt and begged to join Lu Xingyao and his team. Wan, let's finish this mission today, Lu Xingyao said softly, holding Wan's small hand and looking down at her gently. Yes, should we also tell my brother, sister, and mom? Wan tilted her head, looking thoughtful and adorable. Their family was separated into different rooms. Maybe they could persuade some of these people. Lu Xiaoxue didn't believe everyone was so obedient to Duan Shao. Some still had strong willpower and hadn't been deeply hypnotized or brainwashed. Lu Xiaoxue shared her thoughts with Wan. On the way, Wan quickly contacted her family members. Her mom, Yishi, only had healing abilities. Lu Xiaoxue told Yishi to hide well and not come out to fight. Lu Mingyu almost fell off the bed when he heard about the upcoming fight. He was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. He was tired of living in this small, shabby dormitory and missed his big bed and the delicious food his family made. Here, he couldn't eat enough or stay warm, and he was always nibbling on vegetable leaves, which made his handsome face turn green. Now, he could finally go home and enjoy good food. Lu Mingyu looked happily at Lu Shuhui. Compared to Lu Mingyu's excitement, Lu Shuhui was much calmer. He held back the urge to fly into the sky and said, "Don't get too excited. Listen to the plan first. It's just about winning people's hearts. I'm really good at that. Don't forget, I was a big star before the end of the world," Lu Mingyu said proudly. He had met many fans here, but no one asked for his autograph, and no one was very excited. After all, in the end of the world scenario, those things didn't matter anymore. But having fans meant he was known, and as the idol his fans once liked, it was easier to win them over than others. So he decided to start with his own dorm. A smile appeared on Lu Mingyu's face. He cleared his throat and drew everyone's attention. "What's wrong, big star?" someone asked curiously, not sure what he was planning. But in the next second, Lu Mingyu's words almost scared everyone to death. He said, "Let's get rid of Duan Shao." The dorm mates, their small eyes wide with shock. Did Lu Mingyu want to die? "Hey, are you crazy? Lower your voice. If you're going to die, don't drag us down," someone complained, thinking this big star was just a pretty face and saying stupid things. Were they tired of living? Lu Mingyu's hot temper flared up right then, but he didn't shout back. Instead, he opened his palm with a mysterious smile and said, "Look." A spark appeared in his hand, bright and fiery, dazzling a few people's eyes. They all stared in shock. They didn't expect Lu Mingyu to have special powers. Sorry. They realized they had been talking too loudly earlier, and the person who shouted at Lu Mingyu immediately regretted it. "Lu Ge," they called, not willing to admit defeat. What if he set them on fire? Here's the revised and simplified version. Here's the thing. My infiltration into the base has a purpose. We need to defeat the evil Duan Shao and fix the base. Not only do I have special abilities, but my family members are even more powerful. One of them has a speech magic ability. The roommates were surprised again. Someone bravely asked, "Does that mean your words always come true?" "Yes," Lu Mingyu proudly answered. "Doesn't that mean he's invincible?" Lu Shuhui added some words to support Lu Mingyu, making everyone look surprised. As for why they want to defeat Duan Shao, Lu Shuhui explained that these people had just joined the base and weren't heavily brainwashed. They soon realized how corrupt the base was. If they didn't defeat Duan Shao, they would be doomed sooner or later. "Brother Lu, please tell us your plan." They wanted to be among the first to share the benefits and hoped for a fair base. They didn't want a place ruled by power and strict hierarchy, where ordinary people couldn't survive. That was just too unfair. When they learned that Duan Shao had hypnotized them into obedience, they all patted their thighs and said, "That explains why I sometimes feel dizzy and tired. Now I understand. The Lu family members are good at talking and winning people over." Just a few words made these people more motivated. "Brother Lu, you're right. In this end-of-the-world situation, in front of zombies, everyone should help each other. Our only enemies are the zombies. Humans should unite, not fight over status. Duan Shao really thinks he's a king, even choosing a wife every day. Those who rebel are locked in small black rooms. No one has ever been released from there. It's surprising that some people didn't get bitten by zombies but were killed by their own kind. They split up and went to different dorms to persuade others. Many people started to feel tempted. The most excited were those whose wives, daughters, or girlfriends had been taken by Duan Shao. But some people shouted at them, saying they wanted to rebel and report them. These were people deeply brainwashed by Duan Shao. They saw Duan Shao as their only boss and believed everything he said was right. These people almost fought with those who joined Lu Mingyu and Lu Shuhui's team. When Lu Mingyu used his fire ability, many backed down. "If you're not convinced, come out and fight me. Let's see if my fiery punch is stronger than your skull." Lu Shuhui also led a few people to block the dormitory door to prevent anyone from secretly passing messages. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyin was smiling like a villain, tying Tang Lian to a chair. She sat opposite Tang Lian, with Qi Yuan and Tai Zhu standing behind her. "Don't you want to get back at Duan Shao?" Tang Lian looked pale with fear and shook her head tightly. He is my husband. How can I betray him? Lu Mingyin looked at Tang Lian with disdain. Is she hopelessly love-struck? Your husband? You probably have many husbands. Life only happens once. Women should live for themselves. He knows some things will hurt you, but he still does them. He simply doesn't care about you. Tang Lian stubbornly argued. Men make mistakes. He just made the same mistake all men make. No, no, no. This isn't a mistake. It's a choice. Make peace with yourself. You're the only one trapped in this. You can't keep making the same mistake, Miss Tang Lian. Lu Mingyin gently wiped away Tang Lian's tears. How can this love-struck girl be cured? Only she is trapped and can't get out. Tang Lian froze. She had given up so much for Duan Xiao. She truly only has him. She couldn't imagine what to do if she lost Duan Xiao. But Lu Mingyin's words, Miss Tang Lian, made her feel dazed. She wasn't Duan Xiao's girlfriend anymore, nor his wife. She was herself, Tang Lian. Being touched doesn't replace feelings. Nostalgia can't bring back the past. Love is part of your social life, not your whole life. Lu Mingyin, who had once participated in school debates, had the chance to discuss love. She shared these words with Tang Lian. Tang Lian couldn't hold back her tears and cried loudly. Yes, she had always regarded Duan Xiao as her whole world, living without herself. Lu Mingyin and the others didn't have time to watch Tang Lian break down. Lu Mingyin knew that Tang Lian was no longer as firm as before. She quickly pressed on, saying, Miss Tang Lian, if you can attend the same university as him, it means you're not worse than Duan Xiao. Why do you think he's better than you? And this man keeps cheating again and again. Listen to me. Don't cling to one person. Don't think you've given too much and can't turn back. Your life is yours to decide. Don't rely on anyone. No one is indispensable. Always remember to love yourself. Loving yourself is the most important thing. A good relationship is a way to understand your life. It's just one experience, not your whole life. You only have yourself in this world. You should love yourself well. Someone might not love you, but you must love yourself. Lu Mingyin's tone grew a little stronger. These words are from her heart. If you don't love yourself, who will love you? You deserve a better man. She always believes she deserves better and tries to be confident and sunny. That's what her parents taught her. Lu Mingyin's words stayed with Tang Lian for a long time. She sniffled and nodded, wiping tears from her face. I want to get revenge on that man. I want to take back my youth. I want him to pay the price. That's good. She's teachable. This person isn't beyond saving. It's worth her effort to talk so much. If she can't convince him, she might have to take action. Lu Mingyin nodded with satisfaction. Tang Lian wanted to change her clothes and get ready before going out with Lu Mingyin and the others. Lu Mingyin understood Tang Lian's thoughts. To fight a bad guy, she should dress beautifully. And Tang Lian is very pretty. Not bad, Suehua's sister. You're quite good at giving big talks. Taizhu teased Lu Mingyin with a playful smile, looking down at her. His eyelashes cast a shadow under his eyes. Lu Mingyin snorted. Only you men can make big promises. We need to stay clear-headed, not fall for love blindly. After hearing Lu Mingyin, Taizhu leaned casually against the wall, lifting his proud chin. His eyes, like phoenix eyes, looked at her with a half-smile, a bit mischievous. Suehua's sister, you misunderstand me. I'm not like other men. I'm simple. I've never been in love, never made big promises to anyone. Lu Mingyin rolled her eyes silently. Is he serious? He looks like a scoundrel. He probably tricks many girls. Now he's pretending to be innocent? He looks like a flirt, and he's never been in love. Lu Mingyin thought she must be crazy to believe him. I don't believe you. Taizhu spread his hands and blinked innocently. I really haven't. Even when Qi Yuan interrupted their conversation, he looked expressionless and said, Now is not the time to talk about this. TSK, little brother, what's your relationship with Suehua's sister? Iron Pill looked up and down at Qi Yuan, not sure if the boy was of legal age or what his relationship was with sister Suehua. He was definitely not a younger brother, and they didn't share the same surname. Chi Yuan ignored Iron Pill's gaze and slowly said 2 words, "Little brother, Iron Pill." Huh? At that moment, Tang Lian appeared. She had done a delicate makeup job, looking like she was in her 20s. She wore a black long dress and black high heels. Was this a full makeover? Looking at the time, there were less than 5 minutes left before the meeting ended. Tang Lian needed to delay Duan Xiao temporarily. She and Duan Xiao had been together for many years and knew him best. They hid in the shadows for a few minutes. Sure enough, Duan Xiao, after the meeting, was seen hugging a beautiful woman as he walked toward the apartment. Lu Mingyin quietly observed Tang Lian's reaction. Tang Lian bit her lip, clenched her fists tightly, and a flicker of struggle appeared in her eyes. Perhaps she remembered something, and anger flashed across her face, but soon she fell silent. Lu Mingyin knew she had succeeded. "Miss Tang Lian, we need you to delay him as much as possible so we can handle the next steps." Tang Lian nodded without speaking, her eyes fixed on Duan Xiao, who was holding the woman. When they reached the door, Tang Lian stepped in her high heels toward Duan Xiao. Duan Xiao, holding the woman, approached the apartment. Just as they were about to go inside, someone suddenly appeared in front of him. He looked closely and recognized the person. Wasn't that his wife? Why was she dressed so beautifully all of a sudden? Duan Xiao hadn't seen Tang Lian dressed up in a long time, and he was stunned. Tang Lian silently took in Duan Xiao's reaction. Her heart sank even more. Why had she changed herself into this look for such a greedy and cold-hearted man? "Husband, you're back," Tang Lian said softly with a charming smile, reaching out to hold Duan Xiao's arm, ignoring the beautiful woman beside him. Duan Xiao hadn't seen Tang Lian like this in a long time. He was stunned for a moment and then responded, "Why did you decide to dress up? Did you forget? Today is our anniversary. We should celebrate." Tang Lian pouted and acted cute. Duan Xiao suddenly realized, "Oh, I completely forgot because I was busy." Huh? Tang Lian secretly smiled bitterly. It's not that she forgot to be busy. There are simply too many beauties. Today isn't even a special anniversary. Look at this man. He doesn't care about her at all. She should have realized that long ago. "Eat with me today. It's been a long time since you've had my cooking, husband." Tang Lian looked at Duan Xiao gently, her eyes full of love, almost overflowing. Duan Xiao's heart softened. Yes. He hadn't spent much time with his wife lately. He hesitated and glanced at the beautiful woman beside him. Tang Lian pinched her palm and continued smiling. "Let's have your favorite sweet and sour ribs and fish-flavored shredded pork, okay?" After thinking for a moment, Duan Xiao made a decision. He pinched the woman's face and said, "Go upstairs first. I'll come find you this afternoon." The woman nodded and took the elevator up, leaving Duan Xiao and Tang Lian behind. Tang Lian looked deeply at Duan Xiao, wondering what it was about this man that made her reluctant to part or that made him so outstanding. Her head ached from overthinking, but she couldn't figure it out. "What's wrong? Is your husband too handsome?" Duan Xiao smiled confidently. Tang Lian looked at this man with heavy dark circles and a pale face. She was momentarily speechless and thought of a word, "Ordinary man. Let's go." "We'll just make something for you in the dorm," Tang Lian said, holding Duan Xiao's arm as they took the elevator. After they went up, Lu Mingyin, hiding in the dark, finally came out. Lu Mingyin felt sick to her stomach. Damn, how could that man be so shameless to say such things? He's old, ugly, and unnecessary. His face is so large it's thousands of miles wide, thicker than a city wall. She really wanted to hit him. Lu Mingyin painfully clenched her iron fist, wishing she could hit him now, but unfortunately, it wasn't the right time. Duan Xiao was immersed in his wife's gentle embrace. Sitting on a stool, he looked at Tang Lian's beautiful face, feeling itchy inside. He wanted to reach out several times, but she kept avoiding him. He was a bit dissatisfied. Tang Lian explained, "If you do that, how can I cook? Eating first is more important. If I don't eat enough, I won't have the strength to work." Duan Xiao relaxed his brows and showed a slightly mischievous smile. "Oh, I see. Husband, you should dress up more. The way you looked before, I was too embarrassed to say you're my husband." As a woman, you should look good. Isn't that giving your husband face? Men often care most about their reputation. Besides, your husband is very powerful now, as the leader of a base. But look how well I treat you. You will always be my main wife here. No matter what I do, I will never take your place. Tang Lian paused while chopping vegetables. A shiver ran through her, and she didn't understand why. Previously, Duan Xiao often said similar things and she agreed. She didn't feel rebellious. But now, every time she heard Duan Xiao speak, she wanted to hit him with a knife. I understand. I will dress better from now on and make you proud. Men care most about their reputation, right? And your husband is still the boss. Everything in the base belongs to you. They are lucky to be with him, Tang Lian said, forcing herself to speak despite feeling sick. Duan Xiao was very pleased. Wife, if you had thought like this earlier, it would have been better. How I told you before, you are so stubborn and refuse to see reason. Now you're much cuter than before. While chatting, Tang Lian finished cooking. She brought 3 dishes and a soup to the table. Smelling the familiar, tempting aroma, Duan Xiao eagerly started eating. Tang Lian didn't eat. She silently watched him, feeling disgusted with this unfaithful man. As he ate, Duan Xiao suddenly felt something was wrong. He felt weak all over, his limbs turning soft, as if he were in a dream. His body felt light, like a cloud about to drift away. His mind was clear, but he couldn't control his body. He lacked strength everywhere. He immediately suspected the food was bad. Seeing that Tang Lian hadn't touched her food, Duan Zhao's face darkened. He roared angrily, "What did you do to me, you wicked woman?" Duan Xiao desperately tried to control his body, pushing his hand into his throat to induce vomiting. But Tang Lian grabbed his limbs, coldly watching his violent struggle. "Don't worry, you won't die. You're just too weak. Death would be too easy for you," she said. "How dare you treat me like this, Tang Lian? You ungrateful woman. Are you secretly seeing other men? How dare you betray me?" Duan Zhao's words were harsh and unpleasant. Tang Lian suppressed her pain, slapped him hard across the face with all her strength. The slap knocked Duan Xiao to the ground. Duan Xiao lay on the ground, eyes full of disbelief. He was so angry, he almost spat blood.
How dare she?
This weak woman, whom he had always looked down on, actually dared to hit him. Tang Lian stared blankly at her aching hand and then at Duan Xiao on the ground. She showed a faint smile, tears slowly falling from her eyes. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She knelt in front of Duan Xiao, looking at his ugly face. "Hubby, have you been tricked? Believe me, I love you the most. Others are just fooling you. Think about all the good times we've had together over the years." Duan Xiao was a clever man. Now that he was under the control of Tang Lian, whom he looked down on, he softened. He thought Tang Lian was just a foolish woman bewitched by someone. But he couldn't figure out who had bewitched her to attack him. When he found out, he would make sure that foolish woman and that person suffer together. Tang Lian looked at Duan Xiao with an expressionless face. Her heart was completely dead. The man she loved for so long was foolish, ridiculous, selfish, malicious, and unfaithful. All her youth was wasted on him. Duan Zhao's supernatural power no longer affected Tang Lian. She had never been so clear-headed before. She slapped Duan Xiao more than 10 times, making his face swell and turning her palm purple from the pain. Only when her hand went numb did she stop. Duan Xiao was exhausted from cursing. He deeply regretted it. He never expected this obedient, foolish woman to turn against him. He had always looked down on her, but now he realized she had outsmarted him. This made Duan Xiao even angrier. And she dared to hit him. He was her husband. How could a woman hit a man? Tang Lian looked at the small table in the corner. There were 2 packets of medicine lying there, which could have poisoned Duan Xiao to death, but she thought that was too easy on him. Hud, hud, hud. Tang Lian tidied her messy hair, then opened the door. Outside stood Lu Mingyin and 2 others. They were worried Tang Lian couldn't handle Duan Xiao, so they came to check the situation. Seeing that Tang Lian was fine, Lu Mingyin peeked behind Qiyuan and asked cautiously, how is it? Tang Lian didn't reply and moved aside. The three saw Duan Xiao, who was lying on the ground, disheveled and with a swollen face like a pig's head. Lu Mingyin clapped her hands and said, "Awesome." Having done what she intended, she felt satisfied. Without a man in her heart, she naturally felt powerful. The next steps will be easier. Catch the leader first, then deal with those good brothers of Duan Xiao. Lu Mingyin couldn't wait anymore. Her big iron fist was itching to hit someone. She allowed those people to run 100 meters first, then she would catch up and beat them all. Some people in this base were truly disgusting and deserved to be punished. Once these mutants are eliminated, the base will become a better place, able to welcome more humans, and give more people hope to survive. All right, I will keep an eye on Duan Xiao, Tang Lian said, knowing she couldn't help much else. Watching Duan Xiao was her biggest help. Lu Mingyi nodded. Good. Taizhu thought about Duan Xiao's pig-like face, marked with clear palm prints, and couldn't help but chuckle. He leaned close to Lu Mingyin and said, "You're really fierce." Not a single slap was soft. "If you envy that," Lu Mingyin said softly, "I can give you the same, Taizhu." Not envious at all, not at all. No need for a matching style. Taizhu awkwardly chuckled, feeling his face start to hurt. He could tell this sister was getting impatient. If he said more, he might really get slapped. He didn't want his handsome face to suffer an unjust disaster, so Taizhu silently closed his mouth. Inside the room, Tang Lian ignored Duan Xiao's murderous glare. She sat cross-legged beside the immobilized Duan Xiao, her gaze flickering with love and hate. Love and indifference had become a fleeting thing for her. "Duan Xiao, do you remember the first time we met?" "You probably don't remember anymore, but I do. I remember every word you said to me back then." Ignoring Duan Xiao's struggles, Tang Lian nostalgically recalled their past. In her heart, there were lamps shining brightly. Every time she finished a memory, the bright lamp in her heart would go out, never to light again. Meanwhile, Wuan led a large, fierce team toward the school entrance. The team was over 100 people, with Wuan riding on Peiqi. Her cute face was full of determination, knowing a big battle was coming. Surrounding her were hundreds of jumping potted plants, eager to show their skills. System 777 sat leisurely behind Wuan, half-closed sapphire-like eyes, observing the danger ahead. "Big Sister Lu, what do we need to do later?" Li Ting didn't know why, but she felt very excited. She thought she was about to share the meat and eat her fill. She hadn't made the wrong choice. Soon she would be free, no longer bound by unfair rules. Lu Xiaoxue's eyes were calm as she looked ahead, a faint smile on her lips. Just go in and fight anyone who blocks the way. The others had already gained some support from within. According to her, Duan Xiao had already been controlled. When she heard that Duan Xiao was dealt with by Tang Lian's dish, Lu Xiaoxue was surprised but quickly thought it was normal. Duan Xiao had never truly respected Tang Lian, seeing her as just an accessory, so he wouldn't expect her to dare resist him. Duan Xiao was arrogant. Ultimately, his arrogance led to his downfall, especially at the hands of someone he looked down on. That must have made him very upset. "Okay, even though I don't have special abilities, I did learn some self-defense before. I might not lose to ordinary people in a fight," Li Ting said, stretching her muscles and looking eager, as if an enemy was right in front of her. Zhong Yunyun covered her face nervously. "No hitting the face. If anyone tries to hit me there, I'll fight back. I look fragile, but I'm not someone to be messed with." Yan Jing held Deng Jie's arm, both excited and scared. She was afraid that before she could make a name for herself with the boss, she might get hurt. Deng Jie noticed Yan Jing's emotions and comforted her. "Don't worry. Just don't be afraid. When the time comes, protect your glasses well. You don't want to accidentally hurt your teammates because you're blind without them." Yan Jing wasn't comforted. She just wanted to go back to before the apocalypse and stock up on more contact lenses. Those were her only glasses, and if they broke, she wouldn't have anywhere to find new ones. Some people refused to cooperate and, lacking strong willpower, had been brainwashed by Duan Xiao. They would rather die than submit, cursing Lu Mingyu and others as traitors of the base, saying that their boss would never forgive them if he found out. Hearing these curses, Lu Mingyu's temper flared. His small flames flickered in his hand, but Lu Shui stopped him. Save your strength. Don't waste your energy on people who aren't a real threat, Lu Shui said. Although he had no special abilities, he knew that using powers took effort, so he advised Lu Mingyu not to waste it. All right, I'll listen to you, big brother, Lu Mingyu snorted and put away his flames. Then, he ordered a few people to lock the others in some rooms on the first floor, while the ordinary people followed them outside. When they heard about fighting, many faces showed fear and hesitation. The powerful telepathic team was so strong, but these ordinary people with no special abilities wondered how they could win. It seemed like they were rushing to their own death. Seeing their silence, Lu Shuhai guessed their thoughts and said, "Think about your families who are being harmed. Men heroes have been oppressed for so long without resisting. How can you survive until the end of the world if you don't stand up now? Do you think you're honorable to your lost loved ones? If you hesitate now and don't fight back, you might never get another chance. There's only one chance. Are you sure you won't take it?" Lu Mingyu also chimed in a few words. "Fine, if you don't want to fight, we'll leave. You'll keep living in a dangerous place, and you ordinary people without abilities will just be stepping stones for them." After saying this, without waiting for their reactions, Lu Mingyu pretended to pull Lu Shuhai and walk outside, saying as they went, "Forget it. We can escape if we want. They don't want to fight, so there's no need for us to waste time and energy. I want to go. I want to fight that telepathic person who took my wife. I'll fight him to the end. I want to go too. My girlfriend sacrificed herself for me. Boo-hoo. I can't let her down. If I don't fight, I won't have the face to see her after I die." More and more people sincerely wanted to join Lu Shuhai and Lu Mingyu to defeat the telepathic team at the base. Lu Mingyu winked at Lu Shuhai, and their plan was successful. The two brothers led a large group of people out. The others in the nearby buildings watched in confusion, not knowing what was happening, and they came down to join the group and ask for details. When they heard it was to fight against Duan Shao and unfair rules, many people voluntarily joined the team, making it bigger and bigger. The people in the other buildings couldn't interfere. They had expected someone to report them. Sure enough, not long after they left, they encountered patrol teams and telepathic fighters. Each held weapons and looked fierce. "What are you doing? Do you have the guts to rebel? Then all of you, die." Lu Mingyu did not hold back and immediately set fire to that person's head. The person screamed loudly and rolled on the ground in pain. This act marked the official start of the battle. Countless people began fighting fiercely. Some found their enemies among the opposing group and swung their iron sticks even more vigorously. The sounds of screams, fighting, and supernatural powers echoed together. Blood splattered everywhere. Some people fell and could no longer get up. Superpowers were powerful, but our side had more people, mostly young, strong men. They charged forward, one after another, even after falling. At this moment, supernatural powers seemed less invincible. Human unity was burning fiercely, like a flame of life. They were also very strong, not helpless. Before and after the apocalypse, they kept trying to live seriously and never gave up on themselves. After leaving the dark room, Manhwa and the others were quickly exposed. Those loyal to Duan Shao fought them again in a new round of fierce combat. Manhwa rode a pig around, creating chaos. Peichi was very skilled and precise, not hurting allies. Those hit by Peichi looked like they saw ghosts and couldn't get up, crying out in pain. The potted plants also fought hard against the enemies. Some plant pots with supernatural powers shattered and died. After falling to the ground, they were trampled by the chaotic crowd and turned into dirt, returning to nature's embrace. Lu Shengyao summoned a small lightning strike. The sky suddenly darkened. Thick, inky clouds gathered together, and thunder roared loudly on the horizon, making many people's hearts tremble. Lightning struck down in countless dense bolts. Many people didn't understand what was happening. They only knew that if they didn't run, they would be hit. They hurriedly fled in different directions, but their speed couldn't compare to the lightning. Those struck by lightning felt numb and painful all over and collapsed to the ground. They couldn't even scream. At least 60 or 70 people were hit and lay on the ground, unable to get up. Lu Xingyao didn't want to kill so many people. He just wanted to temporarily disable them. He took the chance to summon another small lightning strike, knocking down more enemies. The morale of the opponents was severely damaged, while our side was excited and more determined to defeat the enemies. Many people paid with their lives in this war. They were not just ordinary people or special ability users, they were heroes. They bravely fought against injustice and made great contributions to this base's future. In the future, those saved by this base will visit the cemetery to pay their respects. It is their bravery that allowed them to see such a good base and to survive. Yishi hid in her dormitory, sipping hot water slowly while waiting for news about her roommate's visit. The others looked anxious and couldn't hide their nerves. Seeing Yishi so calm, they hurriedly asked, "Yishi, why are you so calm?" "I'm so nervous." "Who do you think will win?" "I hope the rebels win and replace that man named Duan. I've never liked him, acting like a king." "Yishi, what do you think?" Someone asked Yishi for her opinion. What could Yishi say? Are the rebels her husband and child? Does she believe they can succeed? Many people secretly went to watch the battle from a distance, afraid of being hurt. They were ordinary people, afraid to join the fight because they lacked courage. Suddenly, the door, which had been tightly shut, swung open. Everyone's eyes focused on the entrance. An exhausted woman, sweaty and panting, closed the door behind her. As soon as she sat down, everyone gathered around her. Yishi looked at her expectantly. The woman, catching her breath and wiping sweat, quickly started sharing what she knew. There are 3 places fighting now. The fiercest battle is at the ability user's dormitory. You know, that's where all the ability users are. The fight is like a magic show, with all kinds of flying objects. The one on the first floor, Huang Xian, went to watch and got burned by a fire ability user's flames. Her clothes almost caught fire. Her shoes even flew off. The other 2 places are mostly controlled by the rebels. I heard that on the sports field, the leader can summon lightning, which has killed many people. There's also a little girl, only 3 or 4 years old, who can command animals. She's riding a pig and chasing people around the field. Yishi, haha. Her laugh immediately drew everyone's attention. They looked at her with complicated expressions. In such a serious situation, how could she still find time to laugh? Yishi also knew that her behavior might not be very good. She returned to a serious face and said, "You can continue." Wow, I went far away to take a look. The ground was full of bodies. The fighting was so fierce. Some didn't die from zombie bites, but were killed by their own kind. The auntie looked regretful. The war here finally ended. Without a doubt, Wanyan's side had a clear victory, and everyone was cheering. Li Ting found Zhong Yunyan among the cheering crowd, and also found Yan Jing and Sister Deng. Their faces were full of happy smiles. "Ah, this is great. We won. Sister can now boast that she conquered this land." Li Ting excitedly grabbed Zhong Yunyan's hand. "Zhong Yunyan, yes, we won," but she soon realized that Zhong Yunyan looked very pale. She stopped and asked, "Yunyan, what's wrong?" Yan Jing and Sister Deng also noticed Zhong Yunyan's unusual look and immediately surrounded her. Zhong Yunyan tried to force a smile but couldn't hold it and collapsed. Li Ting and Yan Jing hurriedly supported Zhong Yunyan. Li Ting only then noticed that the blood on Zhong Yunyan wasn't from enemies, but her own blood. Zhong Yunyan was injured. Her abdomen had been stabbed, and blood soaked her clothes, flowing steadily to the ground. "Yunyan! Yunyan!" Sister Deng panicked as she took off her jacket to cover Zhong Yunyan's wound, her hands trembling. Zhong Yunyan was in so much pain she almost fainted. She had been pampered since childhood and had never suffered such a serious injury. She thought about how she hadn't yet found her lost parents and wondered if they were still alive. "Ting Ting, Sister Yen, Sister Deng." Zhong Yunyan called out their names one by one. Li Ting's eyes immediately turned red, and Yan Jing started crying. She quickly stood up and said, "I'll go find Sister Lu." Sister Lu must have a way to save you. I'll go too. Sister Deng told Li Ting to hold her wound and ran to find Lu Xiaoxue and the others. Li Ting choked up as she looked at Zhong Yunyun. She didn't know what to say, only repeatedly saying, "Yunyun, don't die." At this moment, Zhong Yunyun was no longer so afraid. She forced a smile and said, "Sister wants to be beautiful in this life, and in the next, she still wants to be beautiful. I hope that when I reincarnate, the end of the world will be over." Li Ting cried so hard she could hardly speak. She stammered, "No, you can't die. Don't say that. Sister Lu will find a way to save you. If you dare to die, I curse you to be reborn as a pig in your next life." Zhong Yunyun was in so much pain she almost went numb. Her body was losing heat quickly. She felt like a torn, empty doll, with blood pouring out of her wound wildly. The smell of blood filled her nose. Yun, don't close your eyes." "You can't close your eyes." Li Ting saw that Zhong Yunyun's pupils were starting to dilate. She desperately tried to hold Yunyun's eyes open, not letting her close her eyes. She was shouting her name loudly in her ear. She had been able to stay alive so long because of Zhong Yunyun's company. If Yunyun left her, she didn't know what she would do. Li Ting had never been so scared. The fear of being abandoned and saying goodbye filled her heart. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, cold and trembling so much that her fingertips turned white. "Please don't go," she begged. But it wasn't up to her. Zhong Yunyun looked at Li Ting helplessly. She didn't want to die either. They were so close to winning, but now she had to leave?
She didn't want that.
She wanted to live well and find her parents. Deng Jie and Yan Jing found Lu Xiaoxue and the others. Yan Jing, crying and sniffling, rushed over and grabbed Lu Xiaoxue's arm tightly. She cried, "Sister Lu, Yunyun might not make it. Please save her. Please." When Lu Xiaoxue heard this terrible news, her face immediately darkened. She didn't delay at all. "Take me to her." Wanwan also knew that the beautiful sister might die. She was anxious and asked System 777, "Uncle System, I don't want Sister Yunyun to die. What should I do? Can I save her?" System 777 quickly replied, "Wanwan, hurry and contact your mom. Tell her to come to the playground." It only took less than 10 minutes to run from her dorm to here. Now, it depended on whether Zhong Yunyun could hold on. Wanwan remembered that her mom had special powers that could save people. Her eyes lit up. She quickly used her communication device to call Yishi. "Mom, come to the playground. Sister Yunyun is hurt." While explaining the situation to Yishi, I followed Lu Xiaoxue and others to find Zhong Yunyun. When we saw Zhong Yunyun, she could no longer speak, her breathing was weak, and her face was almost transparent. Her lips had no color, and her clothes were soaked with blood. Li Ting was pinching Zhong Yunyun's neck to keep her awake for a little longer. Seeing Lu Xiaoxue approach, Li Ting seemed to see hope. With tears in her eyes, she begged, "Sister Lu, please save Yunyun. She's so young." Of course, she needed to be saved. Lu Xiaoxue knew she had a responsibility. She was the one who brought them here. Since Zhong Yunyun was injured, she had to take responsibility. Lu Xiaoxue looked at her own hand, knowing that Wan Yan had already called Yishi over. "My mom will arrive in a few minutes. She has healing powers. As long as Zhong Yunyun can hold on until she gets here, there's hope," Lu Xiaoxue said as she knelt in front of Zhong Yunyun. She tore off her jacket and gently placed her hand on her abdomen. Soon, her hand froze over Zhong Yunyun's wound, forming a layer of ice that visibly froze the injury. This was all she could do. Freezing could temporarily numb the wound. Lu Xiaoxue wasn't sure if this method would work. "Yunyun, can you hear me? Don't sleep.
You will be saved.
Don't close your eyes, do you hear me?"
she said.
People nearby, who had been watching, also heard Lu Xiaoxue's words and asked if there was still hope. Some others on the ground were still breathing. Lu Xiaoxue nodded. Those people hurried to hold their friends and excitedly told them there was still hope. The joy of victory was somewhat diminished. Looking at the bodies on the ground, Lu Xiaoxue felt an indescribable sadness. "Wan Yan, with sharp eyes, saw a familiar figure at the school gate. She excitedly waved to her mother, Yishi. Mom, over here. Mom, we're here. Yishi, wearing her school uniform, ran out of breath, sweat soaking her hair and sticking it to her forehead. She gasped for air. When she saw her daughter's adorable face, all her fatigue disappeared, and she smiled.
Wan Yan. Zhao Xue.
Husband. Lu Xingyao saw Yishi and wanted to hug her, but now wasn't the time. Saving people was more important. Their family's safety was the most important thing. Seeing Zhong Yunyun lying on the ground, her life uncertain, Yishi squatted beside her. She asked Li Ting to lay Zhong Yunyun flat on the ground. Li Ting did as told, nervously watching Yishi use her powers. A soft blue light flowed from Yishi's palm, warm and gentle. The light entered Zhong Yunyun's injured area, and suddenly, Yishi's hands emitted a bright glow. The blue light suddenly shot into the air, flying around quickly like colorful fireworks blooming in the sky. After blooming, the light turned into tiny stars falling down, rushing into the bodies of the fallen people, some flying far away like dandelions. The wounds of the people merging with the light disappeared quickly, and their pale faces gradually turned pink. They opened their eyes in confusion, not knowing what had happened until they were embraced and cried, realizing what had occurred. Zhong Yunyun only felt that everything around her was noisy. She opened her eyes but was still held in Li Ting's arms before she could see clearly. Li Ting was crying loudly. Confused and puzzled, Zhong Yunyun looked around. Was she dead? How was she alive? Her wound didn't hurt anymore. Wasn't I dead? Where are my injuries? Could this be a dream? Li Ting heard Zhong Yunyun's words, crying and laughing at the same time, and explained, You were saved, Yunyun.
You are saved now.
Sister Lu's mom has healing powers, super powerful healing abilities. Zhong Yunyun realized she had escaped death and happily hugged Li Ting, both of them jumping and bouncing in place. Sister Deng and Yan Jing wiped their tears. Sister Deng sighed. It's so good to be alive. Living is the best. Nothing compares to the value of life. Being alive is truly the best thing. A few people from Yishi's dormitory hurriedly gathered at the schoolyard gate, exhausted. One of them, very tired, leaned on the railing and said, Yishi, where did she go? Why did she run so fast? Yeah, we're just ordinary people. The scene is still so chaotic. What if something happens? At this moment, the woman who was giving frontline news looked blankly and said, Look, is that Yishi? What? Everyone looked in the direction she pointed. Sure enough, among the crowd, they saw a familiar figure. They saw her use her powers to save many people, standing with the 3 leaders of the rebellion, and even hugging one of the men. So, is Yishi really so powerful? We didn't know. Yishi is so hidden. Her husband and child are so strong, and she is too. Oh my god, I always thought Yishi didn't seem like an ordinary person, and you guys still didn't believe it. After thinking carefully, after so many years in the apocalypse, Yishi, an ordinary person, entered the scene dressed neatly and with a calm, noble aura. She looked very different from her peers who were less refined. It seems life will be better from now on. Yishi is so gentle. Her husband must be a good person, better than Duan Xiao. Look at those things in the sky. Were they floating in the air? Lu Mingyu heard someone pointing at the sky. He looked up and saw countless faint blue lights drifting in the sky, giving him a familiar feeling. Lu Shuhui, weak, leaned on Lu Mingyu's shoulder, holding a pair of glasses that were badly deformed. Both of them were injured. They sat silently on the steps by the roadside. Lu Mingyu reached out and caught one of the glowing points. A warm, soothing energy flowed through his body, quickly easing his pain until he felt nothing. He glanced at his fierce-looking knife wound, which was also improving. He seemed to understand what it was. Lu Shui spoke first, it's Mom's special power. Yes, that's right. Lu Mingyu nodded wildly. Mom's power has become even stronger. The 2 brothers sat on the steps in the corner of a cheering crowd. They had truly achieved something. They challenged themselves, defeated evil forces, faced others directly for the first time. And they won. Every corner of the apartment was stained with blood, walls and ceilings riddled with large holes, blood handprints covering the white walls and tiles. The elevator, hallways, and corridors were filled with corpses, too tragic to bear. On the rooftop, Lu Mingyin stood alone facing a group of fierce-looking people. Her body was covered in blood, with a wound on her neck still bleeding, staining her collar red. She stood there empty-handed, coldly saying, "Come on, let's do this." "Stupid woman, who told you to do this?" The other side yelled angrily, not taking Lu Mingyin seriously. Lu Mingyin replied, "No one ordered me. You're the stupid woman." Without wasting words, Lu Mingyin charged at them. Her first punch hit the man's stomach hard. He screamed and spat blood as he was knocked back, nearly falling off the rooftop.
Attack.
They didn't believe they could be defeated by just this woman. Iron Pill and Qi Yuan went to deal with the supernatural fighters downstairs. Iron Pill knew that Lu Mingyin was upstairs. He looked at the elevator, which had stopped working, and ran down the corridor. He quickly reached the rooftop, only to find the door locked from the inside. Iron Pill took a step back, then kicked the door open with a flying kick. Inside, he saw a chaotic fight. He casually grabbed a stick from someone attacking him, kicked that person away, and joined the fight with the stick. He knocked out the person trying to sneak attack Lu Mingyin, then stood beside her, smiling and raising an eyebrow at her. "Why are you here?" Lu Mingyin asked casually. "I can't just watch Sister Tsuehua get bullied. I had to come help," Iron Pill replied with a low laugh. He fought fiercely, aiming precisely with each strike, even using his shadow hand. A loud, pig-like scream echoed through the air. Lu Mingyin's mouth twitched slightly. She couldn't watch anymore. It was too brutal. This man knew how to fight. Iron Pill, shamelessly smiling, said, "Sister Tsuehua, I'm just hitting the enemy's weak spots." Lu Mingyin looked at those who were writhing and grimacing, clutching their lower bodies. She didn't know what to say for a moment. "Sister Tsuehua, watch this." Iron Pill suddenly stopped attacking, threw a stick to Lu Mingyin, who reflexively caught it, unsure of what Iron Pill was about to do. Iron Pill stood in front of Lu Mingyin, blocking all attacks. His left hand suddenly produced a continuous stream of water, spraying everyone across from him. Many were knocked down by the powerful water flow. Before they could catch their breath, the water began to change. It suddenly turned into beautiful snowflakes, which wrapped around the enemies, freezing them in place. "Are you a dual-element supernatural user?" Lu Mingyin gasped in shock, staring at Iron Pill. He actually had two powers. This guy had been pretending to be harmless before, acting scared and pretending to be her teammate. Although Lu Mingyin knew Iron Pill wasn't a harmless little bunny, she didn't expect him to have dual powers. Iron Pill, seeing her shock, smiled proudly. "What do you think? Starting to admire me, Sister Tsuehua?" Lu Mingyin instantly turned cold. "Get lost. Let's go. They can't fight for now. Let's see how our other big brother is doing." Lu Mingyin knew that referred to Qi Yuan. As they reached the corridor, the Iron Pillar walking beside her suddenly said, "I'm not a dual-element ability user." Before Lu Mingyin could speak, the Iron Pillar quickened his pace, taking long strides to leave her behind. "Then what kind of ability do you have?" "Don't run away." Lu Mingyin couldn't stand people who teased like that. Her curiosity was piqued, so she sped up to chase after the Iron Pillar. Seeing him turn at the third-floor corner, she also turned, almost colliding with Qi Yuan, who was running toward her. She asked immediately, "Where's the Iron Pillar?" To her surprise, Qi Yuan looked confused and said, "I didn't see him." "Impossible." Lu Mingyin's eyes widened as she looked around, but she truly couldn't see the Iron Pillar. "I saw him turn and walk this way just now." "You came from the front, so you should have seen him." But Qi Yuan really hadn't seen the Iron Pillar. When he turned, he only saw Lu Mingyin. He was looking straight ahead, so if the Iron Pillar appeared, he should have seen him. Then, a living person just disappeared out of nowhere. Lu Mingyin remembered the words the Iron Pillar had said. "He's not a dual-element ability user." What does that mean? Could he have another ability? Yes, that might explain it. His ability to disappear into thin air is probably his third power, Lu Mingyin guessed. How are things on your side? Have you resolved everything? After receiving Qi Yuang's confident reply, Lu Mingyin pointed to the rooftop. There, a group of ability users was frozen by the iron pillar. Are there any other ability users still alive? Lu Mingyin asked. Qi Yuang calmly replied, I've already taken care of them. As expected from her, Lu Mingyin's trusted younger sibling, her ability to handle problems is excellent. They temporarily put aside the missing iron pillar. From what they could see now, he didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards them. The two walked out of the apartment side by side, covered in blood, with a faint murderous look still in their eyes. This startled the people hiding outside, who thought two bloodied people had come out. They believed only the two of them were left alive in the building, so everyone dared not make a sound, fearing they might attract their attention. Lu Mingyin raised her head and saw faint blue lights flying in the sky, wrapped in a warm energy. Her injuries healed quickly and no longer hurt. This healing power, besides her mother Yishi, was only possessed by her. Lu Mingyin felt a lightness in her body as all negative feelings were pushed away. She looked back at the mutant's apartment. She saw Tang Lian standing by the 6th-floor window, looking at her through the glass from a distance. Tang Lian smiled at Lu Mingyin, who nodded in return. Tang Lian looked away, shook her blood-stained hand behind her back, went to the bathroom to wash off the blood, changed into a new dress, and stepped out of the dormitory in high heels. The floor was covered with blood and signs of struggle. Duan Shao lay on the ground, eyes wide open, as if about to pop out. His chest was stabbed dozens of times, his white shirt soaked in blood, turning red. His shoes were removed, and all 10 fingernails were broken. When alive, he had scratched the floor, leaving many claw marks. From his fierce expression, it was clear Tang Lian had hurt him badly. Duan Shao probably died without understanding how he ended up dead, especially at the hands of the wife he looked down on the most. Yishi's powers not only healed the injured, but also helped brainwashed people wake up. The people in the base realized they had been freed. They no longer had to be oppressed. Suddenly, the base was filled with happiness, with everyone celebrating the change through tears and laughter. People who had escaped death from the dark rooms saw their loved ones again. Families separated for days were finally reunited. The Lu family, who had been apart for a few days, finally gathered together. Everyone had worked hard during this time. Even though they weren't together, they had completed their task. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing Task 8. Rewards are being calculated. Reward, 2,000 points, 1 electronic map, 1 Little Witch's magic book, increased chance of upgrading the host's language and supernatural abilities to 20%, and the space can now hold 3 people at once. The long reward calculation finally finished. Wanan curiously checked her rewards. She found a thick book in her space. The cover was light purple, with shimmering words, surrounded by a faint starry glow. System Uncle, what is this? Wanan immediately liked the beautiful book. She wondered if it was some powerful tool. System 777 approached the book and read the words on the cover. Little Witch's Magic Book. It quickly identified the book's properties, and several lines of text appeared in the air. Grace is a talented young witch. She has lived in the magic forest since she was a child, in a candy house carefully built by her parents. Recognized by the witch family as the next leader, this book is her childhood magic book, containing her careful notes. Anyone who obtains this magic book can easily learn the magic inside. Note: ordinary people have different magical abilities than witches and cannot use magic multiple times. A beginner mage can use magic once a day, an intermediate mage twice, and an advanced mage 3 times. Violators are responsible for the consequences. Special reminder: Grace only gives the book to people she likes. If someone using magic is in danger, calling her name may summon Grace to help. After reading these words, System 777 was amazed. Was this a powerful tool? It was very excited and said, Wanwan, you can be a little witch now and use magic. Wanwan blinked her big eyes and asked, Am I a little fairy? That's okay, System 777 replied. Yes, Wanwan exclaimed. Wow, I can be a little fairy. I want to be a good fairy, not a bad fairy. Meanwhile, the Liu family was sitting in the dining hall. The chef prepared a hearty lunch to celebrate. The ordinary people who hadn't eaten well in a long time were gobbling down their food. They hadn't had such good meals in ages. "We should leave the base today, since our task is done," Lu Mingyu said lazily, resting his chin on his hand. Lu Xiaoxue looked at Sister Deng and the others at the next table and nodded. She said, "We can leave, but there's one more thing we need to do." "What's left to do?" Lu Mingyu asked curiously. Hadn't they already finished Wanwan's task? What else was there? For a moment, Lu Mingyu's mind was blank. Lu Mingyin patted Lu Mingyu on the shoulder and said, "My little brother, don't forget. We took down the boss of that base. Without a leader, how will they survive? They shouldn't just leave the mess behind and walk away." Lu Mingyu suddenly realized that he had overlooked this issue.
It was his mistake. So, what do we do now?
Where can we find a strong leader for the base? Is there anyone more capable than them to be the boss of this base? That's a tough problem. Since everyone is here now, let's settle this on the spot. The new boss should be someone with special abilities. There are quite a few ability users in the base, Lu Mingyin suggested. She thought they could have a contest, and the strongest person should be the boss. Lu Shui frowned with some difficulty. How can you be sure the one chosen won't be the next Duan Xiao? They just managed to deal with Duan Xiao, and soon the base might fall into chaos again. That's true. They couldn't guarantee that the new leader would be a good person with integrity. Lu Mingyin didn't know much about these people's characters and didn't dare make decisions on her own. Let's see who is willing to run for it first. "I think I have a good eye for people," Lu Shengyao spoke. Before the apocalypse, he managed the large Lu Corporation. He's not an easy person to deal with. He can pick talented people without risking his position. His judgment is quite sharp. So, Lu Mingyu went to the cafeteria stage. This stage used to be where students ate and performed singing or shows. Now, he borrowed it for his own use. After all, before the apocalypse, Lu Mingyu was a top celebrity. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, everyone's attention was on him. Some people are naturally the center of the crowd, destined to be extraordinary. Many of Lu Mingyu's fans in the base cheered his name below, as if he was performing at a concert.
Ah,
Lu Mingyu, I love you. You're my idol. So amazing. Lu Mingyu, you're my only god. Lu Mingyu made a gesture for silence with his hand and smiled confidently. Can everyone be quiet for a moment? I have a few things to say, okay? Unexpectedly, Lu Mingyu even has male fans calling him brother one after another. Lu Mingyin listened to these words and spat out some water. She felt her toes might punch a hole in her shoes. She picked up a tissue and wiped her mouth. She looked at her family members' expressions and saw that they all looked speechless, probably fidgeting nervously. Thanks to everyone's effort, we have worked together to defeat the evil forces and successfully saved the entire base. Our mission is now complete. Lu Mingyu spoke confidently and clearly, sharing his thoughts. I must say, Lu Mingyu has good professional skills. He stood confidently on stage, never hesitant, always self-assured and clear. After hearing Lu Mingyu, many people's faces changed. It seemed that today, this group of leaders was planning to leave the base. Everyone thought they defeated Duan Xiao to become the new leader of the base, but now it seemed they planned to choose someone else to lead before leaving. Yan Jing ran directly to Lu Xiaoxue and asked, Sister Lu, are you leaving? Seeing Yan Jing's sad face, Lu Xiaoxue replied, Yes, we don't belong here. We have more things to do. But everyone hopes you can be the leader of the base. Can't you stay? Zhong Yunyan didn't expect it to be like this. She thought they would stay and follow the leaders, but now the leaders wanted to leave. Lu Xiaoxue smiled faintly, understanding their thoughts. Our original goal was to remove Duan Xiao. Now that the task is done, we should leave. In other words, Lu and her team never planned to stay from the beginning. Zhong Yunyan and others felt very disappointed, but they also knew they couldn't persuade them to stay. If they wanted to leave, they would leave. No amount of words could change that. Leaders, we have no problem if you become the heads of the base. Yes, you're so capable. With you, the base will be even stronger in the future. Please don't go, leaders. Everyone was not naive. With 7 or 8 strong leaders here, each one was very powerful. With them around, the base would surely become even more advanced. Everyone wanted to keep the Lu family members. Lu Mingyu frowned. He thought about the current situation, cleared his throat, and a spark appeared in his hand, causing everyone to fall silent. The entire cafeteria returned to silence. Lu Mingyu took a deep breath and raised his voice, saying, "Our main task is to save the base. We have other missions and other people who need our help. Right now, the zombie situation outside is very serious, and humans need to unite even more. The more people survive, the fewer zombies there will be. The end of this apocalypse will come sooner. No one wants to be in danger and have no one to save them. If you want to live under our protection, you will never grow." Lu Mingyu said a lot. Yi Shi and Lu Xingao looked at each other and smiled. This kid really has grown up. Qi Yuyen rested her chin on her hand and looked at Lu Mingyu on the stage. He seemed a bit different from usual. She silently wondered in her mind. Just then, a figure appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria. She was graceful, wearing a bright red dress, in excellent spirits, with fair skin and a beautiful face. Lu Mingyu on stage was a little confused. Who is she? Some people recognized her. It's Tang Lian, Duan Zhao's wife. Some people disliked Duan Zhao, and because of that, they also disliked Tang Lian. Faced with everyone's strange looks, Tang Lian took a deep breath, stepped onto the stage in high heels, and her first words stunned everyone. Duan Zhao was killed by me with 24 stabs. I avoided the vital spots in the first 23 stabs and only delivered the final blow to end his life. Wanwan had long run into the space. She eagerly picked up her magic book. System Uncle, Wanwan wants to learn magic right now. Carrot. System 777 looked at Wanwan with affection and said with a smile, "Okay, System Uncle will learn with you. Woo-woo, today the host baby is so adorable." Wanwan stretched out her small, fair hand and carefully turned to the first page of the magic book. From her expression, she seemed quite nervous. She studied the first page seriously, and System 777 also leaned in to look. Peichi and the plants gathered around to watch. Half a minute passed. A slightly impatient little voice echoed in the space. "Oh no, Wanwan can't understand QWQ, System 777. Almost forgot. Wanwan still can't read." Anyone with even a primary school diploma wouldn't be like this. "Wanwan, how about this? From now on, I will teach you every day, help you learn to read and write, okay?" Wanwan pouted her little lips. "Learn to read," System 777 continued. "Now, Wuan can read characters, so she is a knowledgeable person. Will I also be able to read words on TV and books and on objects in the future? Of course. Everyone learns that way. Teachers used to teach us, but now, in this end-of-the-world situation, there are no teachers. Uncle System is very capable. There's nothing he doesn't know," System 777 confidently said, "clearly smarter than humans, knowing everything from the sky to the ground." Juan asked, "Do you know who the bad person is that's holding me?" System 777's expression froze. He really didn't know.
Darn.
Wuan covered her mouth, giggling softly. Hee, Uncle System is just bragging," System 777 replied. TVT. This little kid knows how to tease others. All right, let's learn magic together first." System 777 chose to change the subject. Wuan smiled with bright eyes and said, Okay." Tang Lian's words successfully changed her usual gentle image in front of others, but that wasn't enough for her to become the next leader of the base. "Our leader must at least be a superpower user, stronger than everyone here. Yeah, otherwise, if danger comes, the base will be finished. I don't want a leader who screams and cries at the sight of zombies." Many people whispered harsh words about Tang Lian. She didn't blink or show any change in her smile. She extended her right hand, lightly beckoning in a certain direction. A broken-legged stool flew over everyone's heads and landed steadily in her hand. "Who said I don't have a superpower?" Clear-headed and free from Duan Zhao's brainwashing, Tang Lian had changed. She held a sharp knife and stabbed into Duan Zhao's chest, hot blood splashing onto her face. She showed no mercy. Ignoring Duan Zhao's desperate struggles and screams, she stabbed him again and again. Her love and hate for him were intertwined. The final stab ended his life. But were these feelings greater than her pain over the years? No, they weren't. She could never be the innocent Tang Lian she once was. The knife in her hand was dull from use. Looking at Duan Zhao's tragic death, Tang Lian felt sick and wanted to vomit. She had killed someone. Her hand went numb to the point of losing feeling. She stared at the dull-edged knife, only to see it gradually return to its original shape. She tentatively tested it again and realized she had awakened a metal-based ability. Standing on stage, she faced nearly 1,000 people below, trying hard to hide her fear and not let anyone see her emotions. When she walked onto the stage, memories of her school days as an outstanding student representative came to mind. She often confidently gave speeches. She worked to recall those feelings and finally found a faint sense of confidence. Then, Tang Lian casually extended her other hand and bent the metal bench leg with ease. I am a metal ability user. Metal ability users are not rare. Many sit in the audience. However, Tang Lian's ability made some ordinary people quiet. They also have shame. They are not as good as others, so why look down on them? Is there anyone who wants to challenge Miss Tang Lian? If you disagree with her, come up and duel. The winner can become the leader of the base. Don't worry about injuries. We have healing abilities. Lu Mingyu disliked those who complained on the ground but were not skilled. Looking down on women? Why would he? Men and women are equal. Who is nobler? Lu Mingyu is a man himself. He has never looked down on any woman. If he dared to, his sister would have knocked him out long ago. I'll do it. A tall, muscular man about 30, standing around 1.8 meters, suddenly stood up. He wore a black vest that showed off his perfect muscles. Tang Lian recognized him. He was one of Duan Zhao's good friends. She was surprised he was still alive. She knew this vest-wearing man had always looked down on her, so it was no wonder he was the first to challenge her. Tang Lian nodded in agreement. Let's fight outside. She took a deep breath, her heart pounding fiercely. Her palms were sweaty, and she clenched her teeth tightly. She had never fought before and didn't know how many moves she could withstand in the vest man's grip, but she would do her best. Tang Lian and the vest man went to an open space outside the cafeteria. The cafeteria's windows were transparent, so everyone sitting inside could see the fight outside. Tang Lian, much smaller in size compared to the vest man, was underestimated by almost everyone. Imagine someone with less physical strength and only recently gained special abilities trying to fight someone who has already faced zombies in combat. How could they possibly win? I hope the base has a female leader. I believe in Tang Lian, Lu Mingyin thought nervously. She watched Tang Lian, who had just been awakened by her, face reality. Inside, she silently cheered for her. Lu Xiaoxua looked at Tang Lian, who was clenching her fists, and also cheered her on inwardly. She had visited many bases, but never seen a woman as a leader. She hoped Tang Lian would impress her. Yi Shi, being a woman herself, also hoped Tang Lian would succeed. She trusted her judgment and thought Tang Lian had a good appearance, not the kind of sneaky or cunning person. Yi Shi exchanged a look with Lu Shengyao and asked, "Husband, who do you think will win?" It's hard to say. Lu Shengyao pondered for a moment before replying, "Miss Tang Lian." Good. Yi Shi let out a small sigh of relief and carefully observed the situation outside. The man in a vest didn't bother talking to Tang Lian. He stood still, slapped the ground with his right hand, causing the earth to shake violently. A crack appeared in the cement, and mud and stones burst out from below, rushing toward Tang Lian as if alive. Tang Lian couldn't dodge in time and got her foot caught in the crack, falling hard to the ground. Blinded by the dust, she narrowly avoided the flying debris and dirt. Seeing this scene, everyone thought the vest man had already won, as he defeated Tang Lian with just one move. However, Tang Lian gave up her shoes, crawled up from the ground, and, despite the pain, stepped on the broken stones. She closed her eyes and carefully felt the magnetic fluctuations around her. The vest man picked up the gathered stones and mud, aiming to smash them at Tang Lian, who was still with her eyes closed. Lu Mingyin panicked at this scene. If she was hit, Tang Lian might die instantly. She immediately stood up and ran outside. Suddenly, Tang Lian opened her eyes. Her original brown-black pupils turned golden and emitted a faint glow. She shouted loudly, raising her hands above her head. Strange sounds came from outside, and countless objects made of gold, silver, copper, and iron floated in the air. The vest man, stunned by this scene, hesitated briefly. Then he charged at Tang Lian even faster. When he was just a few centimeters from her, Tang Lian fused the floating objects into an iron arrow and held it in front of his face and head. He dared not even breathe loudly. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyin, seeing that the outcome was clear, stopped outside the cafeteria. "You lost," said Tang Lian, her voice trembling. She didn't dare relax for a moment and kept alert to the man's movements. The man in the tank top had visible veins and finally put down what he was holding, choosing to admit defeat.
Boss.
The man in the tank top had indeed lost. No matter what. That was the truth. A brave man accepts his loss.
Boss.
Boss. People in the dining hall also started shouting. Only then did Tang Lian put down her iron arrow. Sweat had soaked her dress, and her feet were stained with blood. Only after relaxing did she feel the pain in her feet. "I did it, Miss Lu." Tang Lian turned her head and gave a tired smile toward Lu Mingyin at the door. Lu Mingyin responded with a thumbs up. "Tang leader, I knew it. Tang Lian is no worse than Duan Xiao." In the future, Tang Lian would set new rules for the base to prevent anyone with bad intentions from rebelling again. Wanwan also left Tang Lian some life-saving items, which could be exchanged with points. Since the base had chosen a new leader, there was no need for the Lu family to stay. They were about to leave immediately. Before leaving, Zhong Yunyan and the others hugged Lu Xiaoxue and Wanwan, crying and saying how much they hated to part. Lu Xiaoxue gently comforted everyone, knowing that it would be hard to meet again after this farewell. Deng Jie squatted on the ground, hugged Wanwan and said, "Wanwan, grow up safe and sound." Wanwan nodded obediently and said in a baby voice, "Annie, when we meet next time, I will have my own baby too, and you should call me sister." Hearing this, Deng Jie was stunned, and she playfully pinched Wanwan's face. Okay, what Deng Jie didn't know was that Wanwan's spiritual power had successfully manifested. The Lu family members drove their 2 cars out of the garage at the base, saying goodbye to the people there. Maybe they would meet again someday. These past few days had been very tough on the Lu family, both physically and mentally. They needed to rest well for a few days. They arrived at a spacious place, and Wanwan summoned her castle. It felt like several days had passed, but it was only a month. Everyone sat together again at the big dining table, enjoying a meal. Oh, I still prefer sleeping in my own big bed. The beds in the dormitory are so uncomfortable I can hardly turn over, and the food is so green and unappetizing, my face is turning green. Lu Mingyu left the base with a big smile, feeling an indescribable happiness inside. Now he could enjoy delicious food and drinks with Wanwan again. Lu Mingyu felt truly happy. Without Wanwan, life would probably be worse than living at the base. Not only Lu Mingyu, but even Lu Shuhui also wasn't used to that kind of life. It's not that they were spoiled, but they simply couldn't get used to it. Life at the base was definitely different from real college dorm life. The roommates had different values and ages, the quality of life varied, and there was no personal freedom. It felt very frustrating. Lu Shuhui last stayed in a dorm during his previous school year. His roommates snored, ground their teeth, and farted, which made it hard for him to sleep peacefully. But Lu Shuhui was the older brother, so he couldn't complain to Lu Mingyu. That's not his personality. He was used to holding things in. Lu Shuhui always thought he had to be calmer than his younger siblings and not cause trouble for others. Lu Mingyin also deeply disliked that dorm. She thought of her quirky roommates and sighed, "My college roommates were pretty good. The strange roommates I met at the base are always trying to cause me trouble." When she said this, Lu Mingyin suddenly felt a bit sad. She wondered if her roommates were still alive or if she would never see them again. They had shared 2 happy years together, and they were like good friends to her. Don't think too much. Let's focus on ourselves first. Lu Xiaoxue patted Lu Mingyin's shoulder to comfort her. She understood how Lu Mingyin felt. Everyone has their own friends, and it's impossible to always be around family. But now, in such a dangerous world, everyone was too busy to help each other. All those regrets had to be kept inside. Lu Mingyin softly nodded and said, "I hope they are alive and well. We will meet again after this crisis is over." In this situation, simply staying alive was the best blessing. Dinner was very hearty. After days of eating plain leaves, they finally enjoyed some tasty food. Feeling full brought a real sense of happiness. After eating, everyone went back to their rooms. They were all exhausted and needed good rest. Wanwan was different from the adults. She was a child with endless energy and had nothing urgent to do. She entered her space to find the System 777. "Uncle System, let's continue learning magic." Wanan's eyes sparkled as she looked at System 777. She hadn't had a chance to learn yet when she was suddenly pulled into a different space. "Okay." System 777 produced a book and sat in front of Wanan. "Let's start with the first page of the magic book," System 777 said. "Sleep spell." "Wanan, I will say a line and you repeat after me." System 777 carefully read from the magic book. Wanan nodded eagerly, waiting for System 777's next words. "O divine power, play a gentle lullaby and let them fall into a deep sleep," System 777 recited. Wanan repeated the spell. The first time she finished, she felt a mysterious energy flow through her body. It was a wonderful feeling she couldn't quite explain. Wanan didn't dislike it. In fact, she liked it very much. Before System 777 could say the second line, Wanan happily recited the spell again. "O divine power, play a gentle lullaby and let them fall into a deep sleep," she repeated. A soft pink light surrounded her small body, wrapping her up warmly. System 777 looked surprised.
Wow.
You remembered it so quickly, he wanted to say more, but a warm breeze brushed past him. He yawned, feeling very sleepy, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. "Uncle System?" "Uncle System." Wanan blinked her big eyes in confusion, looking at System 777 who was sleeping. She didn't understand what had happened. She called out several times, but System 777 didn't wake up. She grabbed a cactus and shouted, "Can you help wake up Uncle System?" Oh. Wanan realized what had happened. The spell she just recited was the sleep spell, so Uncle System must have been affected by her magic. "I'm so amazing. I learned magic," Wanan happily exclaimed. A cat's meow echoed through the space. The cactus retracted its spines and ran away. System 777 rubbed his bottom and groaned loudly. "What just happened to me?" System 777 looked at Wanan in shock. "You just recited the spell once and learned the sleep spell?" he asked, wide-eyed. "What kind of talent is this? Help. Is there any other surprise about my little host that I don't know?" Wanan smiled shyly. It seemed so. System 777 knew that Wanwan had already learned this magic. It was ready to teach her the next spell. As it reached out to turn the page, it found that the next page seemed glued together and couldn't be turned. Not only that page, but all the pages were stuck. "Strange, what's going on?" System 777 looked at the book with confusion. It didn't understand why this was happening. It tried to force the page, but nothing changed. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in the space. Message from Witch Grace. Learning magic requires a certain level. Beginner magicians can only access magic based on their magic power. System 777 understood. This meant Wanwan wasn't yet strong enough to learn the next spells. She needed to progress step by step. She couldn't learn many spells all at once, and she couldn't handle that much power right now. "Uncle System, I still want to learn magic. This one is too easy." Wanwan's curiosity was sparked. She thought learning magic was so fun and wanted to keep practicing. However, she was told she could only learn this one page now. The rest would have to wait until next time. Wanwan was very disappointed. She let out a soft "oh" and said, "Okay, then I'll go to sleep. I'm tired anyway." Wanwan was not the type to throw a tantrum. She accepted this calmly and obediently. System 777 put the magic book away and said to Wanwan, Wanwan, next time we meet a bad person, we can use this magic. Practice it more, and soon we'll learn new spells. The next morning, everyone woke up feeling refreshed. It was the best sleep they had in days. Since completing that task, no one had rested well. With nothing else to do, the Liu family spent the next half-month relaxing at the villa, restoring their energy. They also went out now and then to practice fighting zombies. They had almost cleared the zombies in this area. Wanwan visited the space every day to learn with System 777. She learned many characters. Wanwan was smart and had a good memory. She almost never forgot the words she was taught. In just half a month, she made great progress. Her Chinese vocabulary was now similar to that of a first-grade student. Task 9. Night Tour at the Amusement Park. The host must enter the park at midnight and enjoy at least 5 different rides to complete the task. The task duration is 2.5 nights, totaling 12 hours. Each night, the task runs from midnight to 6 a.m. Upon completion, the corresponding reward will be issued. Wanwan, who is still learning, excitedly jumped off the bench, full of anticipation. Amusement park? That's great. Wanwan has never been to an amusement park before. I really want to go. I saw one on TV, and it looks so fun. Wanwan was so happy. She didn't expect to be able to play while doing a task, especially at a park she really wanted to visit. System 777 thought carefully. Wanwan's thinking was too simple. He pondered for a moment and believed this task was definitely not as easy as it seemed. If it were that simple, it wouldn't be Task 9. None of the previous tasks were easy, and now a very different task appeared. System 777 was sure it wouldn't be as harmless as it sounded on the surface. Wanwan, let's go out first and tell everyone about the task. We can see what they think. System 777 put away the small blackboard. There's time to teach next. For now, the task must be completed. The Liu family and Qi Yuan listened to Wanwan's explanation of the task, and everyone looked surprised. Night tour at the amusement park? That can't be that simple. Every previous task was a close call, almost costing us dearly to finish, Liu Mingyin said, crossing her arms and shaking her head. Liu Zhaoxue's eyes flickered, and she took a sip of tea before speaking slowly. It's good that everyone knows. The difficulty of the tasks is increasing. Night tours at the amusement park are the most dangerous at night. Due to the strange moonlight, zombies at night are several times more active than during the day. Zombies and mutated beasts appear, along with strange creatures. Anyway, going out at night for the task is more dangerous than during the day, Lu Mingyu said. He was happy when he heard it was just a fun task at an amusement park, thinking he could enjoy himself. After hearing their analysis, he realized his thinking was too simple. So that's how it is. I thought we could just play and have fun. Wanwan, I don't want to do this anymore. It doesn't sound fun at all. Wanwan sat angrily in her seat, complaining to the System 777 about her mood. System 777 comforted her, saying, It's okay, Wanwan. Once the end of the world is over, we can go to a real amusement park. And it will be more fun when there are more people. Can that amusement park still be called an amusement park? Probably it's filled with zombies waiting for them. This mission lasts until 2 in the morning, and there are 4 hours until midnight. Let's leave now. If we don't finish the 5 tasks well, we might run out of time, Lu Mingyin decided firmly, hitting the table. Anyway, they had rested enough over the past few days, and their energy and strength were ready. Everyone agreed with this decision. There was nothing to pack, so they set off immediately. They all got into the car heading to the Wonderland amusement park. Lu Mingyu checked the navigation and started the car. It takes over 2 hours to drive to the park. We should arrive just in time to go in. The last time I went to an amusement park was in high school. I never thought I'd go again under such circumstances, Lu Mingyin said with some emotion. Time really flies. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. Qi Yuyan looked out the window. He hadn't told anyone how he felt, excited and hopeful. He had never been to an amusement park before, and now he was going with the Liu family. Although they weren't there to play, it didn't matter to him. After returning, he could say he had been to an amusement park. The love system kept chattering. Host, listen carefully. When you and Lu Mingyin ride the Ferris wheel, if you kiss at the top, you'll be together. Oh my gosh, this is so romantic. You must go with her. Your affection level will skyrocket. Do you hear me, host? Qi Yuan skillfully turned off the love system. That system kept saying things he didn't want to hear, so noisy. He wished there was a button to automatically block the system whenever it said things he disliked. Just press it, and the love system would be gone. The dark sky was heavy like ink, with a crescent-shaped red moon hanging in the sky. Unlike the green moon from a few days ago, the Lu family still didn't understand the pattern of the green and red moons. Sometimes it was red, sometimes green. Couldn't it just be a normal moon? They haven't seen a normal moon for 4 months and miss it very much. Usually they can see the moon easily, so it's not special. But in this end-of-the-world situation, the moon has become a symbol of hope. Everyone is dreaming that when the moon returns to normal, it might mean the end of this terrible time. Late at night, after driving for 3 hours, they finally reached the Wonderland amusement park. On the way, the road was blocked, so they had no choice but to take a small detour. They arrived just before midnight. Before the disaster, the amusement park was full of laughter and happy children's smiles. Now, it's dark and empty, looking like an abandoned ghost town. The big iron gate at the entrance was locked, and the ticket booth's glass was covered in dust. It was very different from what they remembered. It looked very strange and scary. They wanted to run away, but they knew they had to complete their mission. How do we get in? Should we just climb over? Lu Mingyu asked, confused. The big iron gate was locked tight, and they didn't have the key. Just as he spoke, his second sister, Lu Mingyin, patted him on the shoulder. She took off a black hairpin from her hair and smiled confidently. Don't forget, I have a skill for this. Lu Mingyu remembered that his sister was good at lockpicking. Before, she had used her skill to open a storage room lock and escape from danger.
He had forgotten about that.
Lu Mingyin went to the gate and saw that it was locked with 3 locks. Looking at the time, they had about half an hour left. She knew she had to act quickly. Maybe we should just climb over, Wanan suddenly said, raising her small hand. Don't forget, she also had a secret weapon. Wanan can teleport, Lu Xiaoxue said, grabbing Wanan's hand. In the next second, Wanan appeared inside the amusement park, looking through the gate at her family outside. Wanan could now take 3 people inside at once. In just 1 minute, she successfully brought everyone into the park. They still had more than half an hour before the park officially opened. Worried about disturbing the zombies inside, they decided to wait quietly at the gate. They also checked the ticket booth a few times but found nothing unusual, only a corpse dressed as a ticket seller lying on the ground. A loud bang was followed by a blinding flash of light. The entire amusement park lit up instantly and started running. Inside, there were zombie-like creatures that looked like real visitors, walking around as if they belonged there. A strange, childish voice sang a cheerful song, making everyone shiver with fear. Wow, where did this electricity come from? Why is everything suddenly lit up? Lu Mingyu's eyes nearly popped out. This doesn't make sense. There shouldn't be power in a post-apocalyptic world. Plus, it's such a big amusement park, and who opens at night? Lu Xiaoxue told Lu Mingyu to stay calm and said, don't forget our mission. Why there's power isn't important. We just need to complete our task. There's no need to overthink the small details. Who knows if something unexpected might happen? Should we play separately or together? That's the big question. Playing alone is faster but riskier. Shengyao Lu spoke up, together. Safety is more important. We have enough time for 5 rides over 2 nights. That makes sense. Better to stay together since they're not in a hurry. Strangely, the zombies in the amusement park didn't attack them. It was as if they couldn't see them. They moved slowly and sluggishly, occasionally letting out a few growls, but nothing else unusual. Lu Mingyin asked, so, what's the first ride we should try? At that moment, Xiaoxue took a small booklet from her pocket, opened it, and pointed to a ride. Let's do the carousel. It sounds safer. Everyone knew the least safe rides were the haunted house and roller coaster. Those would be deadly for sure. But then, big sister, where did you get this booklet? Zhao Xue replied calmly. I took it from the ticket seller's pocket. After hearing that, everyone's mind conjured up a not-so-pleasant image. The bodies probably looked terrible, likely bitten to death by zombies. Who would have thought Zhao Xue could find and grab the booklet so easily? That was impressive. The booklet even had a map. Luckily, they weren't far from the carousel. After walking just a few steps, they saw it. Beautiful lights and pleasant music. If only the carousel was real and working. Without stepping inside, you can see clearly that the spinning carousel has turned into a group of zombies. They are kneeling there with their backs bent, waiting for someone to ride, replacing the original carousel.
Wow, what is this?
Are we sure this is a carousel and not a zombie spinning ride? This strange scene made Lu Mingyu and Lu Mingyin both say they couldn't handle it. Are they really going to sit on these zombies? Lu Mingyu, maybe we should choose a different ride. Lu Mingyin pointed at the pirate ship on the map, thinking it might be safer to try. So, everyone changed direction and headed toward the pirate ship, which was very close, just a minute or two away. A pirate ship hanging in the air was spinning rapidly, too fast to see clearly, with many zombies being thrown out and smashed into pieces. The Lu family stepped back a few big steps, taking a deep breath. Maybe we should go back to the carousel. I think that's pretty good too, Lu Mingyu said with a stiff smile. I think so too. Is this a pirate ship? No, it's clearly a death trap. Great, the pirate ship was also crossed off their list. They arrived in front of the carousel, counted the seats. There were 12. They decided not everyone should go, leaving some on the ground to help rescue others. In the end, Lu Mingyu, Lu Mingyin, and Qi Yuyan were chosen to ride the carousel. The three carefully observed the zombie carousel. They saw that the zombies replacing the horses were completely still, like real horses. Under the warm lights and pleasant music, it created a strange, eerie atmosphere. Seeing these zombies, Lu Mingyu got goosebumps. It was okay to look at, but sitting on a zombie made him feel uneasy. With stiff steps, he took a deep breath and gently sat down on one. He imagined the zombie jumping up to bite him, but it didn't happen. Instead, as the three sat down, the carousel stopped spinning. Everyone was confused. How could it stop? How could they continue? Lu Mingyin slapped the zombie's head and said, "Spin." Why isn't it moving? Her slap was quite forceful, but the zombies still didn't move. Is it only possible for one person to go up? Lu Mingyu asked doubtfully as he stood up. Qi Yuyan also stood up. Now, only Lu Mingyin was left on the carousel, but it still didn't move. Lu Mingyin tentatively tried to get off, but after realizing no one was there, the carousel started moving again. Lu Xiaoxue looked at the carousel with cold eyes and gradually figured out the answer. She said, "Is it possible that it only works if all of us go on?" Since that might be the case, everyone decided to try. They each chose a beloved zombie pony and sat down bravely. Yishi sat with Wanwan on the carousel. Wanwan looked very annoyed. Wanwan sat there, about to cry, afraid to move her little bottom, worried that if she moved, the zombie below might bite her and throw her off. She said, "Uncle System, my bottom is so cold." The zombie was stiff and cold. Since it was early autumn, everyone sitting on it felt a bit chilly. System 777 quickly took out a coat from the space and placed it under Wanwan's bottom. Wanwan didn't touch the zombie directly and felt much better. The unpleasant smell of the zombie was ignored by everyone's nervous mood. They all tightly held the iron bar, waiting for Yishi to be the last to sit on the carousel. The music on the carousel immediately changed. It was no longer just music but a little girl singing. Little horse spin around, children laugh happily, 1 circle, 2 circles, 3, 4. With the singing, the carousel officially started. Wanwan, hold the bar tightly, don't let go. Lu Xingyao, standing behind Wanwan, reminded her. Wanwan held the bar tightly with both hands and answered loudly, "I know. Dad, you need to hold on too." In everyone's nervous mood, the first round passed safely. They began the second, and from the third round, everyone clearly felt the speed increase, much faster than before. The girl's singing sounded like it was sped up, and the carousel's speed kept increasing with each turn. Wow, how many rounds is this? Lu Mingyu's hands already felt sore, but he clenched his teeth and kept going, not daring to relax for a moment. Lu Mingyin felt dizzy and said painfully, "We don't know anything. I only know that if we keep spinning, I might vomit." Behind her, Lu Mingyu was startled as the ride spun faster and faster. If his second sister vomited, would the vomit fly onto him? So he shouted loudly, "Second sister, don't vomit." "I'm afraid it will land on me. It's not something I can control," she replied. After saying that, Lu Mingyin fell silent because the carousel's speed increased again, and she didn't dare to get distracted. The cheerful song about a little horse spinning and children laughing grew faster, and her young voice became sharp. Lu Mingyin felt she was about to vomit, her stomach was tight, and just when she thought she couldn't hold on anymore, something sudden happened. The top of the carousel suddenly opened, and a dozen zombies hung upside down from above, flying down. They had big mouths and stretched toward everyone, with one zombie in front of each person. This frightened Lu Mingyu so much that he let out a high-pitched scream, and almost fainted. The shock made him weak and he fell backward, but luckily he still held tightly to the metal bar so he didn't fall. Zombies aren't scary by themselves, but their sudden appearance was frightening. Even the bravest, Lu Mingyin, was startled. She was already about to vomit, and she couldn't hold it anymore. She vomited directly onto the upside-down zombie in front of her. After vomiting, she felt much better, though the smell was unpleasant. They were probably afraid the zombies would jump off the carousel, so the speed was extremely fast. If they jumped, they could be badly injured or broken. "Everyone hold on tight. Stay strong," Lu Xingyao shouted while punching the zombie in front of him. His other hand bulged with veins as he gripped the metal bar tightly. Whoa! Wan Fan swung her body left and right, trying to avoid the zombie's big mouth, but her shoulders were still scratched by the zombie's claws, causing her to cry immediately. System 777 was anxious and wanted to pull Wan Fan into the space, but she stopped him. She was holding back tears, even though her hands were numb and hurting badly. Still, she bravely said, No, if we stop now, the merry-go-round will stop and the mission will fail." Her parents, brother, and sister did not stop, so she couldn't either. If she caused the mission to fail because of her, that would be very bad. So she decided to keep going. Even though she was young, she didn't relax her expectations of herself. She always held herself to the same standards as others. She learned from the people around her and remembered the lessons they taught her deeply. Under everyone's caring guidance, Wanwan grew to be brave, kind, strong, and never gave up easily. System 777 was so worried it almost cried.
Boo-hoo.
How could our little star be so amazing? He's truly a super kid. He's just wonderful. She was also very scared. She was trying hard to avoid the zombies' attacks. Her face had a deep scratch that was bleeding constantly, making the zombies even more excited. Everyone was injured and needed to avoid being thrown off the merry-go-round. They didn't dare to let go of each other, so they couldn't use their special powers easily. They could only keep dodging the zombies' attacks. Fortunately, the merry-go-round wasn't always moving so fast. After 3 minutes of zombie attacks, its speed slowed down. It was still fast, but not as much as before. Finally, everyone could use their powers again. Those with abilities used them, and the zombies were successfully dealt with. Wanwan used her new sleep spell. "Holy power, softly sing the lullaby, and let them fall into a deep sleep," she whispered. A pink, gentle light surrounded her small body. The zombie in front of her quickly fell into a deep sleep, hanging right in front of her. Lu Xingyao used a lightning ball to defeat the zombies in front of Yi Shi and Lu Shuhui. After that, all the zombies in front of everyone were taken care of. The merry-go-round gradually returned to normal speed. Just when everyone thought the mission was about to end, an unexpected change happened. The zombies beneath them came back to life and surprisingly jumped onto the merry-go-round platform with them. Everyone quickly grabbed the zombies by their collars, almost being thrown off again, as the zombies wildly ran in all directions through the amusement park like untamed horses. Ah, Lu Mingyu shouted in a high-pitched voice, exhausted and overwhelmed. When will this torture ever end?
Ah.
At this moment, everyone finally realized how crazy this cursed amusement park was. No wonder the task took 2 nights to complete. Even a simple merry-go-round was so terrible. Suddenly, the quiet amusement park was filled with lively energy, echoing with screams from several people, and multiple figures darted around chaotically. Chi Yuan felt his head pounding. The zombie he was riding was so wild it was hard to describe. Along the way, it even knocked over several pedestrian zombies, making him feel like he had caused an accident and was fleeing the scene. The wind howled past his ears, his arms numb and almost losing feeling. His mind was buzzing. In a daze, Chi Yuan didn't even know why he was here, riding a zombie and running wildly through the streets. It seemed that ever since he was with the Lu family, life had become so exciting. The love system was stunned. What was going on? It didn't know what to say. It was just shocked, silently watching Chi Yuan riding the zombie and running around the city. Lu Shuhui's forehead veins bulged. His new glasses, worn only a few days, fell off. But at this moment, no matter how angry he was, he could only weakly and helplessly tighten his grip around the zombie's neck, praying he wouldn't be thrown off. Lu Mingyin had already vomited until her stomach was empty. Her eyes were vacant as she stared at the zombie, unable to scream anymore. She really wanted to faint. 5 minutes later, the wild zombie, the zombie that had run free, returned to the merry-go-round and went back to its original spot. The merry-go-round also stopped spinning at that moment. Finally, this absurd merry-go-round adventure was over. Everyone hesitated to get off. Don't misunderstand. They weren't reluctant because they didn't want to leave. Their legs had turned to jelly. Lu Mingyu lay hollowly on the merry-go-round, his soul still not back. I can't hold on much longer, Lu Mingyin said with a pale face. This really almost took her life. Lu Xiaoxue couldn't speak anymore. From her numb expression, it was clear she wasn't doing well either. Wanwan shakily got off the carousel, feeling dizzy and lightheaded, and fell flat on the ground. System Uncle, I think I saw stars. System 777 quickly appeared and let Wanwan lean on him. Everyone remained quiet for nearly 10 minutes before they could finally get off the carousel. Yi Shi, worried about the injured turning into mutants, bravely started treating the wounded first, only then attending to herself. Her physical injuries had fully healed, and they no longer felt as bad as before, but the emotional scars were permanent. I'll never ride a carousel again, Lu Mingyin said painfully, covering her face. Everyone nodded in agreement. It was truly a very frightening experience. Lu Xiaoxue took out a small booklet again. Most of the attractions listed looked exciting, but no one knew what to choose. They were afraid that all the rides might be unpredictable, just like the carousel, with surprises they couldn't foresee. Roller coaster, haunted house, log flume, drop tower, giant swing. It was hard to pick a ride that seemed less dangerous. After more than 10 minutes of choosing, they decided on Happy Dodge, also known as bumper cars. That was one of the milder options among many. Let's go, they said. They spent half an hour on the carousel, then another hour for calming down, treatment, and discussion. It was now nearly 1:48 a.m. Their goal tonight was to complete 3 rides, so tomorrow night would be easier. But unexpectedly, the first ride taught them a lesson in how to behave. Following the map, they arrived at Happy Dodge. They looked around outside to make sure no zombies were on the bumper cars or hiding above them before stepping inside. This bumper car has 2 seats, probably for 2 people, right? Lu Mingyu pointed at the bumper car and said. Then let's split into pairs, someone suggested. Lu Mingyu grabbed his second sister, pleading, Second sister, save my life. Lu Mingyin looked at him speechlessly, but agreed to his request to team up. Yi Shi and Lu Xingyao formed one team. Wanwan and her closest older brother Lu Shui formed another, and the remaining Lu Xiaoxue automatically teamed up with Qiyuan. I'll drive, Qiyuan said to Lu Xiaoxue. Lu Xiaoxue pursed her lips as she looked at the bumper cars and said, "Okay, I have a feeling these cars might have problems. There were no issues inside the arena and no zombies were seen, so the danger must come from the bumper cars." She just didn't know what kind of situation might happen. Apart from their different colors, each bumper car was almost identical, so everyone just chose randomly. When everyone was seated in the bumper cars, small lights around the area lit up, turning the originally dim space into a bright, daylight-like scene. "Big brother, I feel a little nervous." Wuan still hadn't recovered from the shadow of the carousel, afraid that her bumper car might suddenly turn into a zombie and run wildly through the streets. Lu Shuhui's hands were sweating as he held the steering wheel. He had to admit he was a bit nervous too, especially since his glasses were broken and his vision was not very clear. "Wuan, if something happens later, you must hold on tight to me," Lu Shuhui said in a deep voice. Wuan replied, "Okay." 8 people sat in 4 bumper cars, looking at each other nervously, unsure of what would happen next. Beep, 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 beep. The music started again, and the cars they were in could move. Lu Shui tentatively turned the steering wheel, and the car immediately moved in that direction, causing Wuan in the front seat to gasp softly. "Wow, wow, wow." It moved. It moved. Her big eyes sparkled, as if she had discovered something fun. Her cute, white face showed a happy smile. Kids are kids. When faced with new things, they quickly forget their worries. Everyone carefully started their bumper cars, keeping a safe distance from each other. They were afraid of losing control and crashing into each other, so they each spun around their own small area, hoping to get through this activity quickly. But things often didn't go as planned. Their worries proved correct. Less than 5 minutes after starting, one bumper car suddenly sped off in an uncontrollable direction. Lu Shui felt the car veer left. He desperately turned the steering wheel, trying to steer the car back onto the correct path to avoid crashing into the wall. Just thinking about hitting something made him fear serious injury or death. His knuckles turned white as he exerted great effort to change the car's direction, almost hitting Lu Mingyin and Lu Mingyu head-on. Lu Mingyu sat in the passenger seat, covering his face and crying out, "Ah, we're going to crash. Help!" He was scared and tightly covered his face with his hands, not daring to look. Lu Mingyin, trying to control the car, listened to the screams around him and desperately wanted to throw Lu Mingyu out of the vehicle. He used all his strength to steer the car just past Lu Shui and the others. As the cars brushed past each other, they made a loud, harsh screeching sound like nails on a chalkboard, making everyone's scalp tingle. Fortunately, they narrowly escaped danger this time. Lu Mingyu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and swallowed the pounding in his chest, which almost jumped out of his throat. "I knew it! I knew it! This haunted amusement park has no normal rides. If this was before the apocalypse, I'd report it for sure." Lu Mingyu thought that after finishing 5 rides, his heart might give out. But Lu Mingyu didn't realize that he spoke too soon. "Wanwan, are you okay?" Lu Shui asked, eyes fixed straight ahead. He couldn't tell from his peripheral vision how Wanwan was doing and was worried because he hadn't heard her voice. Wanwan was fiddling with her seat, sitting and swaying left and right. Her twin ponytails fluttered behind her. Her eyes were almost closed, and she was forced to swallow a big gulp of cold air, muttering vaguely, "I'm fine." The bumper cars suddenly started racing wildly inside the arena, and the rules changed again. When the rules changed, Lu Shuhui's car was close to the edge. It automatically veered to the right, but Lu Shuhui skillfully turned the steering wheel to the left, unaware that the rules had quietly shifted. Things didn't go as Lu Shui expected. The car sped up and crashed toward the right wall, showing a bit of eagerness. Lu Shui realized the problem was serious, but it was too late. They were about to hit the wall. He had no choice but to reach out and protect Wanwan on his right. Wanwan. At the last moment, someone bumped into their car from behind, giving a strong impact that pushed them away from the wall. They were knocked several meters forward, nearly thrown out of the car, but fortunately, the seat belts kept them safe. In just a few seconds, so much happened. The car only paused briefly before rushing forward again. Lu Shui had a sudden thought and guessed there was a new rule change. When the car was moving to the right, he turned the steering wheel to the right, but instead of turning right as usual, the car went left. Seeing this, Lu Shuhui understood the new rule. The car would turn in the opposite direction of the steering wheel, and it would drive in the opposite way. It all depended on whether everyone could think quickly enough. This is the opposite of normal driving and really tests reaction skills. Now Lu Shuhui controlled the car, so he could turn around to see who helped them. Behind, the bumper car was driven by Qi Yuan and Lu Zhaoshua's car. Lu Zhaoshua, sitting in the front passenger seat, exchanged a quick look with Lu Shuhui and let out a small sigh of relief. Luckily, Qi Yuan successfully rescued their older brother and Wuan. Otherwise, things would have been terrible. Qi Yuan, thank you, Lu Zhaoshua sincerely said. It was really thanks to Qi Yuan's quick reaction that they didn't realize the rules had changed again, but Qi Yuan noticed it in a short time. Qi Yuan lightly nodded, accepting Lu Zhaoshua's thanks. She pressed her lips and said, "No need to thank me. You've also helped me a lot. The rules of this bumper car game keep changing all the time. We need to stay very focused. At such high speed, losing control and crashing is very dangerous. Besides hitting the walls, they could also collide with others. If that happened, at least 4 people could get hurt. Luckily, there are healing powers to treat injuries, but if it happens again, it would be really painful." Qi Yuan clearly understood this. Her sharp hands bulged with veins, and her palm was sore from gripping the steering wheel tightly. Her arms stayed tense, not daring to relax. "Big brother, I feel a little like vomiting." Wuan's face turned pale as she weakly leaned back in her seat. The recent shocks had hurt her young mind deeply. The initial joy had disappeared completely. Now, she just wanted to get off this broken car as soon as possible. The little girl felt wronged, thinking this broken car was nothing compared to her beloved toy car QWQ. "Wuan, if you want to vomit, just do it. Don't hold it in." "It's okay," Lu Shuhui said, feeling uncomfortable himself. He was dizzy and had a headache from running around, his arms sore, but he couldn't loosen his grip. "Okay," Wan replied weakly. "Come on, Wan, keep going. Almost done." Almost there, System 777 desperately wished it could replace Wan, feeling sorry for his little one. Tonight, the host baby suffered greatly, such a tough task. System 777 gritted its teeth, angrily cursing the difficult task assigned by the system, knowing that only by doing so could it feel better. The third rule of bumper cars began. The steering wheel suddenly stopped working. The bumper car unexpectedly jumped up and drove out of the arena, racing wildly across the amusement park, just like the carousel earlier. It was like a wild horse running free, out of control. The bumper car project lasted for half an hour, with half of that time spent running wildly through the park. It was faster than the carousel, but luckily, it didn't hit any zombies or anything dangerous. The car wobbled left and right, creating illusions as it sped away. For the Lu family, it was like people running ahead while their spirits chased from behind. When the bumper cars returned to the arena, everything was quiet and peaceful, as if they weren't affected at all. The Lu family member sighed. "Oh no, our luck is really bad." They weren't injured this time, but they all sat silently in their cars, waiting for their spirits to return to their bodies. Their hairstyles looked terrible. Everyone had slicked back hair, exposing their shiny foreheads. Lu Mingyin and Lu Zhaoshua's hair looked as if they had been through a terrifying haircut by Tony, standing straight up. Qi Yuhan's messy hair no longer made him look like a handsome guy, but more like a silly beggar. Old couple Lu Shengyao and Yi Shi felt like their bones were about to fall apart. "Getting old is really hard," Yi Shi said, feeling her temples pounding and her eyes dull as she leaned back in her chair. Next to her, Lu Mingyu was about to cry. "Mom, even we young people can't handle this kind of chaos. I can't take it anymore. I'm going crazy. This is scarier and more perverted than zombies riding me around," he said. He never wanted to go through this again in his life. He'd rather be ridden by zombies. Another half hour passed. Now it was past 3 a.m., and less than 3 hours remained until the first night ended. With their current state, they could only complete one more project. Who knew how crazy the next one would be? Their bodies and energy couldn't keep up anymore. Wanwan's face was no longer rosy, and her complexion was pale as she curled up in her father Lu Xingyao's arms, softly complaining that she wanted to vomit. She weakly wrapped her arms around her father's neck, looking pitiful and making people feel sorry for her. These things are not suitable for children at all. Have they considered minors? I'm so annoyed. Lu Mingyin spat some colorful words and kicked at the grass by the roadside.
He was really at his wit's end.
While waiting for Wanwan to recover, they discussed which activity to choose next. It was very hard to decide because many options in the brochure sounded exciting just by their names, making it hard to choose. Wanwan, you're lucky. You can pick one. Lu Mingyu didn't dare to choose himself. He was unlucky and preferred to let their lucky charm decide. Wanwan couldn't read, but she stared intently at the brochure. After carefully choosing from the options, she picked a pattern she liked and pointed her little finger. This one, following her finger, they saw the corresponding activity, the Mirror City Maze. On the way to the Mirror City Maze, they saw the bright sign from afar. At the entrance, there were two clown-shaped sculptures. Under the crimson moonlight, they looked eerie and strange. Are you sure you want to do this? Lu Mingyu always felt that the two sculptures looked like clowns, and their eyes made him shiver. From outside, the room inside was also very dark.
Lu Shuhai said softly, "What?
Do you want to pick something else?" Well, Lu Mingyu knew his luck was bad, so he quickly waved his hand and smiled. Never mind. I trust Wanwan's choice. Without hesitation, the Lu family took a deep breath. Hesitation would only lead to failure, so they boldly stepped into the Mirror City Maze. They bypassed the front desk and continued inside. They found a wooden door that could be pushed open. The person leading was Lu Xingyao. He reached out and pushed the door open, which made a creaking sound that was almost painful to hear. Inside wasn't completely dark, but emitted a greenish glow, adding a spooky and creepy atmosphere. Standing outside, they saw several shadowy figures appear across from them. As the figures moved, the reflections in the mirror changed accordingly. It seemed normal, with nothing strange happening. But the real horror would be if the reflection in the mirror moved differently from you. That would mean a ghostly encounter. Lu Mingyu wanted to pull Lu Mingyin, but he realized that Lu Mingyin was already with Lu Zhaoxue. Unable to do anything, he could only hug Qi Yuyan and said kindly, "Good brother, I'm afraid you might be scared, Qi Yuyan." He thought Lu Mingyu might have removed the words, "afraid of you," which was probably his real intention. However, Qi Yuyan was not someone who liked to point out others' faults, and now was not the time for jokes. He said nothing, and let Lu Mingyu hold him as they moved forward. "We need to find the exit, like it says on the front desk." Lu Mingyin saw it and spoke. Lu Zhaoxue also saw it, and her tone was a bit helpless. "It also says if we can't get out, we can call for help. But now, in this end-of-the-world situation, who would come to rescue us? This mirror maze could only hold two people side by side. If you weren't careful, you could easily get lost." In this darkness, it was very hard to find the way out. Looking around, the mirror reflected only their own images. Everyone tightened their grip on the person next to them. Even if someone got lost, it would be just two people, which was better than being alone. Everyone's nerves were stretched tight, their eyes almost strained. They used their phone flashlights to look for the way out. But no matter how hard they looked, they couldn't find an exit. Some people started to feel pain. While Lu Mingyu and Qi Yuyan followed the person in front, suddenly a mirror beside them blocked their way. Lu Mingyu couldn't dodge in time and bumped into the mirror. Hearing Lu Mingyu's cry, everyone turned around but couldn't see him. "What's wrong? This mirror moves. It won't let me and Qi Yuyan pass." Lu Mingyu covered his nose. As soon as he let go, a hot flow surged out, and blood started to drip from his nose. He quickly took out tissues to cover it. Hearing this, the others finally understood why they couldn't find a way out. This mirror could move. How could they possibly escape this maze? So this was the real difficulty of the project. Yuyin, Yu, and Qi Yuyan stepped back. Lu Mingyin also stepped back a few steps and tried to kick the mirror in front of her. It felt like kicking a metal plate. With a loud bang, Her foot hurt, but the mirror remained intact, undamaged. Everyone could see that Lu Mingyin was very strong. When she stomped on the mirror, it remained undamaged. Instead, Lu Mingyin felt her legs ache as she pulled her foot back. Everyone realized these mirrors were not ordinary. Lu Xiaoxue frowned as she looked at the mirror in the reflection. The woman in the mirror also looked at her quietly. Her delicate face, illuminated by the eerie green light, seemed even more sinister. When she entered the Mirror City maze, she had once thought, what if they couldn't escape through the mirrors? Could they break through violently? For example, smashing all the mirrors to easily leave the maze. But reality hit hard, crushing that unspoken idea completely. It seems the danger of this mirror maze is that it can split us apart, she thought. A group of people was unlikely to be in real danger, as long as they stayed together. But what if only one person was left alone? Without any supplies, unable to break the mirrors, and with the mirrors moving on their own, they might never escape. This possibility quickly crossed everyone's mind, causing a cold sweat. Lu Xiaoxue suddenly held a sharp ice spike in her hand and threw it forcefully at the mirror, trying to smash it with one hit. But reality was always disappointing. The ice spike hit the mirror with a dull sound, then ice shards scattered and fell to the ground. Only a water stain was left on the smooth surface of the mirror. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyu and Qi Yuyan didn't just wait helplessly. Qi Yuyan grabbed her dagger and fiercely scratched the mirror. Lu Mingyu planned to set it on fire, but the mirror remained completely intact. "Let me try," Wan'an said. She rode out of her space with a huge Peiqi. She ordered Peiqi to crash into the mirror and smash it. Peiqi obediently listened to her.
Bang!
A loud crash and a pig's squeal sounded together. Peiqi was hurt and teary-eyed in front of the mirror. Wan'an comforted Peiqi briefly before sending it back into her space. Then she rode out her Tua car. The Tua car proudly looked at the mirror in front of it. It believed it could smash the mirror in one go. That useless pig, huh? Let it see, later, the Tua car would be the little master's favorite ride. This damn desire to win suddenly flared up. Tua car moved in the air, found the right angle, and charged forward. Surprisingly, a crack appeared from top to bottom on the mirror, but the cost was that Tua car's body was slightly worn down. To break this mirror, Tua car would have to sacrifice a lot, Lu Shuhui said thoughtfully, reaching out to touch the crack. Hearing this, Wanwan became anxious. She quickly went over and gently rubbed the damaged part of Tua car, feeling very sad. Tua car, does it hurt? With her loving touch, Tua car felt no pain and even felt a little proud, jealous of that stubborn pig. That stubborn pig always took the chance to sit on it when it wasn't paying attention. It was really annoying. Wanwan also carefully returned Tua car to the space. She blinked her big eyes and softly said, "I don't want Tua car to sacrifice. It is my good friend, and it can feel pain too. Sorry." Unconsciously, Wanwan twirled her clothes, and soon the fabric became wrinkled. She was a little afraid to look at everyone and didn't know what to do. Her parents, brother, and sister were very important to her, but Tua car was also her good friend. She didn't want it to make a sacrifice. Lu Shengyao squatted down to face Wanwan at eye level. He understood that Wanwan misunderstood the sacrifice, thinking it meant Tua car would die. He gently patted Wanwan's head and said, "Tua car is not only your good friend, but also a lifesaver for our family. We won't let it sacrifice." Lu Mingyin added, "That's right, Wanwan. When we have time, we must thank Tua car properly. During that flood siege, if it hadn't helped, I might have turned into a water ghost by now." Yishi looked at Wanwan with some relief and softly said, "Wanwan, I am very happy to see you grow. You are now brave enough to speak up, to refuse others, to have your own ideas, and to protect your friends bravely and kindly." She was very proud that her child was like this. Their family had missed out on several years of Wanwan's childhood, but they were glad she survived and didn't go astray in such a difficult environment. Every time she thought about it, she was grateful to heaven. Thinking about Wanyan's recent return home, she always speaks in a way that shows she wants to please others and hides her shy feelings. This is something she learned in that home. Over the past 4 months in the post-apocalyptic world, Wanyan has changed completely. Not just in appearance but also in inner strength. When her family spoke kindly to her, Wanyan relaxed her grip on her clothes and showed a sweet smile. Lu Mingyu and Qi Yuyan, who had been forgotten, looked at each other with confusion. They felt like they were being ignored and left out. Looks like we have to split up for now. Mingyu, you and Xiao Qi must stay together, Lu Xingyao said worriedly, trying to see the other two through the mirror. Luckily, Lu Mingyu was not alone. He was with Qi Yuyan. Although Qi Yuyan was younger, he was mature and both of them had special abilities, so Lu Xingyao wasn't too worried. Lu Mingyu and Qi Yuyan exchanged glances. Lu Mingyu replied, "Okay, we understand. Let's meet outside. First, we need to find the exit." There was no other choice. The mirror was almost impossible to break, and staying there would be a waste of time. It was better to look for an exit. Those who got out first could try to rescue others trapped inside.
You're
being a bit over the top, Qi Yuyan said helplessly, looking at Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu held up his index finger and waved it.
No, no, no.
This way is safer. That way, we won't get lost. Qi Yuyan looked down at the wrist they were tied together with. He closed his eyes and reluctantly accepted it. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Let's go." The rope was actually Lu Mingyu's shoelaces. He took off one shoe and used the laces to tie their wrists together so they wouldn't get separated. He was also scared. The maze looked like a haunted house, dark, creepy, with mirrors everywhere. He saw multiple versions of himself moving. Lu Mingyu swallowed hard, watching the reflections of himself on each mirror. Nothing seemed strange at first. If he and Qi Yuyan got separated, and he was alone walking through the maze, the ghosts might scare him. Seeing his own smiling face in the mirror could make him faint from fright. So, having Qi Yuyan with him gave him more courage. Here, Wanan and the other 5 are always close together, afraid to be more than half a meter apart, worried that the mirror might separate them again. Lu Xingyao hugs Wanan, holding her with one arm while holding Yi Shi's hand with the other, giving Yi Shi a strong sense of safety. "Hubby," Yi Shi looks at Lu Xingyao. Lu Xingyao responds with a comforting look, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." The 3 older children behind them are used to this and feel happy that their parents are so loving, which makes their family very warm and full of love. Unlike other wealthy families, which often have scandals like affairs or illegitimate children, their family has never had such gossip. Wow, seeing so many of myself makes me nervous. I've never looked in the mirror at night before, Lu Mingyin says. Every time she looks up, she sees herself in the mirror. It looks normal, but each time their eyes meet, she feels uneasy. She remembers when she was in elementary school, Lu Mingyu once stayed up late watching ghost stories in her room. He was so scared he couldn't sleep, so he knocked on her door and hid in her bed, telling her ghost stories. He said that at midnight, looking in the mirror, he saw not himself but a ghostly face. He kept coming to her late at night. After Lu Mingyin took away his ghost story books and stopped him from playing on the computer or phone before bed, she finally got a peaceful sleep. In this strange environment, her mind automatically recalls the ghost stories Lu Mingyu told her over the years. Lu Mingyin. Thinking of this, a small flame of anger inexplicably rises in her heart. If Lu Mingyu were in front of her now, she would definitely kick him in the butt with her big foot, 38 centimeters of fury. She's grateful for her cowardly, weak, and overly curious younger brother. "What's wrong, Mingyin? Are you feeling unwell?" Lu Xiaoxua notices the strange expression on Lu Mingyin's face, as if she's angry. Lu Xiaoxua isn't sure what's happening, since nothing has actually happened. What's wrong with her second sister? There's no need to dwell on it. After asking, Lu Xiaoxua shifts all her anger onto the unlucky amusement park. Of course, the most cursed thing is this miserable amusement park. After the end of the apocalypse, she didn't mind personally using an excavator to destroy it. "I was thinking after we finished the task this amusement park." Lu Mingyin sighed and said, surprising herself because she hadn't finished her sentence. The others all stopped and looked at each other strangely. System 777 didn't know what was wrong with itself. Even though no one was speaking, it understood their expressions and eyes. They were clearly thinking, yes, after we get out, let's blow up this amusement park. That didn't seem impossible. No one had said they couldn't blow it up, and the task didn't forbid destroying the park. Plus, once the task was done, keeping the park wouldn't help. With all this in mind, System 777 said, I support that. Blowing up this place made it tired just thinking about it all night. Luckily, it hadn't appeared in the amusement park from the start, or it would have been counted among those participating in the activities. Lu Shui cupped his hand over his mouth to hide his eager smile and cleared his throat, saying, well, it's not impossible. Lu Xiaoxue also tried not to laugh and said, let's do it that way. Lu Xingyao said, can I do it? He went from being inexperienced to quite skilled at blowing things up. He thought to himself, I really love my work, modern demolition expert. Looking at his family, Yishi's eyes curved happily, and she was also looking forward to it. He didn't say a word about blowing up the amusement park. Wan happily asked System 777, Uncle System, can you find me some bombs? I want to blow it up too. Thinking about the previous two projects, Wan still felt a bit sore in her bottom. System 777 chuckled awkwardly. Wan, I can't do that. Could he just pull out bombs at will? If he could, he'd just blow up the bad guys he didn't like, which was a bit of a bloody idea. Everyone shared the same idea, but didn't dare to say it out loud. The strange silent understanding among the Lu family added a little more harmony. This idea unintentionally eased everyone's frustration, making the atmosphere less tense. They even looked at the unlucky maze with a more relaxed, almost refined appearance. Everyone unknowingly walked nearly 20 minutes without hearing any sounds from Lu Mingyu and Qi Yuyan, as if only the 6 of them remained in this large mirror maze. Strange, Lu Mingyu said aloud. Based on his personality, this big talker would be talking nonstop. I haven't heard a thing. In fact, she was starting to worry about Lu Mingyu and Qi Yuyan in her mind. Wan released her blessing gift again, saying, Elder brother and Yuyan brother will be fine. Her hand accidentally brushed the mirror surface. Lu Xiaoxue paused, sensing something was off. To confirm her suspicion, she quickly said, everyone, don't leave yet. She touched the mirror with her fingertips, observing the distance between her finger and the reflection. She looked at several mirrors, and her thoughts gradually confirmed her suspicion. The mirrors in front of Lu Mingyu and Qi Yuyan were also mirrors. Not all of these are normal mirrors. Some are one-way mirrors. The mirror she accidentally touched earlier was a one-way mirror. The normal mirror separates us with a regular mirror. When you touch a normal mirror with your fingertips, there's a gap between your finger and the reflection. But a one-way mirror doesn't have that gap. This kind of mirror has a special feature. From the bright side, it acts like a reflective mirror. From the dark side, it's completely transparent glass. Some landlords and hotels install these one-way mirrors to secretly watch others. Normal mirrors can't be broken, so let's try the one-way mirror. Their thoughts were successfully limited by that mirror, trapping them in the maze. They believed these mirrors couldn't be broken and thought all mirrors were the same, unbreakable. They never considered testing other mirrors. If they hadn't realized this, no matter how they moved, they wouldn't be able to escape. These mirrors could move, and even if they chose the right direction, their route could be altered. Then let's try this one. Lu Xiaoxue had a faint guess in her mind. She asked everyone to step back a few paces to avoid being cut by broken glass. She held up her ice shield with one hand and shot several sharp ice spikes like arrows with her other hand. Before the ice cone touched the mirror, everyone held their breath, hoping for good news. Bang! A loud crash, and the mirror shattered into hundreds of pieces, but the mirror behind it was still intact. It really can be broken. Everyone cheered. This was great news. They broke all the single-sided mirrors they could find, so they wouldn't worry about finding a way out. The maze's size remained the same. This gave hope to the discouraged group. They passed through the broken mirror and reached the next intersection. When they found another single-sided mirror, they didn't hesitate to smash it. After breaking 3 mirrors in a row, Lu Xiaoxue slowly said, the correct way out is behind the single-sided mirror. Each choice at an intersection has a mirror, and they are in different paths. They hoped that Qi Yuan and Lu Mingyu could hear the sound of smashing mirrors, so they knew the mirrors could be broken. Qi Yuan and Lu Mingyu were sitting on the ground with their legs crossed. They had walked so long that they felt like they were going in circles. To test their idea, Lu Mingyu threw a piece of paper somewhere. After walking around a few times, they saw the paper on the path ahead. Wow, that confirmed they had been going in circles all along. Since there was no way out for now, they decided to rest. They couldn't keep going in circles forever. Lu Mingyu leaned against the mirror, quietly saying, "It's like hitting a wall. If I didn't know this was the end of the world, I'd think I was haunted." He was shocked when he saw the white paper appear in front of him. "What should we do? I don't want to be trapped here alive." "It's almost 6 o'clock, Lu Mingyu thought, feeling anxious because of the time limit. Seeing Qi Yuan not respond, Lu Mingyu turned to look at him and said, "You," but stopped. "Sure." Qi Yuan covered Lu Mingyu's mouth, wanting silence. What was happening? Lu Mingyu looked at Qi Yuan in confusion. Just then, he faintly heard the sound of a mirror breaking from afar. His eyes blinked. Could it be his imagination? Qi Yuan kept listening carefully. He really heard it. The sound of a mirror shattering. But weren't the mirrors supposed to be unbreakable? Why was there a sound of a mirror breaking? Could it be that zombies broke the mirror, but their special abilities can't shatter it? How did the zombies manage to do it then? Based on this, Qi Yuan temporarily ruled out that idea. "Did you hear that?" Qi Yuan softly asked, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Lu Mingyu nodded excitedly, hearing it with both ears. "I know. Maybe some mirrors can be broken, and some can't." Lu Mingyu's eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up from the ground, accidentally bumping into Qi Yuan. Lu Mingyu quickly helped Qi Yuan up, thinking more about it. "Let's try. We're saved." "This is great." He acted quickly. His power is fire-based, so burning the mirror might hurt both of them, so he silently smiled at Qi Yuan and said, "You go." Qi Yuan looked at Lu Mingyu calmly, observing the 5 mirrors around them to see if any could be easily broken. He took his weapon and tested each mirror one by one. First, second, third. The first 4 mirrors didn't break. Only the last one remained. Lu Mingyu swallowed hard, feeling nervous but hopeful, even beginning to pray with his hands clasped. Bang! Qi Yuan struck the mirror, shattering it. The shards flew onto him, and he brushed them off. Behind him, Lu Mingyu cheered happily. "I'm so smart." Just like I thought, Lu Mingyu suddenly felt all his fatigue from the night vanish, full of energy like he'd been injected with adrenaline. Qi Yuan said, "Then the sound we heard when the mirror broke should be from Wuwan and the others." Yes, that's right. Our brain trust is over there, so they'll probably think of it first." Lu Mingyu felt very regretful and angry. "If I had known, I would have tried the other mirrors too. I didn't think of this." While Lu Mingyu was speaking, Qi Yuan shattered another mirror. Lu Mingyu silently followed behind, waiting for him to break the next one. Bang! With the sound of the mirror breaking, Lu Mingyu saw that the other mirrors behind had already shattered, and his heart sank. No way. Have we returned to the starting point again? Lu Mingyu's heart skipped a beat. Was he just this unlucky? At this moment, Qi Yuan quickly dismissed Lu Mingyu's idea with a sentence. "Look, there's no paper with your name on it on the ground, which means you haven't returned to the original spot." This mirror was probably broken by Lu Xiaoxue and the others. Lu Mingyu hurried over to check, walking past several mirror frames. He confirmed that his paper was indeed missing, and he finally relaxed, covering his chest and saying, "Phew! You scared me so much, I almost lost my heartbeat." As long as it wasn't a situation like ghost looping, where they kept turning in circles, he could accept it. Then they wouldn't need to waste effort. They could just follow the older sister and the others and soon meet up. However, we were just spinning around at the entrance. Hearing this, Lu Mingyu blushed. "Oh, my luck isn't good." "You already knew that, you ghost. If you talk to me like that again, I'll hit you with a mirror," Qi Yuan said coldly. How can your 36-degree mouth say such cold words? Lu Mingyu looked at Qi Yueying with a pained expression. But she responded with a cold back. Lu Mingyu quickly chased after her. Wait for me, wait for me. He followed behind Qi Yueying and soon saw the exit. At the exit, Wanan and the others had been waiting for a long time. You're finally out. We were thinking about going back in through the entrance again, Lu Mingyin said when he saw they were unharmed, and his worries immediately eased. Lu Mingyu grinned and approached playfully. Second sister, don't worry. I'm so capable, I can definitely get out. I even thought of smashing the mirror myself. Lu Mingyin stubbornly denied worrying about Lu Mingyu.
Stop being so narcissistic. Who's worried about you?
And if you say you figured out how to get out, then tell me, why is there a mirror that can be broken? Seeing Lu Mingyu silent, Lu Mingyin raised an eyebrow and smiled. The mirror that can be broken is a one-way mirror. They had come out of the mirror maze by almost 5 a.m. They spent more time in the Mirror City maze than in the previous 2 projects. But honestly, the difficulty of the Mirror City maze wasn't high. If they had thought from the start that a one-way mirror could be broken, they would have escaped long ago. As expected, Wanan's chosen project was much better. After leaving the amusement park, the Lu family didn't plan to go far. They found a nearby open space where Wanwan summoned her castle. Everyone quickly went inside to rest. That night was really exhausting. When Wanwan woke up, it was already late afternoon. The sunset's glow seeped through the slightly open curtains, casting a warm orange light on the wall. Wanwan got out of bed, opened the curtains, and looked up at the sky. At this time, the sun was slowly setting, and a faint red moon appeared on the horizon. Wanwan eagerly waited for the sun to set, so she could fully become the ruler of the sky. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door.
It was Yi Shi.
Wanwan, are you awake? She asked. Wanwan heard her mom's voice and ran over, replying, I'm up, Mom. Wanwan unlocked the door and threw herself into Yi Shi's arms, acting cute. Mom. Yi Shi picked up Wanwan, her heart melting like a gentle lake. Her little girl was so adorable. Dinner was ready, and everyone was feeling energetic after a good nap. The only problem was that their legs felt a bit sore, probably from muscle strain after yesterday's intense activity. It was only about 7 in the evening, still hours before midnight. Having slept all day, they couldn't fall asleep again. Let's choose what to do tonight, someone suggested. That was a good idea. Wanwan almost forgot they still needed to pick 2 activities for the evening. After tidying up the table, they spread out a booklet on the table. It showed descriptions of all the activities. Everyone gathered around to look at the options. The remaining activities all seemed so exciting. If this were before the end of the world, I would definitely try them. I love thrill-seeking, Lu Mingyin said, looking at the booklet. But the problem was, now it was the end of the world. The painful experience from yesterday was unforgettable. Even Lu Mingyin, who is usually full of energy, was exhausted from the scare. That was truly terrifying. Maybe Wanwan should choose, someone suggested. We don't really know which activities are easier. Yesterday, the simplest one was the Mirror City maze that Wanwan picked. Everyone agreed that Wanwan had good luck, and all eyes were on her as she sat quietly, lost in thought. Wanwan was actually chatting with System 777. When she suddenly snapped out of her trance, she saw everyone looking at her. She blinked innocently and asked, Why is everyone looking at me? Lu Mingyu said, Wanwan, you can choose what we do tonight. Is that okay? Wanwan nodded and pointed to the cartoon skull on the list of options. This one is so cute. Wanwan likes this one. Let's do this. Everyone looked at the 4 words, haunted house, also called the ghost house. They looked at each other in silence, unsure of what to say. Honestly, haunted houses and roller coasters were never really options for the group before. They didn't expect Wanwan to choose the haunted house now. Should we go to the haunted house? Lu Mingyu asked cautiously, his voice trembling a little as he thought about it, imagining all sorts of spooky things. Let's go, Lu Mingyin said uncertainly. At that moment, Lu Shuaihua spoke up. I believe Wanwan will make a good choice, especially after what happened at Despair Hill. Lu Xiaoxua said, I think there might be zombies in the haunted house that could attack us. Lu Mingyu asked foolishly, Why would that happen? The zombies in the amusement park hadn't attacked them before. Inside the haunted house, there are NPCs dressed as ghosts. But now, those NPCs have turned into zombies, Lu Xiaoxue explained. Even if they weren't the same people, the park's rules say there would be zombies inside. Lu Shengyao sighed deeply and said, "All right, haunted house is one choice. The second is Wanwan." Wanwan looked at the booklet again. Lu Xiaoxue clenched her fists nervously, while Qi Yuan watched her closely. She saw Lu Xiaoxue's hands, which had been resting under the table, clenched tightly. It seemed she remembered something. She looked up and saw that most of the remaining options, about 80%, were thrill rides like roller coasters, pirate ships, log flumes, drop towers, and giant Ferris wheels. Lu Xiaoxue was afraid of heights. "Wanwan, can you choose something less high?" "Your older sister is afraid of heights," Qi Yuan whispered into Wanwan's ear so only they could hear. The others didn't know what Qi Yuan had said. "Oh, right." Wanwan clapped her hands. She almost forgot. "What are you whispering about?" Lu Mingyin asked curiously. "Wanwan, I don't want to choose the tall rides. They're too high, and I'm afraid I'll fall and get hurt." She made a scared little face, making everyone laugh softly. Yi Shi gently rubbed Wanwan's chubby cheek. "Wanwan is still very young. Even if we go to a real amusement park, she wouldn't be allowed to play those rides." Wanwan pointed to the ride she liked. "Then let's choose this one. Scenic train ride." Everyone agreed. This was a gentle and safe choice. "All right, let's do that." "I hope everything goes smoothly tonight," Lu Xiaoxue said confidently. "Everyone do whatever you want now. Meet in the hall at 11:50. Everyone dispersed and went back to their rooms. Wanwan entered her space. "System Uncle, I want to have class." "I haven't had class today yet." System 777. "Got it." It pulled out a small blackboard and said, "Today we will learn about." Before midnight, everyone arrived on time outside the Wonderland amusement park, waiting for it to open again. It was hard not to feel nervous. The experience from last night was unforgettable. They all decided to first try the haunted house, which sounded very scary, and then go for the scenic train ride. Following the map in the booklet, they found the haunted house. The crooked, rough signs flickered with a bloody red glow, giving off a creepy feeling everywhere. Its walls were covered with green grass, and the broken walls were full of bloody handprints. Several badly decayed bodies lay at the entrance, with flies and maggots swarming around. The foul smell and the terrifying atmosphere of the haunted house deeply disturbed Lu Mingyu's nerves. If it had been the old Lu Mingyu, he would have been beaten by Lu Mingyin before going in. But now Lu Mingyu was different. He didn't need to be hit to tremble and go inside. Well, isn't that progress? Lu Mingyu had watched many horror movies before, but nothing compared to experiencing it himself. Indeed, real experience is the best teacher. Now Lu Mingyu's courage had grown a lot. "Let's go in." Lu Mingyu swallowed hard and followed Lu Mingyin. Lu Mingyin looked back at Lu Mingyu, then walked into the haunted house with a calm, indifferent expression. The entrance of the haunted house is small, and everyone walks in 2 by 2, side by side. Once inside, it is endless darkness. Turning a corner, they officially enter the inside of the haunted house. Small lights hang on the walls to simulate ghostly fire, and plastic fake snakes and bugs are scattered on the ground on both sides. Wanwan looks down at the fake bugs, even grabbing one to play with. Lu Mingyu is amazed and feels a bit ashamed. He, a 20-year-old adult, is less brave than his sister. Not far ahead, there is an old, broken bridge covered in thick dust, clearly unused for a long time. The handrails on both sides are made of 2 ropes, and the wooden planks of the bridge are uneven, with some missing entirely. If someone accidentally falls, they will land among a pile of fallen leaves. Lu Mingyu knows his luck well and, with foresight, borrows something from Wanwan to push away the leaves. Beneath the leaves, there is a hidden danger. Dozens of sharp nails pointing upward, shining in the flashlight's glow, making people shiver with fear. Wow, this is so creepy. Luckily, I saw it coming. This thing is just too much. Lu Mingyu gets excited, looking proud as if he expected this. He prepared in advance to avoid falling, and luckily he did, or he would have been covered in bumps. He realizes he needs to be more careful crossing the bridge. His heart pounds loudly as he avoids looking at the deadly nails. Lu Mingyin and Lu Shuhui lead the way onto the bridge. As soon as they step on the first step, deafening laughter echoes from both sides.
Ha ha ha.
Ha ha. Lu Mingyin's heart skips a beat as she looks toward the source of the sound. She sees it's coming from two speakers, so she relaxes a little. But the moment her foot touches the bridge again, she loses her balance. The bridge shakes left and right, making her want to throw herself off. Lu Mingyin's arm strength is incredible. She grits her teeth and stabilizes herself, moving in sync with the swaying bridge. Lu Shuhui nearby dares not move rashly, afraid that his actions might cause Lu Mingyin to fall. Big brother, I'll go first. Be careful and hold the rope tightly, Lu Mingyin says, gripping herself tightly. She keeps moving her feet and finally takes the second step. Lu Mingyu covers his face and says, "It's over. I feel like I can't go on. Can I just jump down and remove all the nails, then go underneath?" Behind him, Qi Yuyan suddenly replies, "It's not impossible." This startles Lu Mingyu, and he nervously touches his fragile heart, saying, "Maybe I should forget it. How can I get up there? There are so many nails, and cleaning them would be really hard. The nails are embedded in the pit, so he doesn't have time to carefully remove them." As soon as Lu Mingyu finishes speaking, he hears a few gasps. He looks up and sees the wooden board under Lu Shuhui suddenly break. Lu Shuhui is hanging in the air, supported only by a rope. Lu Shuhui reacts quickly, stepping one foot onto the rope, and a cold sweat appears on his forehead. Because all his weight is on the rope, the bridge tilts toward that side. Lu Mingyin stumbles forward and almost falls, but he manages to hold on tightly with both hands. "Big brother, Shuhui." Everyone rushes to pull Lu Shuhui back, finally saving him from danger. After the scare, Lu Mingyin doesn't dare to go forward easily again. Who knows if the wooden board ahead will break again? If it breaks in the middle, moving forward or backward will both be very difficult. Lu Mingyin takes only 2 steps, then with a long stride, crosses the broken board and lands safely on the ground. As Lu Mingyin leaves the bridge, the deafening laughter stops, and everything becomes quiet again. "So, how are we supposed to cross now?" Just as Lu Mingyu finishes speaking, Wanwan rides over on her scooter. She confidently lifts her head and says, "Don't forget, I still have my scooter. Come on, get on." At this moment, Wanwan feels incredibly cool. She saw handsome guys chatting up girls on TV, and she's doing the same, flipping her hair stylishly. Everyone's eyes brighten, thinking Wanwan is like a savior sent from heaven. There's no time for talking now. One by one, they all get on the scooter. "Let's go." Wanwan steers the handlebar and speeds across the broken bridge to the other side. They finally get past the first big challenge safely. From now on, everyone will be more careful on the road ahead. The cave-like setting feels dark and cramped, like a haunted house. From time to time, strange voices that don't belong to anyone here can be heard. When listened to carefully, it seems like nothing is there, just their imagination playing tricks on them. When they see something ahead, everyone instinctively stops and quietly observes it from a distance, wondering if this is the second challenge. Lu Mingyin asks, "How do we get past this?" No matter which way they go, they will pass by that place and disturb whatever is inside. In front of the 8 of them, there is a water well. Leaves are scattered around its edge, and there is nothing blocking the top. If they walk in, they can see what's at the bottom. But no one is foolish enough to go look directly. It's better not to fall in. Lu Mingyu's mind flashes with images of the lady in the horror story, imagining her in tattered white clothes, her hair messy, with a scary mouth crawling toward him. His legs tremble uncontrollably, like instant noodles. "Calm down," Qi Yuyan says, looking at Lu Mingyu's trembling legs with a helpless expression. It's hard to watch. There's nothing actually happening. Yet he's so scared. "I didn't want to either, but I can't control my legs. They just want to do this." "You can't blame me," Lu Mingyu says, almost crying. If he could, he wouldn't want to be so weak. Lu Mingyu notices that Qi Yuyan isn't listening to him. He tries to pat him, but then sees Chi Yuyan staring intensely ahead, as if something is wrong.
Could it be?
Could it be? Lu Mingyu dares not look back, but curiosity gets the better of him, and he finally turns his head. Instantly, his pupils shake with fear. Lu Mingyin suddenly pulls out an enormous stone, big enough to crush a person's brain, holding it easily in her arms. It's larger than her half-body. She quickly walks to the edge of the well. Everyone sees a black claw reaching out, but Lu Mingyin doesn't see it. She suddenly loosens her grip and throws the stone directly into the well. After throwing the stone, Lu Mingyin stands still for about 30 seconds, waiting. Nothing happens. She then smiles and calls out to her friends. What are you all waiting for? Come over quickly. There's nothing in there. No, there are still some, but maybe you knocked them out completely. Everyone silently muttered to themselves, probably surprised that the zombie didn't expect such a death, which was quite embarrassing. Wanwan tiptoed to look below and saw only darkness, unable to see anything. She quickly glanced and was then pulled away by Lu Xingyao and Yishi. Whether there are still zombies below or not, now is the best time to leave while they haven't appeared. Once out of this haunted house, it will be safe. When it comes to strength and violence, second sister Lu is the best. Lu Mingyin clapped her hands, amazed that they solved it so easily. Just as they had walked less than 5 meters out, a loud, earth-shaking noise came from behind. Everyone turned around to see a long-haired female zombie with her face covered in anger, crawling toward them much faster than a person running. Wow, so she only knocked her out earlier and didn't kill her? Lu Mingyu was about to cry. His imagination had actually come true before his eyes. The zombie version of Sadako wore a white dress, stained with large patches of red and black blood. The exposed skin was torn and grayish, showing signs of decay. Lu Mingyin also exclaimed, "Wow, why does she still have that big stone on her back? Is she trying to get revenge on me?" Yes, the Sadako zombie still carried the large stone on her back, but it didn't slow her down at all. Although her face was covered by long hair, her intense resentment was unmistakable. Clearly, Lu Mingyin had once again provoked her anger. The first thing the Sadako zombie wanted was to kill Lu Mingyin. Her goal was very clear. She wanted to smash that big stone onto Lu Mingyin's head. But how could our second sister just sit and wait? Wanwan, give me a weapon, okay? Second sister, here you go. Wanwan took out a steel rod from her space and handed it to Lu Mingyin. Lu Mingyin grabbed the weapon and rushed toward the zombie. Just as the zombie was about to pounce on her face, she delivered a flying kick, knocking the stone off her back. The force was suddenly reduced, and the zombie lost control and staggered in another direction. Lu Mingyin fiercely struck the Sadako zombie's head with the steel rod, causing her to let out a harsh scream. Lu Mingyin couldn't help but sigh. I'm so jealous of you. Your head is really hard. No matter how hard I hit, I can't break it. Sadako zombie. Would you like such good fortune? The Sadako zombie completely lost control, lunging at the others like a mad dog. To her surprise, these people were not easy to deal with either. Lu Xiaoxue shot dozens of ice spears from her hand, piercing the Sadako zombie's limbs. Dark blood sprayed out, and a foul smell filled the air. The Sadako zombie's sharp screams nearly burst everyone's eardrums. Having just experienced the cold ice, Lu Mingyu unhesitatingly threw a fireball. I'll give you a quick cremation. No need to thank me. Everyone watched as the fiery Sadako zombie rolled backward and fell into a pit full of nails under the bridge, completely still. There's no need to look. She must be dead and suffering terribly. How about that? My flames are pretty strong, right? Lu Mingyu smirked proudly, forgetting how she had been trembling in fear just minutes before. Chi Yuyan replied casually, Yeah, very impressive. Lu Mingyin approached with steel bars in hand, smiling. We work well together. This small boss was easily taken down, especially with the nail trap. She really deserved it. Let's hurry and go. We should be close to the exit. Sure enough, ahead there was a bright light, shaped like a door. If I'm not mistaken, this is the exit. No wonder Wawan chose this level. If I had known the haunted house was so easy, I would have let Wawan pick what to play from the start, Lu Mingyu said happily, eager to be the first to step through the exit. Wait! Lu Xiaoxue and Lu Xihui suddenly sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. Lu Mingyu had already entered the door, heading toward what was supposed to be the exit. What's wrong? Lu Mingyin looked a bit panicked. Before Lu Xiaoxue and Lu Xihui could speak, Lu Mingyu completely disappeared behind the door. The lit door plunged into darkness. Thick fog suddenly rolled out from behind the door, sweeping everything in sight. It was so dense that you couldn't see anything, not even other people. The silence was deafening. It felt as if he or she was the only one left. Wawan anxiously called out, Mom, Dad, older brother, older sister, second brother, second sister, brother Yuyan. Her small hands reached out wildly around her, but she couldn't touch anything or anyone. Uncle System 777. Wanwan, I'm here. I will stay with you. Don't be afraid. Wanwan heard System 777's voice and finally felt a little calmer. Otherwise, she might have started crying. Wanwan, where are you? It's Mom, Yishi's voice. Mom, I'm here. Wanwan heard her mom's voice and shouted excitedly. She tried hard to look around, hoping to see her mom in the white fog, but she couldn't find her anywhere. Mom, Yishi, seemed to want to confirm Wanwan's location and said, Wanwan, tell Mom where you are quickly. I can't find you now. Her voice was a bit closer than before. Wanwan was about to answer when, in the next second, System 777 pulled her into a space. Suddenly, her vision cleared, and she could see other things clearly. Wanwan was stunned. When she reacted, she was eager to get out. Her mom was still looking for her. If she entered the space now, her mom would be worried because she couldn't find her. Wanwan wanted to leave, but she kept silent. She believed Uncle System wouldn't hurt her, so he must have noticed something strange. Wanwan swallowed her words and asked, Uncle System, is there something wrong? System 777 didn't expect the little girl to understand so quickly and hurried to explain. Wanwan, when your mom came over, there was no sound of her footsteps. But from her voice, she was definitely approaching you. Most importantly, why is it only her? Others shouldn't just disappear into thin air. This mom feels very strange to me. Wanwan, do you trust my judgment? I think the voice you're hearing isn't your real mom, but a fake. The sudden white fog definitely isn't harmless. It might hide many unknown things, mimicking familiar voices to find and kill their targets. When System 777 finished speaking, he was a bit worried Wanwan wouldn't believe him. Compared to him, her mom was more important. Plus, he couldn't be 100% sure his thoughts were correct. What System 777 didn't expect was that Wanwan showed full trust, nodded her little head, and said, I understand now. It must be the evil bad guys causing trouble again. Luckily, Uncle System is here, or I would be in trouble again. Late, to confirm this idea, I will go out with you to see what is making the noise, System 777 said. After speaking, it pulled Late out of the space together. In the thick white fog, they returned to the original place. The sound seemed to be searching for Late, but its tone was no longer gentle. Instead, it sounded dark and creepy. Late, where are you? Mom is looking for you. Come out quickly, good child. Please talk and tell Mom where you are. Sweetheart, don't be afraid. Mom will be here soon. When I arrive, you won't be scared anymore. Wow, now it's clear this person is definitely not Late's mom. Late's real mom would never speak like that. Feeling relieved that her judgment was correct, System 777 quickly pulled Late to the side. But as they moved, they heard faint footsteps. Suddenly, the sound became sharper. Late, Mom knows where you are now. The footsteps didn't come closer, and they didn't know what kind of creature it was. System 777 and Late didn't dare think too much. Knowing their location was exposed, System 777 bit Late's sleeve and rushed forward with her. No matter how fast they ran, the sound was right behind them. Late, Mom finally found you. Come with me. That voice sounded like it was right above their heads. System 777 and Late stopped in their tracks and looked up. The white fog above was gone. Instead, a woman zombie in a red dress hung from the cave ceiling. Her gray-white eyes stared directly at Late below. As she spoke, the flesh around her mouth kept falling off. Half of her face was rotting into white bones. Her sparse, dry hair hung messily. Her claw-like hand reached toward Late's neck, with black, sharp nails that could easily scratch her delicate skin. Late. Luckily, System 777 pulled the frightened Late into the space. She was almost scared to death. Who could handle a head-on attack from a female ghost zombie hanging above? What kind of horror movie scene was this? Late's legs went weak, and she fell onto the grass. Tears filled her big eyes, sliding down her temples to her hair. She reached out her small hand to pat her tiny heart. System 777 asked nervously, "Wanwan, are you okay?" He was so scared that even a system like him was frightened, not to mention Wanwan, a little girl. "I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I'm not afraid." Wanwan comforted herself, patting her own head like an adult, repeatedly saying she wasn't afraid, and her tears stopped flowing. She sat up from the ground, tears still glistening in her eyes. She reached out and wiped her tears hard. "I'm fine now, Uncle System. Baby, you're so brave and smart." Wanwan didn't understand why her system uncle suddenly hugged her and kept praising her, making her blush with embarrassment. Her face turned red. Outside the space, the female ghost zombie, who was about to catch her prey, didn't expect the prey to suddenly disappear right in front of her. Her decayed brain couldn't understand why this happened. She roared angrily, thrashing her limbs wildly. The rotting flesh on her body fell off in chunks onto the ground. During her struggle, her jaw also fell off, hanging only by a tendon. In the next second, the rope couldn't hold the female ghost zombie anymore and snapped suddenly, causing her limbs to twist and fall. Her hands and feet contorted, and her white bones broke through her skin, sticking out. She wasn't very tall, but the zombie had been hanging here all day, and her body was decaying quickly. The female ghost zombie had no sense of pain. Driven by her instinct to find food, even with her limbs broken, she slowly crawled on the ground. Her body gradually disappeared into the white fog. Only the rope still hanging above her head showed she had once been here. When System 777 and Wanwan came out, they saw only the broken rope above her head. They didn't expect the female ghost zombie to almost fall apart. System 777 was surprised. "Wow, this zombie actually came down on its own to find prey. That's pretty smart." He thought it would stay hanging above, but it actually came down by itself. Maybe there will be a chase later. This is a misunderstanding that's not very pretty.